Chapter 951, Hell Level Difficulty, Spending All the Wealth. The blazing golden holy light shines in the darkness like the morning sun. It reveals everything around. The dark stone walls, strata and all kinds of dragons. Next, we have to work harder. Most of the dragons here are SS level, and they are the group most closely related to the dragon dungeon. In this area, they can enjoy the high combat power blessing of the dungeon. Some of the high-level SS level dragons may even be able to compete with us with this blessing, so we need to be extremely careful. At this time, Rocinante and his group who came to the bottom of the dragon dungeon had solemn faces. They looked at the various dragons in front of them. The atmosphere became heavy with the dragons looming and blocking the retreat from above. Lord Rocinante, now that you have seen the grand scene here, are you still confident? If not, we can go home directly. Don't be so stubborn and suffer. Looking at the powerful dragons in front of them about to attack, the Temple of OS in the team teased Rocinante. Although there were many SS-level dragons sniping them just now, they were far from all. At least more than half of them were lying at the bottom and not moving. Now we have to go to the core area. These guys will definitely attack together. The core area of the dragon dungeon is a holy place for dragons. Ordinary S-level dragons are not qualified to approach, let alone outsiders who break in. They must attack fiercely. Their attack puts a lot of pressure on the temples. Because this is the closest to the core of the dragon dungeon. All SS level dragons that are directly nurtured and grown from the heart of the dragon dungeon can enjoy high combat power here. In addition to combat power, there are also magic recovery and injury recovery. Fighting with dragons here is hell level difficulty. Sorry, I know it's difficult, but I still trouble you. As long as you escort me to the core area, I'll take care of the rest. Rocinante certainly knew. It is very unwise to clash with dragons in the dungeon. However, it is the best choice to have the help of 3 temples now. It is difficult to extinguish the biggest disaster in this world. He has a limited time to stay in this world, plus there are other uncontrollable factors. It is impossible to make full preparations to the maximum extent. Okay. Since you said so. Then I'll put this old bone here. The Temple of OS smiled and began to take the initiative to attack. Under his waving, the burning holy light rose up like the sun, turning into a scorching sun to purify everything here. The holy light messengers usually only master one holy light technique. With one technique in hand, the world is mine. At present, the moves of the Temple of OS still belong to Fan Tao, the super holy light technique. It is just a variant, which transforms the holy light into a blazing and burning form, and the attack power is even greater. It is the bottom of the box of the Temple of OS. As an old immortal, the Temple of OS is still quite capable. Boom! The terrible holy light covered the sky and turned into a 10-meter sun hanging in the sky. The dazzling light and shadow made the dragons squint their eyes. It's so dazzling. I just woke up and saw this, it's so bad. A deep voice with a heavy historical atmosphere came. The darkness surged, like a surging wave. The golden sun collided with the darkness, and the terrifying shock wave exploded and collapsed, fiercely washing the surrounding strata. The strata began to crack rapidly and even exploded, splashing countless dust and blue light. As the lowest stratum, everything here is very hard. The soil and stone of the stratum combined with the unique magic of the dungeon turned into extremely hard black stone. Even the S-level dragon could not leave a trace on the unique black stone here. However, such hard black stone began to crack on a large scale under the impact of the collision between the golden sun and the dark wave. Boom! This sound is that guy. In the roar of the impact, the face of the Temple of OS changed slightly. After his face changed, he waved the holy staff to increase the power of his moves. The holy light of the sun emitted an extremely dazzling golden color, as if a new star exploded. Bang! The extremely hot and terrifying holy light suddenly burst out, driving away all the darkness around. For a moment, the dragon dungeon seemed to be plunged into daylight. Above Rocinante and others, some of the weaker dragons that were not even S-level but dared to follow closely were immediately turned into charcoal by this terrifying holy light. Many S-level dragons were also severely injured. This scene directly frightened the dragons that were not affected at higher places. Many of these dragons, relying on their high blood and high defense, retreated to a farther distance. Of course, they did not retreat completely, and the proud dragons were not scared by a move. Although they retreated a little far, they still participated in the battle at any time, ready to OB on the edge. The various magics of the dragons combined with their powerful bodies made them better at close combat. But they also had good combat power even without close combat. Of course, the actions of these dragons did not actually affect the thoughts of the temples. Dragons of S level and below were not a concern for them at all. After all, the power gap is too big, even if the number is considerable, the threat to them is very limited. Especially when they hold the holy staff and don't have to worry about the consumption of holy power. They are more concerned about the SS level dragons, like the dragon in front of them. Rosinante looked at the black dragon slowly emerging from the darkness in front of him. Even the holy light can't completely drive away the darkness surrounding this dragon. The oldest dragon Amito Kira, the Dark Dragon King. Rosinante looked at the dragon in front of him. The power of darkness is a unique attribute of many comics bosses. Although the dark dragon in front of him is not the boss of the dragon dungeon, it is not far behind. It can be said to be the second boss of the dragon dungeon. It is still the first dragon born in the dragon dungeon, and its combat power is very terrifying. Even without the blessing of the dungeon. With its own terrible accumulation, it can also stalemate with the temple. Now with the blessing of the dungeon. Even if it faces the temple directly, it is not inferior. Dark Dragon King Amito Kira. This old antique has appeared, and I will take care of this next. You keep going. The Temple of OS took the lead and directly expressed its intention to take on the big job in front of it. Rosinante did not refuse. He took out a round magic crystal from his body and handed it to OS. Sir OS, then I'll leave it to you. Please accept this gift. It may be useful at a critical moment. OS took the magic crystal handed over by Rosinante. Since he decided to trust Rosinante, he would not be indecisive. Thank you. But I don't want this gift to be used. He took another deep look at OS. Rosinante and the other two temples continued to move forward. He was not worried about the boss in the deepest part of the dungeon taking action. Now he and the boss were locked in the air, and both sides had basically no room to attack. Under such circumstances, it was still difficult for the temple holding the holy staff to have an accident. Just to be on the safe side, Rosinante gave away his life-saving magic props. In order to break through the dragon dungeon, Rosinante felt that he was afraid that he would have to spend all his wealth later. Chapter 952 Outsiders, God's Sky Shattered. Boom. Accompanied by a violent roar. The golden torrent like a tsunami destroyed the defenses set up by dozens of dragons. The magic elements released by various dragons were directly evaporated by the holy light. Lord Rosinante, leave this to me. You keep going. Looking at Gino's slight panting, Rosinante nodded seriously. He was alone, under the dragon power of many powerful dragons, and stepped directly into the narrow path of the valley in front of him. This valley in front of him, which looked cold and piled with black gems, was the core area of the dragon dungeon. Inside was the heart of the dungeon of the dragon dungeon and the strongest boss here, the god of Sky Dragon King. Da-da-da. Walking into the narrow path of the valley, Rosinante felt that the roar of the battle of the outside temples was isolated. The surroundings became silent. Only his heavy footsteps echoed. If you listen carefully, you can feel a faint, regular heartbeat. Rosinante was calm and not anxious. He walked step by step, and walked hundreds of meters along the narrow and long dark passage. Soon the scene in front of him became clear. The inside of the valley was not pitch black. Instead, there were faint blue light particles everywhere, like blue fireflies dancing in the sky in this quiet valley. The blue light particles set off the mirror-like black crystal ground, which looked beautiful. Bang! Bang! 640 bang! Rosinante did not appreciate the beautiful scenery here, but followed the sound like a heartbeat and focused his eyes on the center of the valley. There was a black crystal column hundreds of meters high. There were countless lifelike dragon reliefs on the surface of the black crystal column, and the higher the dragon image was, the more burly it became. Until the top, there was only one relief dragon. Its strong dragon arms were folded. A huge heart was beating slowly between its two dragon claws. With every beat, blue light particles would seep out, causing the surrounding light particles to dance with it. The core of the dragon dungeon. Rosinante took a deep breath. Then he turned his sight to the huge figure in front of the black crystal column. The majestic dragon horns, the burly body, the black crystal scales and the dark pupils. This is the first boss of the dragon dungeon, the godly Sky Dragon King Abigates. If you look closely, you can find that its image is similar to the dragon-shaped relief at the top of the black crystal column behind it. Or, that relief is the image of the godly Sky Dragon King. You are here, outsider. Outsider Rosinante's pupils shrank slightly, noticing the subtlety of the godly Sky Dragon King's address to him. Hehe, what are you surprised about? Although I don't know where you are from, at least one thing is certain. It is impossible that you are from this planet. Hehe, this magic power is subtly different from that of the Dragon Clan. I am really curious. What is your world like? Can you please tell me? Boom. As the godly Sky Dragon King spoke, the dragon body that was originally crawling on the ground stretched out. The dragon body full of explosive power stood up. It looked extremely oppressive. Of course, the size was nothing to the strong, but its looming terrifying magic power was important. Rosinante could clearly feel under the terrible magic power of the divine Sky Dragon King with special properties. It is both ethereal and vast, like an endless void that makes it impossible to see the bottom. Feeling such a special magic power, Rosinante's face is very solemn. As the strongest Dragon King born in the Dragon Dungeon, only by facing it can you feel its powerful and terrifying. My world? That is not something you can peek into. Rosinante tightened the magic wand in his hand and said seriously. He can hear the Dragon King's desire to explore and conquer the unknown world. But in this world, the divine Sky Dragon King can still say that the strong are lonely. But if you go to the real world, if you want to do whatever you want but have no background, you can only be taught to be a dragon. Is that so? It sounds like it's very exciting. It makes my blood boil. Outsider, let's make a bet. If you lose, I won't take your life, just ask you to help me a little. There will be no place for me in this dead and silent world. Maybe your hometown is a good choice for me. Buzz buzz buzz. Wisp of magic power rises in the divine Sky Dragon King, flowing into its dragon claws to form a dark vortex. Its dragon pupils reflect the figure of Rosinante with expectation and blood. As the Dragon King who is most closely connected with the heart of the Dragon Dungeon, Abigates can feel that the Dragon Dungeon is nurturing a life. A life that can bear the power of the heart of the Dragon Dungeon. If that life is born, it will always be inferior to it, and even life and death will be controlled. This is not what it wants. It's just that it originally had no choice, and now the choice has appeared. The human in front of him has extremely special magic. If it can use this kind of magic power, it may be able to cut off its connection with the heart of the dungeon. Then the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely. Go to a more powerful world, become more powerful, and conquer more powerful continents and opponents. Want to leave this world? Unfortunately, this is not something I can decide. Rosinante looked at the Dragon King who was ready to move in front of him, and his vigilance increased to the limit. While his vigilance increased, he was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the Dragon King in front of him would have the idea of leaving this world. It seems that their arrival will indeed bring a lot of changes to this world. It is not up to you whether it can be done or not. It is decided by the winner. Let me see how powerful you are. Accompanied by the roar of the divine Sky Dragon King, the dark vortex rotating in its hand rose directly and turned into a terrifying black hole. The unimaginable force pulled Rosinante and a small part of the area around him. Boom! Infinite gravity raged around Rosinante. This terrifying gravity caused the covered black crystal ground to crack, shatter, and sweep up. The blue light particles shining in the air and the broken black crystals were sucked into the black hole. However, covered by such magic, Rosinante's figure still stood firmly in place. Amazing control. Powerful magic. At this moment, at the same time, the man and the dragon in confrontation each side at the power of the other. Rosinante marveled at the divine control of space magic by the Dragon King of the Sky. It only covered this small area, but the power of magic was so terrifying. The black crystal ground that ordinary SS-level holy light users could not leave a trace on was shattered. And the Dragon King of the Sky was amazed at Rosinante's magic. The magic covered him, making him like a phantom, and he was not affected by its magic at all. Ha ha ha! What a strange magic! Then, try this trick! The Dragon King of the Sky laughed. The magic power on its body began to surge like the sea, gathering in its right claw. Then a three-dimensional spherical magic circle gathered in its right claw. At the same time, the black hole above dissipated. Crack! Crack! A strange sound like a broken mirror sounded. With Rosinante as the center, the space of several meters around began to crack like a mirror with terrible cracks. The Divine Sky Dragon King looked deeply at the human in front of him and grinned. "Don't die, human." Divine Sky Shatter. After the Divine Sky Dragon King tightly grasped the three-dimensional spherical magic circle in his hand. The magic circle shrank directly without a trace, as if it was crushed by the Divine Sky Dragon King. At the same time, the cracked space around Rosinante suddenly shattered. Chapter 953 Illusion Definition, Silence Absolute Law. Boom. The space turbulence was raging, and Rosinante tried his best to stabilize his body in the dark turbulence around him. In this terrifying turbulence caused by the Divine Sky Dragon King, even the illusory magic that enveloped him began to approach the limit and was shaky. This made Rosinante's energy try its best to maintain the stable operation of the illusory magic. After all, in the terrifying space turbulence, once the magic was lifted, he would definitely die without a burial place. "I can't stay here for too long," Rosinante thought to himself while trying to maintain the magic. Then, he quickly took out a scroll from his arms. This was a magic scroll made by Rosinante himself, engraved with the magic of illusory isolation. It uses the bark of a very high-level dragon tree as the main material made of. The so-called dragon tree is a special magic possessed by the giant dragons of the world. It was created and passed down by the three dragon gods. This magic can create a huge magic tree. The magic tree will absorb the corresponding magic power and elements, and then grow a large number of templated dragon species according to the template recorded in the dragon tree like a fruit. This is the root of the prosperity of the dragon seed. A magic tree can only produce 3 times, and the tree will wither on the spot after the third production. And the bark used in his magic scroll requires the bark of the SSS level dragon tree before the third complete production. Such bark is very difficult to obtain. Because before each dragon tree withers, there are not only a large number of dragon seeds guarding it. Even the dragon tree itself has an automatic defense mechanism, and its combat power matches its level. It can be said, if it were not for the fact that the dragon tree itself has no intelligence and special features, it would not be classified as a dragon seed. Then, the throne of the dragon seed would probably be given to the dragon tree. At this time, Rosinante drew out his magic power and directly injected it into the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, the scroll began to shine and break. One after another, white magic circles also appeared, and they enveloped Rosinante, formed a three-dimensional sphere to surround him, so that the space turbulence was directly isolated from Rosinante. Looking at the white light balls rising around him, even though Rosinante had no obsession with wealth, he still felt a little distressed. SSS grade is already the highest grade of the dragon tree. It is not easy for him to get such a main material. Now it is just an appetizer to use such precious props, and it is unimaginable how many props will be used later. If he did not have a side job, the salary of the navy alone would be a drop in the bucket. After feeling distressed, Rosinante no longer hesitated and waved his wand. Soon, a white magic circle rose under his feet. Illusionary definition. As the magic circle rose to the top of his head, Rosinante's figure was dissipated. At the same time, the repaired space in front of the Divine Sky Dragon King shone with white light, and the figure of Rosinante appeared directly. Illusionary definition, Rosinante's positioning magic. It can locate the location where it has been, so that it can stay in the designated area. This is also one of Rosinante's confidence in fighting the Divine Sky Dragon King. Even if he is accidentally exiled by the Divine Sky Dragon King's space, he can return directly without wasting time. Ha 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 ha. Human, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. But I didn't expect you to be unscathed. What a powerful magic! At this time, the Divine Sky Dragon King saw Rosinante reappear, and he laughed instead of being annoyed. Then, its dark dragon eyes stared at Rosinante. However, your magic consumption looks very high. Fighting here, don't blame me for winning unfairly. Rosinante felt the magic power gathered by the Divine Sky Dragon King again. Even though the Divine Sky Dragon King had used his ultimate move just now, the vast magic power still showed no sign of decreasing. This is the advantage of the dungeon. As the Dragon King who is most closely connected to the Dragon Dungeon, all kinds of blessings from the dungeon are added to the Divine Sky Dragon King for free. If he wants to defeat the Divine Sky Dragon King here, his best choice is to be able to break this connection. Otherwise, even if the silence magic and the illusion magic are used together, it would be very difficult to defeat the Dragon King in front of him. Rosinante was calculating silently in his heart. He calculated his magic power consumption, the props he had, and the information about the Divine Sky Dragon King, and had a plan in his mind. While Rosinante was thinking, the Divine Sky Dragon King moved. The burly body directly crossed the space and appeared in front of Rosinante. A huge shadow enveloped Rosinante. Still thinking about the plan? What an unpleasant way of fighting. 0 flowers. The endless battle, let instinct decide. Accompanied by the roar of the Divine Sky Dragon King, the dragon arm full of explosive power swung towards Rosinante. Divine Sky Dragon Strike. Bang. Crack. Crack. The majestic black crystal dragon claw directly pressed cracks in the space. Rosinante was located in the center of this cracked space, and the whole person seemed to be dislocated. However, he had no idea, but took the opportunity of contacting the dragon claw to counterattack. Silent Absolute Law. Under the pupils of the Divine Sky Dragon King shrank slightly. Rosinante's body was shining with a dark magic circle, and an ominous feeling was transmitted from its right claw that touched the human being. Before he could figure out what was going on, the Divine Sky Dragon King instinctively broke off this feeling. The right dragon arm fell directly. In an instant, the Divine Sky Dragon King lost his right arm. This achievement did not make Rosinante complacent, but rather a crisis. Severance of the Divine Sky Dragon. A ray of black light flashed. Rosinante was directly severed from the heart area, and the upper and lower bodies were separated on the spot. What a terrible instinct! Looking at the Divine Sky Dragon King decisively breaking the dragon arm, he turned around and used his tail to cut off his body and cross the space to go away. The short confrontation directly made Rosinante feel the horror of the Dragon King in front of him. It is worthy of being the strongest boss now. Rosinante sighed in his heart. In the comics, before the final boss appeared, the god of Sky Dragon King was recognized as the strongest boss in the world. The terrifying fighting instinct, powerful space magic and strong dragon body made it invincible. That is, after the holy light appeared. It was forced to guard the heart of the dungeon by the dragon dungeon and could only use the incarnation to travel the world. Otherwise, if it came out directly, the holy light temple would probably need 3 holy temples to suppress it. Cough cough. Rosinante coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body was really broken in half. In order to ensure that the magic of the god of Sky Dragon King could be silenced, he used his strongest move to silence magic. Such a move naturally weakened the illusion he used for defense. But at this time he suffered such a fierce counterattack. A part of the illusory magic on his body was directly cut off, so his body was actually broken in half. Chapter 954 Rogue Magic, Freedom. There is a flaw. The distant Shenkong Dragon King saw Rosinante coughing up blood. He didn't even use the power of the dungeon to recover his right arm, and he moved again. Suddenly, countless black lights flashed, and the area where Rosinante was directly chopped into pieces by countless black lights. This is not over yet. The Shenkong Dragon King, whose figure quickly broke through the air and teleported, roared a terrifying attack from his dragon mouth. The roar of the Shenkong Dragon. Suddenly, the crumbling space was rushed by the roar of the black light of the Shenkong Dragon King and exploded on the spot. The spatial turbulence raged again. At this time, Rosinante, who was chopped into pieces, did not panic. Because he still had a trick, he did not hesitate, and directly used the life-saving props, and a magic crystal was directly shattered. The beginning of illusionary dream. The originally broken body was directly restored to the state before the battle with the Divine Sky Dragon King, including the magic power. The beginning of illusionary dream, the secret of illusionary magic, anchors one's own state at a certain point in time. Not only injuries, physical strength and energy, but also magic power can be forcibly restored. In other words, as long as Rosinante can release this magic, he will have countless opportunities to start over. Of course, this magic looks very unsolvable. But in reality there are still many limitations. For example, if Rosinante is too late or unable to release it, then this magic is a decoration. And there are many ways to prevent him from releasing this magic. In the final analysis, magic has a process, and any problem in any path of this process can affect the use of magic. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the blooming of white light. On the black crystal ground on the other side away from the space turbulence, Rosinante's figure emerged, and he had directly recovered from the shattered state. Not only the injuries but also the magic power have recovered a lot. After returning to his original state, Rosinante felt his own state and felt a little heavy in his heart. The reason was very simple. His state was not completely reset. For example, his magic power was not fully restored. Although this was within his expectations. But when this happened, he was still a little heavy in his heart. He was very clear about this situation. This secret of illusion magic was very rogue. It could reset its own state without limit, including magic power. Such a terrible magic was naturally not without cost. However, the cost was not paid by him, but by the environment. To be precise, it was paid with the magic factor in the atmosphere. In essence, this was still an equivalent magic. He outlined the magic and activated it with the magic factor in the atmosphere. However, this magic that had been tried and tested in the world was defeated in this world. The problem was not with him, but with the environment. The environment in this world also had magic factors, but these magic factors were alienated and he could not use them casually. Rosinante, who had read the comics, understood it very well. The magic factor spreading in the surrounding air all came from the dragon dungeon. This made his magic only able to be activated with the magic power in the magic props. And that magic power was far from enough, so his magic power naturally could not be fully restored. Fortunately, he gave priority to restoring injuries when setting this magic. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble with his previous state. Ha ha ha! What a powerful magic! Sure enough. Only magic like yours has a chance. Seeing that Rosinante's state was almost restored, the Divine Sky Dragon King laughed instead. To a certain extent, the more powerful Rosinante's magic is, the more it suits the Divine Sky Dragon King's wishes. Because only in this way can it be freed from the shackles. Bang! Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the right arm abandoned by the Divine Sky Dragon King and thrown far away automatically flew up. Then it fell on the Divine Sky Dragon King's left claw. At this moment, the Divine Sky Dragon King has already felt that the abnormal magic in his right arm has been expelled by the power of the Dragon Dungeon. In this way, it does not need to rely on the power of the dungeon to regenerate. Grow a new dragon arm. Bang! Crack! Crack! With a heavy sound, the broken right arm of the Divine Sky Dragon King was directly pressed back by it. The gap between the joints flashed a black light, and its dragon arm was able to move again. Plug and play, very convenient. Then, let's start the second round. It was confirmed that there was no problem with the connected arm. The vast magic power of the Divine Sky Dragon King began to surge again. And Rosinante looked at the burly and oppressive body of the Divine Sky Dragon King, and a strange flash flashed in his eyes. Time passed slowly. Boom! The terrifying black light flashed, like a wave of light across the black crystal valley on one side. On the black crystal wall of the valley, the black crystal wall flashed by this black light was cut open on the spot. The dark light wave flew out directly along the cut gap. Such a movement made the giant dragons and several temples fighting outside the core area clearly observe it. Is that the power of the Sky Dragon King? It's terrifying. Outside the Black Crystal Valley, the temple Gino, who had temporarily stopped fighting due to an accident, looked up. He looked at the terrifying black wave that cut through the layers of the earth in the distance, and was extremely shocked. Because the black wave even cut through dozens of extremely hard and thick layers of the Dragon Dungeon after flying out of the Black Crystal Valley. It made it possible to faintly see the outside world along the narrow crack. Such a terrifying attack made the Temple Gino's face extremely solemn. He had only seen the Sky Dragon King from the information and had never really faced it. But now, just with this attack, Gino could feel the terrifying oppression of the Sky Dragon King. Is Lord Rosinante okay? With hidden worries, Gino turned his attention back to the surroundings. The surrounding dragons that stopped attacking due to the accident had once again focused their attention on him. Even if Gino became a temple in front of so many high-level dragons blessed by the dungeon, he also felt exhausted. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about consumption with the holy staff. He didn't have to worry about anything in the short term. Now he just hoped that this operation would not end in tragedy. Super Holy Light. When Gino was caught in a battle again, in the Black Crystal Valley, the god of the Sky Dragon King and Rosinante stood opposite each other. The dragon was unharmed, but the man was already in pieces. However, compared to the surface, the situation was tilted towards Rosinante. Buzz buzz buzz. The white light swept again, and Rosinante's broken body dissipated in the white light and then reappeared like a phantom. The life-saving props were reduced by one again. Although he felt distressed in his heart, Rosinante breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Because the dawn of victory has arrived at 3.8. At this time, the god of the Sky Dragon King on the opposite side looked a little stunned and a little melancholy. It was attacked by Rosinante with the power hidden in its right arm, and then with the cooperation of various magic props. The connection between the godly Sky Dragon King and the Dragon Dungeon was broken. It was not temporary, but permanently interrupted. It became a free dragon as it wished. After a while, a huge laugh shook the valley. Ha ha ha. It's really an indescribable feeling. Although this freedom does not seem as pleasant as imagined, it is enough. Human. How can I thank you? The melancholy mood only lasted for a short while, and the godly Sky Dragon King regained his calm. Since it was forced to guard here, it could no longer willingly guard the Dragon Dungeon. Dragons are noble and free. So, how could it be so bound? Chapter 955 Dragon Heart, Demon Soul, Demon Crystal, Supreme. No need to thank me. Now that you have been disconnected from the Dragon Dungeon, can you please move aside? Rosinante had some understanding of the feelings of the Divine Sky Dragon King. In the original work, the Divine Sky Dragon King did not have many chapters. But when it appeared, it was also faintly seen that it was somewhat dissatisfied with its own dungeon. But he did not expect that this dissatisfaction had reached such a level. He. I can't do this. Human. You don't think that you can rest easy just because you cut off the connection between me and the Dragon Heart? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you. The Divine Sky Dragon King laughed loudly, and under Rosinante's bad eyes. The surrounding magic factors quickly gathered into the dragon body of the Divine Sky Dragon King. The battle is far from over. Boom. Accompanied by the trembling of the atmosphere, the terrifying wire fell directly on Rosinante's heart. In his eyes, the posture of the Divine Sky Dragon King changed slightly. Its body was surging with raging magic power, and the black crystal dragon scales were shining in the raging magic power, flashing a faint blue light. This posture. ROSSI02 Nandi looked at the new posture of the Divine Sky Dragon King and was a little stunned. And the Divine Sky Dragon King also explained his doubts in time. During the long time of guarding here, I did not do nothing, and this posture is the proof. Originally, this posture seemed more powerful under the blessing of the Dragon Heart. Crack. As the Dragon King's right claw clenched back vigorously, the space made a sound of being overwhelmed. But your arrival made my efforts worthwhile. Feel honored. You are the first life to witness my gesture. After hearing the explanation of the Dragon King of the Divine Sky, Rosinante also understood the whole story. Obviously, this strange posture developed by the Dragon King of the Divine Sky can bless the combat power with the magic power of the Dragon Dungeon. It's just that this blessing has been covered by the blessing of the Dragon Dungeon and has no place to use. Now that he has liberated the Dragon King of the Divine Sky, it has made it possible to use this move that has never been seen in the comics. At present, even if the Dragon King of the Divine Sky is disconnected from the Dragon Dungeon, it was born in the Dragon Dungeon and can still use the magic factors here to fight at will. This is not very wonderful. Very strong. It will not be much weaker than the state under the blessing of the Dragon Dungeon. Rosinante felt the threat brought by the Dragon King of the Divine Sky and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that after using so many rare props, the result was not satisfactory. It was just a moment of depression, and Rosinante regained his spirits. After all, there is still a chance of winning. Compared to being unconditionally blessed by the Dragon Dungeon, this mode that needs to be turned on by oneself obviously has more restrictions. In this situation, it's time to see who can't hold on first. When Rosinante was about to fight to the death with the Divine Sky Dragon King, the Divine Sky Dragon King set his sights on the gap in the middle of another valley that was cut by his attack. It didn't say much, but waved its dragon arm directly at that place without saying a word. Swish! A black light flashed. A deep vertical ditch appeared on the black crystal wall in the valley again. The blue light particles in the valley also danced with the attack of the Divine Sky Dragon King. However, none of these attracted the one man and one dragon in the duel. They set their sights on the black crystal ground not far from them. A human-shaped black shadow appeared there, floating there quietly like a ghost. The human-shaped black shadow flashed a pair of dazzling red lights at this time, and laughed strangely. He. I didn't expect you to find out like this. It's been a long time since we last met, Abigail. Seeing the newcomer, Rosinante, who was standing by, frowned. Phantom, I didn't expect it was you. You can actually come out. The Divine Sky Dragon King was even more surprised. Because the newcomer was the Devil Lord Phantom, the boss of the Devil Dungeon, one of the 3 major dungeons. Its status is equivalent to its status in the Dragon Dungeon. It stands to reason that since the holy light appeared, the guy in front of him should be unable to go out like it. The Divine Sky Dragon King was sure that the phantom in front of him was the real body. Yes. I can come out now. No need to guard the demon soul like a piece of wood. Although I don't hate that feeling, who would refuse to appear directly? You said so. Abigails. Hearing the ghost admitted himself, Rosinante, who was not far away, had a headache. In this different world, since the appearance of the holy light, the big bosses of the 3 dungeons were forced to guard their respective dungeon core areas. Dragon Heart, Demon Soul, Demon Crystal, the 3 big bosses were firmly restricted to the heart of the 3 dungeons. This is a mandatory setting of the comics. Without this setting, the plot of the comics may collapse easily. After all, the abilities of the big bosses are really powerful and convenient. If they can go out at will, the plot will easily be messed up. Let's not talk about the space of the godly Sky Dragon King. The Devil Lord Ghost in front of him has the ability to control the soul system. The Devil Lord with such power, not to mention the convenience of commanding many demons, he can quietly approach other lives with soul disguise. Although his mind was not too concerned about the surroundings due to the war, but he still didn't notice it when he was so close, which shows how terrible the Devil Lord is. You guys, you're still so smelly. Tell me, what is your purpose here? If you have nothing to do, get out of here. There is a big battle waiting for me. The God 297 Sky Dragon King stared at the ghost with his eyes full of pressure. If it weren't for the magic power left by the gap, it would not have discovered the abnormality. If it were in the past, it would have been interested in the ghost's escape. Now, it wants the location of the human's hometown more. With its spatial ability, it is sure to go even to other planets. He. You are so impatient. Abigails. Since you asked, I won't waste words. Now I am following an adult, and that adult will take us to a wider world. As the ghost said this, a spooky will-o'-the-wisp portal began to emerge. A sound of footsteps slowly echoed from the dark portal. Then let me introduce you. This Sir the Great Supreme Being in Soul gown. As the ghost introduced, a skeleton wearing a gorgeous black cloak and holding a golden staff slowly walked out of the will-o'-the-wisp portal. Supreme Being. Looking at the appearance of Ins, who had been on guard, Rosinante was somewhat bewildered. He had not expected that the skeleton teammate who had left the team at the beginning would appear in front of him with the title of Supreme. So, what exactly was going on? Rosinante was deeply confused. Chapter 956 Overload Blessing, the only one who would be wrong would be the world. Da-da-da. Dang. Accompanied by a long and crisp sound. Ins's long staff collided with the black crystal ground, and the footsteps stopped echoing. He looked around, the dragon heart of the dragon dungeon, the divine Sky Dragon King, and finally his eyes fell on Rosinante. Meet again, long time no see, Mr. Rosinante. Hearing Ins's greeting, Rosinante, who was a little dazed, came back to his senses. He nodded to Ins. Then he looked at the Devil Lord who retreated behind Ins, with a look of hesitation on his face. For the skeleton man in front of him who could barely be considered a teammate, Rosinante's impression was still good. Although the opponent's power looked very evil. But in the world today, there are many regular people with evil power. Just like the dark curtain that governs the South China Sea, the power of the God Blood clan is even more sinister. So, he doesn't judge people by their power. Especially the brief exchange with Ins. It made Rosinante feel that this skeleton man is well-mannered and well-educated. Of course, this only made him have a good impression. Being well-educated does not mean that one acts righteously, these are two different things. However, these are not important. It was due to his perception of Ins's power at that time and his low popularity in the sea. Rosinante paid attention to Ins, but not much. After all, he had accumulated a certain amount of power in the Holy Crown level. It was prudent to pay attention to an existence whose power was about the high SS level in his opinion at that time. He was more worried about Kaido, a guy who might cause a huge wave in this alien world. However, now they meet again. Feeling the looming threat from Ins in front of him, Rosinante felt that he might have made a mistake. Sir Ins, what are you going to do next? After taking a deep breath, Rosinante asked directly. He did not ask other questions, such as how the other party drove the ghost, which was a more private question. Compared with these, Rosinante was more concerned about In's behavior. Sir Rosinante, please forgive me. I will take over the dragon dungeon. Thanks to you, I don't have to work too hard. Ins was polite to Rosinante. He did thank Rosinante. Because if Rosinante hadn't cut off the connection between the Divine Sky Dragon King and the Dragon Heart, then he might have some trouble getting the Dragon Heart. He took advantage of the Devil Dungeon and pulled the Demon Lord Ghost, who guarded the Demon Soul, into the Great Tomb in advance to subdue him. However, this is not feasible in the Dragon Dungeon. The ability of the Sky Dragon King is space, and it is still unclear whether his tomb can trap the opponent. Not to mention that when the Sky Dragon King is in real danger of life, he can get the Overload Blessing of the Dragon Heart. Although this Overload Blessing will cause the guarding boss to die on the spot after the battle. The magnitude of the blessing is extremely terrifying. Such an Overload Blessing is not revealed in the comics, which is hidden information. Even Ins. It was only after he conquered the Spectre that he learned about this blessing. The Spectre did not fight so hard because of his strength and seeing some possibilities. And the Sky Dragon King is an iron-headed kid. Ins is not sure to convince it. Fortunately, now, Rosinante has solved this hidden danger. In this way, the Dragon Heart of the Dragon Dungeon is also in his pocket. Buzz buzz buzz. When Ins spoke, a graveyard began to emerge behind him, covering one side of the Dragon Heart and the entire black crystal column. This scene made the pupils of the Sky Dragon King shrink violently. The phantom behind Ins looked at the emerging graveyard even more enthusiastically. It was this graveyard that contained the core demon soul of the Devil Dungeon. This was a miracle for the phantom, and it was also the basis for its willing submission. Originally, it was determined to submit after seeing that the big graveyard contained the cores of 3 subordinate dungeons in advance. Now witnessing such a miracle again, it was naturally enthusiastic. Don't even think about it. Do you think I don't exist? The Sky Dragon King roared and began to attack. Although it had left the Dragon Dungeon. But this did not mean that it could completely sit back and watch the Dragon Heart of the Dragon Dungeon fall into a bad situation. If it was a normal situation, it would naturally be indifferent. As the big boss who had the deepest connection with the Dragon Dungeon, it knew how terrifying the power contained in the Dragon Heart was. Even if the 3 holy temples outside were allowed in, it didn't think they could threaten the Dragon Heart. However, the space in the cemetery was different. Because the Divine Sky Dragon King could feel that there was a very large and familiar aura there. Without thinking too much, it knew that it was the Devil Dungeon. Or rather, the core of the Devil Dungeon, the Devil Soul. This both shocked and worried the Divine Sky Dragon King. Obviously, that strange space really had the ability to trap the dragon's heart. Then, it was impossible for it to sit back and do nothing. He. Abigates, you don't seem to be a member of the Dragon Dungeon anymore. In that case, why worry? At this time, the figure of the ghost flashed directly and stood on the dragon arm of the Divine Sky Dragon King. Countless dark lines connected the fingertips of the ghost's 2 hands, and the other end was connected to the whole body of the Divine Sky Dragon King. Your power. The Divine Sky Dragon King was stiff, his dragon eyes widened, and shock flashed in his pupils. Did you notice it? He. That's right, my power has broken free from the original shackles. With the permission of the Great Lordans, Demon Soul has given me a higher limit. The Demon Soul raised his hands slightly, looking down with his piercing red eyes. How about it? Do you want to serve Lordans together? With your power, I think you will be respected. Don't you want to see a wider world? Get stronger. The Phantom said in a tempting tone. Ha. Who do you think I am? The dragon race is a noble and unrestrained race. Faced with the Phantom's temptation, the Divine Sky Dragon King refused without hesitation. Now that it has just gotten rid of the shackles of the Dragon Heart, how could it surrender to others in the blink of an eye? He. This trick can only be used to fool others. Everything is bound by various constraints. The original source of the dragon was also born from the Dragon Dungeon. So arrogant guy, face the reality. Squeak. Accompanied by the power of the ghost, the Shenkong Dragon King could feel the soul wailing. But it was not afraid. Ghost. This is why I hate you. What is right and what is wrong, these are not important to me at all. I just need to do what I think is right. Don't say you, even if the world is against me, the wrong will only be the world. Boom. Accompanied by the high roar of the Shenkong Dragon King. The countless soul lines derived from the fingertips of the ghost collapsed directly. The terrifying magic power rushed into the sky, causing the ghost to break away from the dragon arm of the Shenkong Dragon King. He. Stubborn guy. But, Abigyuts. Even if you are stubborn, so what? If it was before, I would give you 3 points. But now I have broken through the limit and have stronger power, and at the same time Li. The ghost stood in front of the Shenkong Dragon King, with his dark arms open. He felt the power coming from the cemetery and grinned. I can also bear the more powerful blessing of the demon soul. And you are still weak and even lost the blessing of the dragon heart. What can you use to fight me? He. Chapter 957 Special Reincarnation, Special Authority. Ugly face. Ghost. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are still far away. The magic power of the Shenkong Dragon King began to become extremely excited as it spoke. In essence, the magic system of the Dragon Clan belongs to the magic of the heart. Its power will be affected to a great extent by the user's emotions, beliefs, will, etc. Now, facing the crisis, the heart of the God of Sky Dragon King is high and boiling, which is called explosion. You are so dazzling. Feeling the terrifying will and incomparable firm belief emanating from the God of Sky Dragon King. The ghost's eyes emitting red light narrowed slightly. The Devil Dungeon, which is based on the 3 major crisis demons in the world, has a power system that is naturally the magic of the demons. The magic of the demons is based on negative power. The ghost belongs to the largest branch of the demons, the fear demons. It can also feel the power of various emotions. Extreme negative power, the blending balance of negative power and positive power, and extreme positive power. Both the dragon and demon systems have the basis for explosion. It's just that compared with the magic of the dragon, the conditions that the demons can contain are smaller, resulting in the fact that the demons are less likely to explode. However, facing the explosion of the God of Sky Dragon King, the ghost is more excited. It had long wanted to step on the Divine Sky Dragon King. If the Divine Sky Dragon King fell down with one step, it would be no fun. He. Come on. Let me see if you, who once roamed the 3 continents, can still bear the title of the world's strongest boss. No 887. The Divine Sky Dragon King looked at the powerful phantom ghost in front of him, and realized that he could not save Long Xin without defeating this guy. In fact, Long Xin had already fallen into that strange space. It was still unclear whether it could be saved. But it definitely needed to try once or twice. Tear. The Divine Sky Dragon shatters the sky. As the Divine Sky Dragon King attacked, its body violently crossed the space and instantly passed the Phantom Ghost. With the Phantom Ghost as the center, countless dense black crack. He. Now I can survive for quite a while even in the space turbulence. Your moves are useless. The ghost's body split along with the crack. However, it didn't care even if it was torn into pieces or even part of its body was swept by the space turbulence in the crack. There were ghosts not far away who continuously replenished its strength. As long as the key position was not damaged, it didn't care at all. Shuo. Shenkong Dragon broken. The Shenkong Dragon King didn't even bother to look back, and rolled his tail. Black light flashed. Swoosh. Bang. Suddenly, the originally shattered dense space. It was directly shattered into a hole of several meters because of this finishing blow. Hwalala. The terrible space turbulence drove infinite gravity, attracting everything around like a whirlpool. He. Now I am gradually able to resist the power of space. You are doomed. Abigyuts. In the dark space turbulence, the phantom's thoughts still echoed in the ears of the Divine Sky Dragon King. Hwalala. Soon, the space was repaired, and the phantom's figure disappeared without a trace, as if its shouting just now was an illusion. However, in just a few breaths, the phantom's figure really reappeared in the original place. From virtual to real. It's like floating from deep water to the surface. He. How? This is the power of the soul. Even space can be crossed. At this time, the phantom laughed triumphantly. With the ability to control the soul, its life essence has long been different from that of the same level of life. As long as the soul becomes more ethereal, even the space turbulence will be difficult to touch. It can even directly cross the surface of space. Now, Ordinary space turbulence cannot shake its soul. The dragon magic attached to the attack of the Sky Dragon King was also offset by its fear magic. As a result, it was very difficult for the Sky Dragon King to hurt it. What an invincible cockroach! He. You, a big hard lizard, dare to say that to me. When the Sky Dragon King and the Phantom started a new duel. On the other side, Rosinante stood outside the tomb space opened by Ins. Feeling the dense and various auras in this strange space in front of him, he was silent on the surface, but extremely shocked in his heart. Before, Rosinante had heard that the temples talked about the changes in the 3 subordinate dungeons. It was just that he didn't talk about it in detail because the time was too short. Now he finally found the reason for the change. It turned out that Ins had moved them all away. What a terrible ability! He looked at Ins standing in it, and sighed in his heart. He had clearly overestimated it, but now that Ins had shown this ability, he found that he had underestimated it. Sir Ins, your ability is amazing. With such ability, you must not be satisfied with the 3 dungeon hearts. Hearing Rosinante's question, Ins nodded slightly. Sorry, Sir Rosinante. In order to achieve my project, it is not only the dungeon hearts, but also the holy staffs. Ins did not hide his goal and stated his goal directly. In order to leave this alien world as soon as possible, he needs to earn enough origin points. Of course, if he submits the demon souls and dragon hearts contained in the Great Tomb now, then the requirement of 10,000 origin points has been met. However, it is obvious that he is not satisfied with this. Originally, Ins planned to leave immediately. However, due to the subordinates of the evil dragon who first contracted this world, he consulted the main god space with a trial mentality and unexpectedly received a response. As a special reincarnation, he can use the corresponding origin points. The heart of the dungeon and the dungeon followers of the dungeon that were contracted to the Great Tomb are regarded as part of his ability, and then they can be taken out directly. This is a special privilege that he has as a special reincarnation, and it is currently limited to 1 time. If you use it, you need to repurchase such special privileges with origin points. Ins is not interested in special reincarnations. However, for the sake of those subordinates who submit to him, he can only use this special privilege. Is that so? I understand. Looking forward to seeing you next time, Mr. Ins. After getting a clear answer, Rosinante did not try to do anything, and a white light flashed, and he slipped away on the spot. Soon, the several temples outside also quickly left the dragon dungeon with his help. After being teleported to a safe place, Rosinante explained the whole story to the several astonished temples. Everyone, trouble will come soon. Now, I hope you can train the 3 destined people immediately. Only in this way can there be a slim chance of victory. Looking at the astonished temples, Rosinante said affirmatively. He understood. If the few destined people are not trained in a short time, then, I don't know how many people will die in the Holy Light Temple in the future. After all, if the man he couldn't see clearly wanted the Holy Staff, the Holy Light Master they will definitely not give it. When the conflict breaks out, the casualties can be imagined. Even he can't stop this conflict. He can't be so thick-skinned as to let and spare the enemy's life when he fights to the death with the enemy. After all, they are just acquaintances. This conflict can only be ended by force, and the possibilities possessed by the protagonists are the key. He has no doubt about the possibility that the protagonists will explode directly at the critical moment. Well, the premise is that they have the Holy Staff. Chapter 958 Kaido and the Sky Dragon King, the Black Death Magians. A few days later, somewhere in the Dragon Continent, accompanied by a huge roar, a mountaintop exploded directly. A tall figure came out of the broken rocks with wind, thunder, and fire, cursing. That damn navy! Don't let me get the chance. The man who was scolding a certain navy was Kaido, the beast. A few days ago, after Rosinante sealed Kaido. Before entering the dragon dungeon, the scroll that sealed Kaido was placed on a hill far away from the dragon dungeon. This restricted Kaido's limited perception of the outside world when he was sealed. In order to get out of trouble quickly, he finally struggled with all his strength these days. The effort paid off, and he finally got out. Bang! Kaido carried the mace and stepped heavily to look at the surrounding scene. The area not far ahead was full of scorched earth, and the direction behind him was also a little messy. But at least it was not destroyed so thoroughly. It looks like a fierce fight. But the most important thing for me now is Kaido looked at the dragon dungeon looming on the horizon in the distance. He was not in a hurry to explore. Instead, he turned his eyes behind him, looking at a large green forest in the distance. He roared and turned into a blue dragon and rushed away. In just a few seconds, the huge figure came to the edge of this huge forest. The terrifying pressure made the various monsters living here tremble, and the powerful dragons looked at Kaido's sacred figure in fear. The closer to the dragon dungeon, the more powerful monsters live. Especially around the dragon dungeon, there are all kinds of powerful dragons and top monsters. However, a lot of it has been destroyed by the spontaneous combustion of the Fire Dragon King. Originally, there should be dragons to repair the ecology. But now the dragons are busy with their own affairs and have no time to care about these. Therefore, many monsters that have not died in the aftermath temporarily moved to a place farther away from the dragon dungeon. This forest is one of them. Therefore, there are many dragons and monsters here who recognize Kaido. After all, the scene of Kaido being recognized by the dragons is deeply imprinted in their hearts. Oh! Be thankful! You weak guys! Before many sub-dragons and monsters understood Kaido's meaning, they found that the blue dragon in the sky began to emit a faint blue light. It was just a moment. This huge forest began to slowly emit green light spots, and it took a few seconds from sparse to dense. Soon, countless blue light particles floated up, flying quickly towards the blue dragon in the sky like a swallow returning to its nest. For a moment, it seemed that a blue sun appeared in the sky. When these dense blue light spots appeared, because the light spots were too dense, almost all monsters were bathed in them. A feeling of tranquility, comfort, and peace filled the monsters. Some monsters were also recovering from injuries caused by the aftermath of the battle in the dragon dungeon a few days ago. Time passed little by little. In just a few minutes, all the blue light particles dispersed directly. All the monsters felt a sense of loss. Only Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon in the sky, raised his mouth. Full. After coming to this world, he kept fighting here and there, and was sealed twice. Breaking free from the seals twice consumed a lot of illusion power. Now he came to this forest and took the time to replenish his illusion power. The price was that the leaves of the forest that stretched for dozens of miles turned yellow, as if autumn had arrived in advance. This was due to the absorption of their vitality. Kaido naturally didn't care about this price. He only knew that it was great to eat the azure dragon fruit that could control life. It was really convenient to transform vitality and replenish illusion power. But Kaido didn't feel happy for long. He looked in one direction vigilantly. In that direction just now, a lot of his vitality was swallowed. Well, although these vitality belonged to the forest, the rounded ones he made were his. Who is it? Dare to touch my things? Kaido roared. The monsters who were grateful to him for bathing in vitality all trembled and lowered their heads. Kaido didn't care about these. His copper bell-like eyes stared at a place beside a small lake in the forest. Soon, under his gaze, zero-seeking flowers there began to fluctuate, and the space shook like a stream of water. Then under Kaido's surprised eyes, the familiar huge black figure shuttled out. Shenkong Dragon King. After a while, Kaido, who had communicated with Shenkong Dragon King, figured out the current situation. Fighting to restore the fallen dragon heart to its right place, he was finally severely injured by the mysterious skeleton. So he opened up a small space around the dragon dungeon to hide and rest, while looking for opportunities. This is the subsequent experience of Shenkong Dragon King. Just now, it noticed that Kaido was recovering his strength outside. So he used his vitality to recover from his injuries, which was considered a favor to Kaido. In addition, Kaido is a giant dragon, recognized by the giant dragons, and comes from another world. This is also the reason why Shenkong Dragon King chatted with Kaido calmly. After listening to Shenkong Dragon King's story, Kaido's eyes widened and he couldn't help but take a breath. At this time, the lines of a certain comic book emerged in his mind, so terrifying. He never expected it. The reincarnations who came to this world together. In addition to the younger generation of Rocinante who grew up, there is actually a big crocodile lurking. This made Kaido regret not inviting that guy to join his pirate group at the beginning. Kaido knew a little about the skeleton. The Black Death Wizard who appeared in the sea of the present world for a very short time defeated the SS-level Saw Shark Demon King of the Demon Clan. Of course, there are too many such news now, and you can't read them all. The whole present world is so big now. The Demon Clan, Dragon Group, and Demon Clan are everywhere, and there are so many new monsters. Kaido just saw the newspaper by coincidence. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. Because he had seen monsters like the Skeleton Wizard, the dead dragon of the branch of the underworld dragon species among the dragon group. That branch used the dragon family tree to create a large number of dragon family species adapted to the underworld in the underworld. Among them are the undead species such as the skeleton. The undead like the skeleton mage was not noticeable at all. At that time, Kaido thought that the Black Death Mage was a member of the dragon family, and at most he was stronger for a long time. Chapter 959 Kaido Loans, the title of the Reincarnator. What a pity, that guy. Kaido sighed slightly. The sea of the present world is well known. Most of the dragon family formed by the dragon family tree have no room for advancement, and they are at their peak when they debut. And they only obey the giant dragon that casts the dragon family tree. In addition, after failing to invite Rosinante, the true god seed with the 12 magic secrets, he was in no mood to care about other things. I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. The highest level of the dragon family tree is SSS level, and the highest level of the dragon family that can be produced is SSS level. Now the Black Death Mage is so awesome. This guy is not what the dragon family should be like. Kaido thought about it carefully. It is indeed found that the power fluctuations emitted by the Black Death Mage are subtly different from the magic power of the dragon family. At that time, he only felt that there were many kinds of dragons, and thought that he had not seen them. Now it seems that maybe that guy is not a dragon at all. He missed a good opportunity to recruit a strong man. I wonder if it is too late for him to go back and recruit him now. Thoughts were flying in his mind, and Kaido stopped daydreaming when he looked at the Dragon King of the Divine Sky in front of him. The most important thing now is the Dragon King of the Divine Sky in front of him. Not only is he powerful and his temperament suits his appetite, but he also has the intention to leave this world. This is really too tempting. Lord God Space, if I want to bring the Dragon King of the Divine Sky to the world, what price do I need to pay? The temptation is too great, so Kai tried to ask in his heart. He is not sure whether the Lord God Space will respond to him, but for now he can only try his best. Ding! The plot character's intention to leave the local area is detected. The questioner is detected to be a high potential reincarnation, and the conditions are met. Now provide you with a solution. As a high potential reincarnationist, you have the right to advance reincarnation points and origin points. At this time, Kaido looked at the pile of information that flashed past his eyes, and his face was confused. Isn't this just usury? What high potential reincarnationist, bullying him for not understanding usury? Although the main god Space responded to Kaido. It made Kaido very excited, which meant that he had the opportunity to recruit the god of the Sky Dragon King as his subordinate. But after reading the plan provided by the main god Space, his face changed again and again. The plan in front of him showed new information that he didn't understand, the level and title of the reincarnationist. Let's not talk about the level. The title is another level independent of the reincarnation level, and its promotion standard is very simple, that is, Krypton Gold. Just use the origin points to Krypton. According to Kaido's understanding, the level of the reincarnationist belongs to the level of strength, and the title of the reincarnationist belongs to the level of contribution. Whoever can earn more origin points will have the spare power to upgrade to a higher rank. After upgrading the rank, you can purchase the corresponding special permissions, and there are also permanent permissions such as recruitment. For example, recruitment can mobilize the team of reincarnations with 3 lower ranks or no ranks as auxiliary. Well, in Kaido's understanding, it means forced recruitment of cannon fodder. Abiguids. Don't you want to leave this world? How about it? Do you want to follow me? I can take you to see a wider world. You just need to sign a special contract with me. Seeing that the Dragon King of the Divine Sky was ready to refuse, Kaido added directly. Don't worry, this contract will not deprive you of your freedom. Our relationship is relatively equal. If you are not satisfied in the future, you can get rid of this contract by paying a certain price. You will understand this when signing the contract. Kaido said with a solemn face. And in the final analysis, with the current situation, you have no future here. Without saying much, as long as you follow me, the future journey will be more magnificent than you can imagine. At this time, Kaido was like an old woman chattering about sales, and his usual irritable and fierce appearance was completely gone. Although Kaido felt a little pit after reading the plan provided by the Lord God Space, but he still had a lot of interest in upgrading his rank, and the God of the Sky Dragon King was really tempting. Therefore, as long as the God of the Sky Dragon King agreed, he immediately borrowed money from the Lord God Space. You should know that just for these operations in the other world online, the Lord God Space will charge a handling fee of 10% to 20%. This is because he is a high-potential reincarnationist. However, Kaido just thinks that the reincarnation space is a real pitfall. There is no need to hesitate. Let me tell you this. We are limited and can't tell you the situation of the world we are in. Even if I can tell you, you will never be able to reach there, no matter how strong you are. Hearing Kaido's affirmative tone, the Shenkong Dragon King was a little curious. It thought about it and finally agreed. Okay, I can sign a contract with you. How to do it specifically? For contracts, the Shenkong Dragon King is not unfamiliar. Because the dragon itself can perform contracts. The object is basically the magic creature created by itself, and it is generally a subordinate contract. Such a contract is not as harsh as a slave contract, but it can also influence the choices of monsters. In the eyes of the Shenkong Dragon King, if Kaido wants to sign such a contract with it, it will not agree anyway. At this time, Kaido saw the Sky Dragon King give in, and the corners of his mouth in the form of a blue dragon rose sharply. Without delay, he immediately took out a loan according to the plan of the main god Space. However, the next second, the corners of his mouth pulled down. What's wrong? The Sky Dragon King looked at Kaido's originally cheerful face and turned into a face full of MMP, and was a little confused. 0. No, nothing. It just hurts a little. Kaido looked at the Sky Dragon King and began to force himself to cheer up. Now, he really felt a little pain, heartache. The reason was naturally a contract that appeared in his mind. After reading this detailed contract, he couldn't help but take a breath. It would be fine to calculate the interest rate of 20% compound interest once in each reincarnation cycle. The key is the price inside. When his loan rolls to more than 100,000, the main god Space will directly determine that he cannot repay the loan. Then, he will voluntarily accept the personality transformation service provided by the main god Space. A personality transformation. He was instantly brainwashed from a free man to a tool man who struggled fearfully and did not seek rewards in the main god Space. Congratulations! Such a high price made Kaido feel a little overwhelmed. Currently, he needs to borrow 28,560 origin points for this contract. This means that if the interest is compounded, as long as he does not earn origin points in 7 reincarnation cycles, he can announce the reopening. I agree. Kaido agreed to this unscrupulous contract with pain in his heart. To be honest, it has come to this point, Kaido can only agree. In his opinion, although the contract cost is heavy, but 28,560 origin points should be easy. A holy staff costs 10,000, and he doesn't have to wait for the next reincarnation to get 3 of them, and he can pay off the loan directly. Even if this world fails, other worlds will not be like this. Ding! The contract is signed successfully. Your rank will be upgraded according to the plan. You spend 100 origin points and get the rank of 1-star bronze. You spend 200 origin points and get the rank of 2-star bronze. You spend 5,002.5 origin points and get the rank of 3-star bronze. You spend 10,000 origin points and get the rank of 1-star gold. Your current rank is 1-star gold, and you are eligible to purchase the Special Authority Subordinate Reincarnation Contract SSS level, 1 time. Purchased, cost 5,000. The above consumption is cross-border online consumption, deduct 20% handling fee of 4,760 origin points. The plan is executed. Ding! Since you are a reincarnation with a 1-star gold title, you have the permanent authority risk prediction. There is a risk prediction now, please check it. Kaido watched the origin points he borrowed from the loan disappear in a short while. There was only one special permission left in his hands. He felt a little lost, but he quickly focused on the red skull face icon that kept flashing in his eyes. What is this risk prediction? Kaido's consciousness clicked on the panel. Next. The next second, in the somewhat confused eyes of the Divine Sky Dragon King, Kaido cursed. Fuck. Chapter 960 The 3 Dragon Gods, Pirate Ship. At this time, Kaido looked at the danger prediction pushed to him by the main god Space, and he was very fucked. The countdown for the gods to cross the border to arrest the reincarnationists. There are less than 8 days left? What is this all about? Why didn't the main god space say such an important thing earlier? Isn't this a trap? Why would the gods come to arrest the reincarnationists? Kaido felt that he was completely confused. Among the 9 god ranks divided in the present world, the gods are not the most powerful. But for him, they are out of reach. Not to mention the gods, even the true gods are objects of worship for him. For example, the 3 dragon gods in the present world. The reason why the dragons in the 3 major crises in the present world are so strong in the present world. It is because of the support of the 3 true god-level dragon gods. The dragon gods created 3 dragon nests that could continuously give birth to dragons. They also built the exclusive magic dragon tree that only dragons can use with each dragon nest as the core. With just 2 steps, the dragon group and its dragon species prospered extremely in a short period of time. The Chaos Dragon God, the Time Dragon God, and the Real and Virtual Dragon God. The 3 dragon gods joined forces to easily create a dragon group from scratch. This is the power of the gods. However, even the 3 dragon gods that he admired so much. In the public information about the 08 gods, they were only at the level of true gods. Now, the gods who are 2 levels stronger than the true gods are coming to cross the border to catch him. This is simply terrifying. If he is blocked, he will definitely die. Kaido was very sure in his heart. Therefore, he roared from the main god space in his heart. Lord God Space, give me a solution. God, come here, your basic task is impossible to complete. Are you trying to trick us? At this time, the Divine Sky Dragon King looked at Kaido, whose face kept changing after he agreed to the contract. It was a little curious. Is this dragon named Kaido doing something it doesn't understand? Or is it just going crazy for no reason? The Divine Sky Dragon King, who has a limited understanding of Kaido, feels that Kaido is a little unreliable at this moment. Oh. Sorry. I lost my composure. Now we can make a contract. After consulting the Lord God Space, Kaido finally put his focus on the Divine Sky Dragon King, his eyes full of impatience. There is no way. Next, he needs the Divine Sky Dragon King to help him. Otherwise, his next move may be hindered. Boom. As Kaido exerts his strength, the trees with yellow leaves around began to grow taller, and finally a huge wooden house enveloped Kaido and the Dragon King of the Sky. Let's start. Without waiting for the Dragon King of the Sky to say what it was, Kaido used the subordinate reincarnation contract he had purchased. Soon, in the shock of the Dragon King of the Sky, a golden light enveloped it and Kaido. It began to receive a lot of information and a golden panel unfolded in front of it. The content of the contract was recorded on it. What a wonderful feeling! Kaido felt that his mind was very clear at this time. This was the effect of the contract, which could keep both parties of the contract in a clear state of mind. Audiobookseries, how about it? The vastness of the world is beyond your imagination. The Dragon King of the Sky nodded subconsciously. It took a deep breath, restrained the shock in its eyes, and its eyes returned to calmness. Kaido, this is really shocking. A samsara invader from another world? That's crazy enough. If that's the case, my position becomes a little awkward. Hearing what the Divine Sky Dragon King said, Kaido's dragon eyebrows raised. Audiobookseries, you don't want to go back on your word, do you? I paid a huge price for this contract. If you dare to let me waste it, I'll skin you alive. Kaido was really depressed. Once this contract is used, it can't be taken back. If it is not signed successfully, it is equivalent to the 5,000 origin points plus the handling fee spent on it. Such a loss is unbearable for him. Don't worry. I won't break my promise. This contract doesn't seem excessive at the moment, or I'm taking advantage of it. The Divine Sky Dragon King looked at the content of the contract with a serious face. In the content of the contract, the only way Kaido can check and balance it is to remove its status as a subordinate samsara. In addition, as a subordinate reincarnation, 20% of the reincarnation points or origin points it earns will be automatically allocated to Kaido. And that's it. To be honest, this is really a big advantage for it. A wider world, greater power, and its contribution is not much. In that case, let's hurry up. Next, we have something big to do. For Kaido's next move, the Dragon King of the Sky is also. I was a little curious, so I signed the contract very happily. Very good, Abigates? You will be my ally from now on, and you will have a share in my entire beast pirates. Pirates? It doesn't sound good. Are you doing so badly in the so-called real world? When the Dragon King of the Sky asked back, Kaido immediately refuted and gave the Dragon King of the Sky a general introduction to the real world and the history of pirates. Although there are pirates in this other world, they are all small scale. Kaido doesn't want the Dragon King of the Sky to look down on his pirate group. After Kaido's popularization, the Dragon King of the Sky was not attracted by the pirate history that Kaido emphasized. Instead, he paid attention to the magnificence of the era of gods in the real world, especially the dragons. I won't say so much. You are also a reincarnation now, so I won't hide it from you. We are in big trouble next. We need enough origin points to buy the Mission Termination Authority and the Emergency 233 Return to the City Authority, so that we can leave before the disaster comes. What disaster? Seeing Kaido's solemn face, the Dragon King of the Sky asked directly. God. Time passed. After a while, Kaido asked the Dragon King of the Sky who was on the pirate ship to take him to other continents quickly. Soon after, Kaido walked out of the Orc City of the Dragon Dungeon with a dark face, taking Abigotes, who had transformed into a sturdy man. None of the three protagonists is visible, and the other two are fine. It must be the trick of the guy in the magic index on Posa. Let's go. Abigotes. I want to see how well that guy can hide the protagonist. Yet. Accompanied by two loud roars, Kaido and the Dragon King of the Sky turned into dragons and headed straight for the Holy Light Temple, the headquarters of the Dragon Continent. Originally, Kaido wanted to kill several protagonists so that he could get a return ticket and not be too panicked. But now, he went to the hometowns of the three protagonists in three continents, but he couldn't find any of them. This is forcing him to death. Now Kaido has made up his mind to kill the protagonist if he can. If not, he will just grab the Holy Staff. Now he is more confident. The guy from Magic Index is no longer a threat to him. He understands that as long as he shows the trump card of the gods crossing the border, even if Magic Index is really righteous, he should always think about his own life. Chapter 961. He can definitely handle it. Easily handle it. The golden holy light is overwhelming and shining brightly. Then it condenses in one direction like a fluid, and suddenly a huge cross appears directly above the mountains. It fell from the sky. Boom! A mountain was hit hard, and the 1,000-meter mountain exploded on the spot. The roar continued in the mountains and forests, penetrating the mountains, so that the city in the distance could also feel it clearly. In that direction. Such pure holy light is definitely the power of the holy staff. Kaido and Abigates, flying in the sky, set their sights on the distant horizon. A golden light flashed there. Kaido, who was originally planning to go to the temple, suddenly deviated a little. Because that direction was not much different from the temple. Just to see what was going on. If there was a chance, he would definitely take the holy staff. Let's go. Whoosh. After a while, Kaido and the Dragon King of the Sky, who were flying at an incredibly fast speed, crossed hundreds of miles and came to a group of mountains. It was them. They actually hold the holy staff. Until they were not far away. Kaido could clearly see three figures hidden by the mountains and forests. A straightforward young man with a watermelon head, a serious-looking young man with short hair, and a young woman who looked like a Barbie doll. Kaido knew these three people at a glance. They were the protagonists he had been looking for before. There are three protagonists in the comic Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon. Two of the male protagonists are based on the guide of this comic, Saint Knight Poseidon, and his best friend be Lord Sakamori. As for the last female protagonist, she is just a filler. Kaido had read some interesting stories about this. The appearance of this female protagonist was set according to the preferences of Saint Knight Poseidon. According to the original words of Saint Knight Poseidon, there should be obvious muscles on the body, the painting style should be tough, and the personality should be like a rock. So, the cartoonist wrote a big stroke, and the heroine named Hwagong was born. There is a big deviation between the comic and the reality. But Kaido can be sure of this. The heroine looked tough at first glance, and she was always in the center position among the protagonists. Kaido, who saw the protagonist of the live-action version, was stunned for a moment, and then his face became fierce. Who was the bastard who let the protagonists take over the holy staff so quickly? Even in the original work. To take over the holy staff, the protagonists must go through a large-scale complex plot holy light trial. The trial requires the protagonists to conquer 3 subordinate dungeons and prove their qualifications before they can take over the holy staff. Now Height was sealed for a few days, and the staff changed hands? Those bastards are looking for death. Kaido cursed the temples that originally held the staff and the magic forbidden Rosinante who might have interfered. Then, he attacked directly. The protagonist and the staff were both in front of him. If he didn't attack at this time, would he be holding back to say hello? Even if the protagonist plus the staff was equivalent to cheating. But Kaido believed it. The protagonists of this period didn't even understand the power of the holy light, and were very immature. It takes time to adapt to suddenly taking over the staff. No matter how cheating, you have to follow the basic law. All of you die. Boom. The raging red torrent dyed the sky red and shot directly towards the protagonists in the mountains. The scorching heat spread in the atmosphere, white smoke and flames rose in the mountains, and the smell of burning trees began to float. These could no longer attract the attention of the protagonists. Because the red torrent was them. At this moment, they looked at each other quickly. The vigilance originally caused by the unscrupulous arrival of the 2 giant dragons began to explode. Boza, with the watermelon head, stepped forward with enthusiasm. The notoriety of dragons has been circulating in this continent for a long time. The ancient orcs, a fierce and tyrannical orcs, are even more proud to be able to hunt sub-dragons. If they hunt dragons, it is even more sacred and glorious. As Boza was raised by the ancient orcs, it is natural to inherit this tradition. Seeing the approaching terrible dragon, he was not only not panicking, but his eyes were shining. At this time, seeing the other party take action, he couldn't wait. I'm coming. Bang. The rocks under his feet were crushed by his huge force. Boza, holding the holy staff, shot up directly from the ground, rushing straight into the red torrent falling from the sky. Seeing the torrent getting closer and closer, the golden holy light flowed out from the holy staff, covering Boza, preventing his clothes from being burned and running naked. After no more worries, Boza held the holy staff tightly with both hands and swung it up, as if holding a mace and hitting the incoming scorching torrent fiercely. Break it for me. Boom. Accompanied by Boza's enthusiastic shouts, the holy staff began to respond to him. The dazzling holy light flashed from the holy staff. The surging scorching torrent was suddenly cut off. The subsequent torrent could no longer advance. The red world below was covered by dazzling gold, and the light was so dazzling that the world was dyed white. Ha ha ha, this is so easy. It's so fun to be a holy light messenger. Seeing that the terrible torrent was directly cut off by his own force, Boza fully felt the fun of the holy light. A few days ago, he was brought to the temple by Mr. Rosinante to take over the holy staff. Originally, Boza was a little resistant. After all, in his impression, holy light messengers are all long range. Just move your mouth and you can defeat the enemy with holy light. Although this is powerful, it is not the style he wants. He prefers a fighting style that hits the flesh with fists. Even though he feels close to holy light, he still wants to stick to his fighting style. However, now feeling the holy staff in his hand that is as easy to use as an arm and as if it is a part of his body, he can only say that it smells really good. Looking at Posa with an excited smile below, Kaido was a little surprised at the power that Posa could exert, but also a little relieved. Although this power is powerful, it is far inferior to the later part of the original work. He can definitely deal with it. Easily deal with it. Don't be so proud of me, you are still far from it. Brat. Dragon Fiery Sun. The terrifying red torrent began to expand suddenly, and instantly turned into a huge fiery red sun. Be careful. When Kaido suddenly exerted force. Good job, King, another male protagonist named Sakaki, who followed directly behind Posa, came to Posa with a holy staff in hand. Holy light burst out on his holy staff, generating burning thorns. Waving the holy staff like a swordsman, dense thorns were swaying, blocking the expanding scorching sun. Ha ha ha, thank you, Sakaki. Posa, who was not affected by the scorching sun, looked at Sakaki in the flames with gratitude. But Sakaki did not appreciate it. Idiot! Don't be distracted during the battle, and don't help. Oh. After being criticized by Sakaki, Posa hurried forward to help block the expanding flames. Want to block it? Kaido felt the flames in the opposite direction being blocked. The golden light on his body mixed with blue light particles began to transform into strands of light bands. Instantly, he used the magic beast's blood circuit engraved in his body as a guide to use the magic beast's ultimate move, the original root mode. I'll let you block it. The terrifying flames expanded wildly. Chapter 962, The Three Schools of Holy Light in the World, Holy 12. As the extremely hot flames spread wildly, Boza and Sakaki's faces suddenly changed. They used the holy staff together to burst out infinite holy light. After blocking the expanding flames for a moment, they directly retreated backwards. When Kaido was ready to take advantage of the victory, he seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. He saw a figure appear above. It was the only female in the protagonist group, Grano. Obviously, when he was fighting with Posa and Sakaki, this woman came quietly to a higher altitude than him. Kaido could see it. The holy staff in her hand had long disappeared, and turned directly into a cross as high as Grano. It looked very heavy at first glance. However, Grano grabbed the corner of the cross. It was like holding a weightless plastic toy, and Kaido threw it hard. Bang! A huge sound of breaking through the air exploded directly. Before the sound reached Kaido, the cross had already fallen. Come on! Kaido was delighted to see the holy staff he had been thinking about flying over on the spot. In the comics, the protagonists who took over the holy staff were more abstract than the previous temples. Posa hitting people with the holy staff was already quite explosive. But Grano's style was more tough and violent. The normal form of the holy staff 823 can no longer satisfy her, and she needs to transform into the form of a huge cross. As a nun who raised her, she has a strong obsession with the cross. And the nun who raised her is not a normal person. When Huagong was young, he got into trouble because of his recklessness, so he used a cross-shaped ruler to educate Huagong. Therefore, Huagong, who is good at hitting people with the cross, is quite pious. However, Kaido didn't expect that this guy would dare to hit him with the holy staff. How dare you hit me with the holy staff? How stupid! Do you know what it means to go but not return? Looking at the approaching cross, Kaido couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth, and stretched out his dragon claws directly. Bang! A huge roar resounded through the sky. The falling cross collided with Kaido's dragon claws, and directly exploded countless golden streams. The terrifying golden halo climbed wantonly in the atmosphere, cleansing the atmosphere. This confirmed the horror of Huagong's attack this time. She dared to throw the holy staff directly to hit people, so it was not a simple violent attack. The most powerful thing about the holy staff is the holy light. No matter how the protagonists use it, the final output core is still mainly the burst of holy light. Therefore, the strength of the attack is not compromised at all. Very strong. But he can control it. Kaido's dragon claws tightly grasped most of the cross. No matter how the cross trembled and struggled, he did not loosen his claws. Bang! When Kaido tightly grasped it, the figure of Huagong had already fallen with the holy staff. After a spin in the air and accumulating power, she kicked directly at the bottom of the cross. Boom! The huge roar sounded again. The cross seemed to be injected with vitality by her kick. The golden holy light flashed, and a larger cross phantom burst out on the spot. This cross phantom was so huge that it directly enveloped Kaido's entire dragon body. The holy light didn't do much damage to Kaido. But Kaido's mind began to flash with past memories. Scenes of memories quickly passed by. The past sins turned into shackles under the evaluation of the holy light. These shackles began to bind the sins themselves, causing Kaido to fall into a strange state of regret and tranquility. But suddenly, the violent instinct of the Azure Dragon fantasy beast that Kaido ate began to revive, making Kaido sober on the spot. He had originally loosened the dragon claws of the cross and clenched them again. Get out of here! Kaido roared with anger, grabbed the cross and swung it hard. It was like slapping a mosquito. Directly smashed the granite into the distance. The cross in his hand suddenly burst into terrible holy light at this moment, and flew away from his dragon claws. Kaido didn't care too much about the separation of the holy staff. He was still a little shocked now. The confessor? I didn't expect that they would be so evil after holding the holy staff. I almost got caught. Kaido recalled the present-day Kingdom of Miracles. After the comic book Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon became popular, almost every Holy Light user there had a copy to learn about the use of Holy Light. Then, 3 popular schools came into being in the Kingdom of Miracles. They are the Brave School, the Burning School, and the Last Confessor. The Brave School is the school chosen by the stubborn holy light user. All day long, they just shout that enemy is worth fighting. Then they use the holy light to bless their bodies and rush forward to fight the enemy with their staffs. As for the Burning School, they have some ideas and believe that evil enemies need to be physically purified. They make good use of the burning holy light to physically annihilate the enemy. The Last Confessor is the rarest and can lead people to goodness. Of course, those who have watched Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon probably understand the principle. It is to use holy light to guide people to repent and turn themselves into repentance shackles to bind the sin itself. It sounds a bit abstract. But the essence is similar to people restraining their own desires. It's just that using holy light to guide is somewhat weird to outsiders. Therefore, the stronger people who are clear about this will avoid the holy light messengers of the Confession faction. Kaido didn't care before. The 12 holy knights have all become gods. Replacing the 10, the second paladin, who was in charge of the 12 saints of the Kingdom of Miracles, was not taken seriously by him. The reason was very simple. Most of those guys were now hovering at the crown level, and some were even crown level 3 stars. With such strength, Kaido felt that if they dared to stand in front of him, he could knock one down with one stick with all his strength. However, now after fighting with Granite, he had a slightly changed impression of the so-called 12 saints of the Kingdom of Miracles. At least the main force of the Confession faction there might make him a little bit afraid. Abigates, you keep an eye on those 2 guys. I'll go take care of that woman first. Watching Kaido run straight to the direction where the human woman burst out, the Divine Sky Dragon King was hesitant to speak. It's not that it doesn't have the strength to stop them. However, it can feel a breath in the dark that is firmly locking it. The breath is very familiar, it is the human named Rosinante who fought last time. Under the lock of this breath, it is uncertain how much it can contribute. Last time, that human put a lot of pressure on it. If it relaxes a little during the battle this time, maybe it will be attacked by the other party. 2 human brats, the destined people of the Holy Staff. I want to tree what's so powerful about the so-called destined people. Part of his mind was used to prevent the human sneak attack. The rest of the Shenkong Dragon King was all focused below. There, in the thick smoke caused by the flames, 2 figures were looming. The Shenkong Dragon King was sincerely curious about them. It has learned the information about the destined people from Kaido. The humans formed by the holy power scattered on the continent by the holy staff, even whether they belong to the human race must be questioned. It's just that the source of the holy light is mainly human. So when they first appeared, they appeared in the form of human babies. Such a special human. The Shenkong Dragon King became interested in studying. Chapter 963, Bloodlock. You make Maine feel sick. Ha ha ha. I hope you won't let me down. The Sky Dragon King laughed and burst out with terrifying magic. The whole sky dimmed. The scorching dust was stirred by this power, revealing the solemn expressions of Posa and Sakaki. They didn't have such a deep sense of Kaido. Even if they got some basic information from Rocinante's narration. But it was far less than the oppression brought to them by the Sky Dragon King. This oppression was nothing else, but psychological pressure. As the Sky Dragon King who left a long legend in the history of the 3 continents. Stories edited based on it spread everywhere. Enough to stop children from crying. Now they saw the real Sky Dragon King. Their bodies were trembling with excitement. There was a feeling that they were creating legends. The dragon scales and black horns are like black crystals, and with such oppression, is that dragon the legendary god of the Sky Dragon King. It's so exciting. Sakaki, we are going to be heroes. Looking at Posa next to him, who just became serious for a while and then became carefree again. Sakaki felt helpless. That's the legendary god of the Sky Dragon King. A little sense of urgency, okay? Buzz buzz buzz. Holy light began to cover Posa's body, making him look like a golden god of war. At the same time, in his body, strands of golden lines shuttled and woven in his body, as if layers of dense golden networks connected every inch of flesh and blood. This is the method of using holy light that Posa understood. It can greatly increase the explosive power, defense, and other attributes of the body. In the original work, he spent a lot of time to understand the ability, called Super Brave Form. Now, Rosinante has told him the general principle in advance. So, with the incomparable affinity with holy light and the holy staff in a short time, Posa roughly reproduced it. Sakaki, let's go. If we are too slow, it will be bad if Hwagong is killed. Got it. Looking at Posa's impatient look, the holy staff in Sakaki's hand fell, and the dazzling holy light shone on his holy staff. The extremely hot holy light is ready to go. Unlike Posa's optimism, Sakaki is confident in himself but not arrogant. Even if he is more familiar with the holy light than the other two, this is still the case. As a man raised by the temple of Os, he has been familiar with the holy light since he was a child. After spending his childhood, he began to learn the holy light, and was good at transforming the holy light into a burning form to annihilate the enemy. Compared to the wild ways of Posa and Hwagong, raised by the top holy light envoy, Sakaki understands the horror of the Sky Dragon King even better. After all, in Sakaki's heart, this is a monster that even the grumpy old man personally admits. You must not be careless. Even if you are the destined person in the grandfather's mouth. Bang! The ground was stomped by Posa and his golden figure disappeared instantly. Sakaki also began to swing the holy staff in his hand. The extremely dazzling holy light condensed into a holy light that reached the sky and slashed directly at the Sky Dragon King. Seeing this, the Sky Dragon King's blood boiled. When Posa and Sakaki were preparing, the magic power in the atmosphere had long been drawn by it, making it enter the form it named Tyrant Dragon Mode. After entering this form, it can use the power of space more freely. With the threat of hidden humans, plus facing two destined people, it has reason to show its strongest strength. Boom! The terrible black light flashed, directly swallowing the burning slash performed by Sakaki. The magic power and holy power collided and lost balance and exploded. Then, the divine Sky Dragon King pressed fiercely with one claw. Posa, who was approaching, only had time to raise the holy staff to block. Bang! The space burst into fine black cracks. Posa was lifted up and knocked away by the infinite impact force. A simple claw contained the terrifying spatial magic attainments of the divine Sky Dragon King. In the eyes of the divine Sky Dragon King, the back of the world is a spatial turbulence like an ocean current. All it did was to transform its reasonable catharsis with magic. Such magic, no matter how reckless the opponent is, it will be ruthlessly crushed by it. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise and brilliant flashes, Posa was blown away. Directly crashed a mountain. The mountain collapsed into countless rubbles. With this reaction force, Posa stabilized his body in the rubbles suspended in the sky. So strong! It's so strong! It's worthy of being the strongest boss in the legend. On the briefly suspended rubble, Posa stepped on it, his eyes shining. The enemy's strength made his fighting spirit even higher. The huge pressure also made him resonate with the holy staff in his hand. Faintly, the huge holy power hidden in his body was pulled. In this pulling, he became stronger. Ha ha ha! Come again! Laughing wildly, Posa ran fast in the air against the shock wave, as if walking on flat ground. And Sakaki in the distance tried his best to cooperate with Posa in guerrilla warfare. The enemy was too strong, so Sakaki didn't plan to get close. Anyway, Posa had a unique holy light move, which was very tough. Plus the healing power of the holy light itself, it was like an immortal body. Sakaki didn't worry about the safety of that guy. To be honest, Sakaki felt that his situation was even more dangerous. The god of Sky Dragon King was a monster that could cross space at any time, and distance was not safe for such a monster. Please give flowers. I hope Mr. Rossinandi can pay more attention to the violent girl Hwagong. If the so-called destined person is really beaten to death, I'm afraid the old man will be distressed. At such a critical moment, Sakaki still took the time to express his condolences to the companion who had only known him for a few days. After the silence, he went all out to deal with this difficult battle. On the other side, Hwagong, who was mourned by Sakaki, was facing Kaido's all-out fighting posture. The mighty blue dragon form disappeared, replaced by a more balanced and more terrifying human beast form. He danced with his mace vigorously. With one move, the earth surged like a tsunami, and the mountains were flattened on the spot. And this move was just his appetizer. He tirelessly hit Hwagong with one stick after another, not giving Hwagong a chance to breathe. The crossing of the gods is no joke. If you are really caught by the gods, you will be in a state of life and death can only be said to be a relatively ideal ending. Kaido, who learned of this news, will not show mercy to Hwagong just because she is a woman. This move is as cruel as it can be. It seems that he is going to beat Huagong to death. Bang bang bang. Boom boom. With a terrifying vibration, Granite was hit by Kaido again and was hit deeper into the ground. At this position, Granite could already feel the ground was boiling hot. It can be imagined that she was deep underground at this time, and there was probably magma below. Even if it was the battle between Posa and Sakaki on the surface, she could only detect a little movement. Now she felt more silence and burning. At the same time, there was a huge life crisis shrouding her. She began to vaguely recall the scenes of her life with the nun. But before she could recall it completely, a voice broke her memory. So that's it. Why don't you die? I'm starting to hate you, a guy who can unlock blood and cheat. You make me feel sick. Kaido descended from the cracked hole with a mace. Golden and blue light bands climbed from his body, illuminating the dim ground. The sacred posture did not hinder Kaido's cruelty at this time. He looked at the Granite lying underground with a ferocious face. Look at her reminiscing look. Kaido felt that this guy was performing a very common flashback killing of the protagonist of the comic. I didn't feel it when I read the comic. Now that he was there in person, Kaido found that he really hated these sticky protagonists. No matter how hard he hit, he couldn't be killed. This is like what some comic reviews said, it's like unlocking the blood, and it can also improve combat power by flashback killing, partner sacrifice, etc. This is really disgusting. If you can't beat him, just be obedient. Really dead. You. Chapter 964. You are going to die for me, my head is about to explode. Although I don't understand what you are saying. But if you want me to die, your soft attack is far from enough. Bang. Granite reached out and grabbed the huge cross that fell to the side. The terrifying golden holy light began to shine. Her injuries were instantly healed. Oh. You can still be so stubborn. You are very good. The terrifying pressure exploded on Kaido, shaking the dark space. The ground was directly cracked, and wisps of fire emerged, adding a bit of color to this space. Kaido looked at the vigilant Granite with a grin. I just don't believe in evil. I want to see how many sticks you can take from me. Thunderous Bagua. Boom. Accompanied by the flash of lightning. Countless rocks in the strata collapsed and shattered. Countless flames burst out from the ground with brilliant flames. It was like a volcanic eruption. Just this little magma is just a shower for Granite, not to mention Kaido. With the holy staff in hand, and Rosinante explaining the principles of various moves that the protagonists of the original work had comprehended, the protagonists grew up rapidly. Now with the stimulation of external enemies, their strength has reached a new level, and they are not afraid of magma at all. Super Holy Cross. Accompanied by the flash of golden strong light, the huge cross burst out. Dang! The crisp sound exploded the erupting magma flow. In the red flame flow. For the first time, Granite blocked Kaido's mace head-on. Kaido looked at the cross blocking him. From the cross, he could feel the strength of Granite's trembling. Obviously, the woman in front of him just barely resisted his attack this time. You've grown up so fast. Damn! Is my mace so soft? Kaido was a little distressed. If he could submit the holy staff directly to the main god space, he wouldn't have so many problems. But just now, when he had the opportunity to grab the holy staff, the main god space prompted that the holy staff was in a state of intertwining and entanglement with the protagonist. To submit the holy staff, the protagonist must first be physically cooled down so that the holy staff is in a stable state. Obviously. If he doesn't kill Granite in front of him, he can't get the holy staff. Kaido made a mental note of all this to Rosinante. Boom! Roaring thunder Bagua. The lightning was overflowing again. This time Granite couldn't hold it and directly fell into the magma. Kaido followed Granite in the roaring magma flow. Feeling the magma under the ground, Kaido directly borrowed power from the flames. The scorching flames climbed through the twisted atmosphere and gathered on Kaido's mace. Finally, the flames turned into flames that shot up into the sky. Rising Dragon Fire Dragon Bagua. The sky-high fire dragon rushed straight up from the ground to the sky, and lifted Granite from the magma layer directly to the ground and the sky. The roaring flames were so strong. Boza and Sakaki, who were fighting the Shenkong Dragon King, looked sideways. What a powerful move! Granite won't be killed. Looking at the fiery red magma column in the distance, even the carefree Boza couldn't help but be shocked. The movement in the distance was shocking to him, and it was hard to imagine what it felt like to be hit by that kind of power. If you have time to be shocked here, why don't you think about how to deal with the Sky Dragon King? Ha ha ha. Sorry. Let's continue. It's easy to see that Huagong is tough. I think she can handle it alone. Posa found a random excuse to move again. He became more and more skilled in wielding the holy staff in his hand. Even when facing the claw attack of the Sky Dragon King, he could react quickly and counterattack. Obviously, during this period of fighting, he has grown a lot. This amazing growth rate even surprised the Sky Dragon King. But it doesn't have much idea at the moment. After all, its current situation is not very good. The opponent is getting more and more fierce. It even attacked and tore the human who likes to use the burning holy light into several pieces, and the opponent relied on the holy light to recover. Although the holy light user has strong recovery ability, its attack is not vegetarian. It is not so easy for ordinary holy light users to recover after being attacked by it. It can only be said that the holy light user with the holy staff is annoying. Kaido. Can you handle it? What are you going to do next? After another fierce battle, the Dragon King of the Sky directly contacted Kaido using space communication magic. The Dragon King of the Sky watched Kaido's movements getting louder and louder. But there was no result. Obviously that guy is not very reliable. It has to guard against sneak attacks and face two destined people, just waiting for that guy to finish quickly. The result is getting worse and worse. I'm going to beat her to death. Give me 5 minutes, I'll definitely handle it. Listening to Kaido's promise, the Dragon King of the Sky was a little skeptical. Really? Kaido, I'll stop talking. I'm going to smash that woman's head right now. On the other side. On the lava lake full of raging flames. Kaido was floating above it with his mace, and he interrupted the call with the Dragon King of the Divine Sky. He focused his attention on the corpse of granite floating on the lava lake below. The cross transformed by the holy staff was no longer on granite. Kaido, who disliked the holy staff for always giving her cheats, found an opportunity and blasted the cross to the distant horizon. Although the holy staff would come back on its own. But Kaido felt that he only needed to seize this opportunity to kill granite. He didn't believe it. How could a protagonist without cheats still turn the world upside down in his hands? There's no time. You'd better die for me. Feeling a golden light leaping like a meteor in the distant sky. Kaido did not intend to give granite a chance to say a last word. He just raised the mace and shot out. Thunder was everywhere. Gundali Longsheng Army. The terrifying mace came into close contact with Granite's head with unparalleled speed and impact. The first blow directly made Granite, who was already severely injured, roll her eyes. Then the dense stick hits kept hitting her head. Bang bang bang. The boiling magma exploded directly in the terrible shock wave. The figures of Kaido and Granite pushed down against the magma, as if to lift the stratum. XXXX. Such horrific violence gave Huagong a splitting headache. She felt like her head was going to explode. Or rather, the fact that her head, which had been constantly hit by Kaido's stick, hadn't exploded showed that the holy staff was powerful. Even the holy power remaining in her body was still protecting her. But this holy power was not invincible. Crack. Under Kaido's persistent hitting, Huagong's skull made a strange sound, and Kaido danced harder. While attacking, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The protagonist's head is really hard. Chapter 965 Quasi-God, Holy God. Bang. Crack. Crack. Bang. Accompanied by Kaido's unremitting mace destruction. He finally smashed the head of the granite just before the holy staff came. Even during this period, the granite forcibly burst out twice because of the life and death crisis, but was suppressed by Kaido's tyrannical club. Oh. It's really hard, but it's not safe. Kaido looked at the golden flashes shining down from the sky. The mace in his hand charged up. Great mighty thunder Bagua. Boom. The golden cross coming straight down was immediately hit by Kaido's attack from bottom to top. Then it flew across the sky at a faster speed. This time, let's see if you can die or not. Looking at the cross flying into the sky, Kaido grinned and turned his eyes down. He looked at the headless body in the red flames. He carried the mace and prepared to go over to grind the bones and scatter the ashes. There was no way, the original protagonists were too tough. If he didn't grind the bones and scatter the ashes, Kaido was afraid that this guy could still come back to life. Whoosh! After floating 2 meters, Kaido stopped. It's not that he didn't want to go, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Magic Index, Luo 14 Nandi. You guys want to ruin my good things again, right? Kaido's mace drooped, and he stared at Rosinante, who appeared in front of him with a vicious face. Heard Kaido's question. Rosinante did not answer, he looked at Granite with some pity. Until Granite's head was completely smashed. He still felt that Granite could rely on the protagonist's halo to grow and turn defeat into victory. It's just that it seems so far. The current strength is really too great. It's the limit for Granite to be able to do this alone. Swoosh! Accompanied by the flash of white light, Granite's body disappeared directly. When it reappeared, it had already reached the surface. At this time, Kaido blasted away the holy staff that reached the sky suddenly appeared in front of Granite's corpse. With the climbing and entanglement of wisps of golden halo, countless light particles lingered on Granite's neck, and soon Granite's head was directly reborn. Her consciousness began to return. Not only that, her holy power began to increase explosively. The holy power factors in the atmosphere were cheering and surging, quickly converging towards her body. This made her float up, like a holy angel. Such a miracle directly attracted the attention of the god of the sky Dragon King, who was fighting in the distance. Its dragon eyes looked and saw this scene directly across space. What the hell is Kaido doing? Is he killing people or cultivating people? The dragon eyes of the god of the sky Dragon King shone with a faint light and looked deep into the ground. There, it saw Kaido and the man opposite, Rosinante. Why is that guy there? The face of the divine sky Dragon King changed slightly when he saw Rosinante. Then, it swung its tail violently. Tear. Accompanied by a flash of black light. More than 20 kilometers away, a mountain peak directly cut off. A figure emerged from the cut-off mountain, still Rosinante. However, the Dragon King of the sky could sense it clearly. This guy who appeared in the field of vision was not a real person at all, at most he could only be considered a clone. Ha ha ha. Very good. I didn't expect that you could trick me. A mere clone made me feel like I was facing a formidable enemy. Really? The violent magic power began to rise. Under the bad eyes of Posa and Sakaki, the Dragon King of the sky began to burst out with all his strength. Since he knew that there was only a clone watching nearby, then there was nothing to hesitate, and he was ready to solve these annoying guys in one go. As the Dragon King of the sky, who holds the title of the world's strongest boss, has this confidence. When Posa and Sakaki are facing a new round of fierce battle. On the other side, Kaido was speechless, seeing that the difficult protagonist was about to be beaten to death. As a result, the magic index came out to make trouble without saying a word. The results of his destruction were gone. That's fine. He tried his best to tell the news of the god's attack. But this guy actually wanted to discuss with the Black Death Mage. Is there any need to discuss? What the hell is there to discuss? Submit the holy staff, kill the protagonist, and let's go our separate ways. Stinky brat. I'll give you some face and call you magical index. If I don't give you face, you'll just be a navy brat. Still showing off to me? I want to see if your strength can support you to say such big words. Kaido felt the pain of teaming up with this kind of justice messenger at this moment. It's obviously a simple matter. But he made it so complicated and troublesome. In the future, when teaming up, this kind of guy must be kept away. After making up his mind, Kaido started swinging the mace directly. Since the opportunity has come, then he will weigh the so-called magical forbidden. How much gold content is there? Although Kaido was attacked by Rosinante before, but he has chosen to forget that kind of thing. Without a real fight, he can't be convinced. Bang! Boom! The magma is raging like a huge wave. The terrifying shock wave directly vibrates the surrounding strata, so that the distant Holy Light City and the royal capital can clearly feel the vibration. In the Holy Light City, the three forced to retire temples are continuing to pay attention to the two sudden battles. However, now compared to the battle, they are more concerned about the holy light that fills the sky in the distance. In that holy light, the figure of Granite is looming. Granite's strength has broken through that shackle. Now she has begun to move towards the realm of the holy god. Now she should be considered as the quasi-god mentioned by Lord Rosinante. What a terrifying potential! OS, who has become a former temple, couldn't help but sigh. As a temple who once held the holy staff, He naturally knew that there was a terrifying realm after the SSS level Holy Light Envoy. That realm is a theoretical realm. If you can perfectly hold the Holy Staff, then perhaps you can become a holy god named Holy Light Envoy. Such a realm. Even if his teacher burned his life and burst out with power exceeding that of the SSS level Holy Light Envoy, he had never reached it. What's wrong? Gino. 213, do you feel very shocked? Looking at Gino next to him, there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. OS laughed happily. You can't beat the Destined One. Although it's a bit discouraging to say that. But the Destined One, as the link between the Holy Staff and the Great Source Holy Power, has the potential to become a holy god. I understand. Gino stretched out his hand and interrupted OS coldly. Then, he looked at the golden sky in silence. It's not that he didn't know, but knowing doesn't mean he can let it go. Boom. The vibration came again, shaking the entire Holy Light City. The faces of several former temples changed slightly. That guy is a monster. Time passed. After a hearty battle, finally, Kaido and the Dragon King of the Sky retreated. The record was very good, and a lot of experience was increased for several protagonists for free. Their levels all jumped directly from the initial SS level high stage to the SSS level, soaring to the level of quasi-gods. Such a record made Kaido feel fucked. He had to run away after the fight, because if he didn't run away, he would be defeated. During the escape process, Kaido and Shenkong Dragon King laughed at each other. Shenkong Dragon King thought Kaido's mace was made of mud, and he could just use a massage stick to massage people in the future. Kaido thought Shenkong Dragon King, the strongest boss, was exaggerated and not powerful at all, and the dragon claws were not as strong as scraping. The two dragons ran quickly in a certain direction while laughing. That was the only dungeon in the 3 dungeons that was still intact, the Demon Dungeon. Chapter 966, The Birth of the Final Boss. I hope everyone is safe. As Kaido and Shenkong Dragon King headed towards the other side of the continent when setting off from the Demon Dungeon, the core area of the Dragon Dungeon, a large tomb appeared in the core area. In it, Ens, who had been standing silently in front of the Dragon Heart, finally moved. The red light in his silent skull eyes ignited. Is it finally done? It will take a little longer than expected. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the Dragon Heart in front of him, Ens felt a little emotional. It was too difficult for him to force such a powerful dungeon heart to contract with his own ability. Just like the core demon soul of the Devil Dungeon before. He also relied on the 3 subordinate dungeon hearts of the previous contract, his own ability, and the temporary defection of the ghost. He was able to contract it with difficulty. But to say that he could fully exert the power of the demon soul was a bit of a pipe dream. Of course, this problem has begun to ease greatly now. Ens found that his abilities seemed to have opened up restrictions under increasing pressure. The essence began to emerge clearly in front of him, and even this ability began to reorganize spontaneously, becoming deeper and deeper, as if it could accommodate everything. The ability is still growing. Plus what is about to appear. Boom. Accompanied by a roar. A certain layer of the great tomb erupted with a terrifying pressure. A wisp of dark magic energy burst out from there, converging into a torrent that washed away everything and descended not far from Ens. At the same time, the dragon heart in front of Ens also began to beat faster. The overwhelming blue light began to burst out violently, interweaving with the incoming torrent of magic energy. Then, a several meter long, black and blue sphere condensed in front of Ens. Bang! 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 The beating sound of the heart came from this sphere and began to resonate with the dragon heart next to it. This is... Next to Ens, the ghost of the Devil Lord gradually emerged. He came here to explore because of the noise here, and happened to see the scene. Now that you are here, just watch from the side. Yes, Lord Ens. After greeting Ens, the ghost looked at the blended black and blue spheres in surprise. The life nurtured by the demon soul can actually blend with the dragon heart. No, or it can be said that they are complementary. As the big boss who protects the ghost naturally knows that the demon soul has nurtured a life form. However, he did not expect it. The demon soul only nurtured a part of the life form. The fusion in front of him was so harmonious, and its rhythm seemed to be like this, and it even felt that there was something missing. Combined with this scene, the ghost immediately understood. Obviously, the cores of the 3 dungeons reached a consensus at some point, and actually nurtured this life form together. It was obviously just a core with instincts, but they could make such a decision together. This made the ghost feel a little surprised. At the same time, he was also a little fortunate. If this life form was born, then the demon soul is the most important thing. Will this life make him guard the demon soul forever? If that happens, he who has a long life by relying on the demon soul will probably be worse off than dead. Bang 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 bang. In the flickering eyes of the ghost, the gathering dark torrent and blue light stopped quietly. The endless huge heartbeat of the black and blue sphere also began to disappear and stop. Silently, the sphere broke. Under the illumination of blue light particles, a figure came into view. The posture of a red dragon man, with mysterious black lines all over his body. A wisp of deep black mist emerged from the black lines, making this dragon man look mysterious and oppressive. Welcome to your birth, Ryomen. Ins looked at the figure born in front of him with satisfaction. As the final boss of the original work, it is also a life form born to inherit the power of the three major dungeons. The dragon man in front of him has extremely terrifying talents. Dragon Heart, Demon Soul, Demon Crystal. Ryomen, who fits the core of the three dungeons perfectly, bears the power transmitted by the three dungeons. In the original work, he even forced the protagonists into a desperate situation and had to use a big cheat to get it done. This is a ready-made power container. With the Dragon Heart and Demon Soul that he gradually controlled, it can become a very lethal weapon. However, In still felt a little pity. According to the information he got, there should be a blue diamond-shaped crystal between Ryomen's eyebrows, which is a symbol of the demon crystal giving birth to him. Now Ryomen, who was born without the participation of the demon crystal, is naturally incomplete. Therefore, Ins has already set his sights on the last dungeon in his heart. Time passes. Rosinante, who pays attention to the group dragon dungeon from time to time, has discovered something strange. He used magic to observe that the breath of the giant dragon there quickly disappeared. So, after explaining it to the protagonists, he rushed there. In the sky, accompanied by white light shining, several figures appeared. Are we late? Feeling that the dragon dungeon was empty, Rosinante felt a little regretful. Teacher Rosinante, what should we do next? Seeing the protagonists next to them all cast their eyes towards Rosinante was a little hesitant. But soon his eyes became firm. Posa, Sakaki, Granite. Next, I hope you can help me get the core demon crystal of the demon dungeon. That is the goal of Kaido and Ins. But, that is also my goal now. The war is almost inevitable and it will be very dangerous. So, are you willing to help me? Rosinante's eyes were heavy. He attached great importance to the news that Kaido brought him about the gods' crossover. That's why he needed the demon crystal of the demon dungeon. Because he was judged as a high potential reincarnation by the main god space. So after consulting the main god space again, he got a solution. He needs to purchase the permission to terminate the task and the emergency return to the city online to avoid the disaster of the gods crossover. These all require origin points. A mission termination permission requires 500 origin points and the emergency return to the city permission requires 1000. However, he can't afford it now. Although he became the teacher of the protagonist group by chance and got the special task Great Sage. But this task requires him to lead the protagonist group to pacify the three major dungeons and other large and small subordinate dungeons. Rewards are given according to the degree of completion. He has no idea how much this reward will be. Manos. After all, time is too tight. The amount of origin points he needs is not small. There are 7 people in the team, and each person has 1,500 origin points, which is more than 10,000. Add the 20% handling fee charged by the main god space, and it will be even more. So Rosinante set his sights on the demon crystal. The demon crystal submitted in the demon evil dungeon is 8,000 origin points, at least half of it. As for the rest, he can only hope for the special task of Great Sage. Ha ha ha, teacher is so polite. We will definitely be fine. That Kaido blew up Grano's head, at least we have to avenge Grano. Will you die if I don't tell you this? Hearing Posa mention his army, Grano took out the holy staff and turned it into a cross. Posa was so scared that he quickly hid behind Sakaki. Looking at the relaxed atmosphere of the protagonists, Rosinante also laughed. That's why he couldn't reach out to them. Next. Hope everyone can be safe. Chapter 967 The prototype of the Phantom Demon Emperor, the present Phantom Demon Palace. The Elantric Continent. This continent, once named the Demonic Continent, has welcomed many strong people. Somewhere near the sea of the Elantric Continent, countless powerful monsters live here. All kinds of intelligent monsters on land and in the sea are looking forward to this place. Because this is the entrance to the legendary demonic dungeon. It is said that the monsters that can enter the demonic underground city can receive gifts from the demonic underground city. Then their wisdom and potential will be greatly enhanced. They will become incomparably powerful. Such rumors have led to many powerful monsters gathering here, looking forward to entering the demonic underground city one day. Oh! It should be here. It's really troublesome to find the demonic underground city. The atmosphere shook, and all the monsters were shocked. A huge roar came from the sky, and the red light dyed the clouds dancing in the sky red. Dragon breath! A shocking red flame torrent fell from the sky. It directly washed and baptized the entire offshore sea surface. Countless sea monsters were affected and screamed. However, what shocked many monsters on land was that a dark green vertical aperture of several meters emerged from the sea surface. That's the entrance to the demon dungeon. So it's there. Seeing the entrance they had been waiting for so long suddenly appear. Many monsters could not sit still. Their rationality evaporated a little, and they rushed forward regardless of the scene. The same was true for the many sea monsters in the sea who were severely injured by the scorching dragon breath. Even if they were severely injured, they rushed towards the dark green light circle regardless of pain and danger. The sea monsters with flying ability even broke away from the scorching sea and flew directly into the sky, leading the way. Get out of here! The good times did not last long, except for a dozen sea monsters that were relatively close to them and entered the light circle. The remaining monsters that rushed up were directly bombarded and blown away by the raging lightning. 2 giant dragons fell from the sky. Finally, they turned into 2 tall dragon figures. It was Kaido and the god of the sky dragon King Abigyotsu who came to the demon dungeon. After shocking many monsters with one move, Kaido, standing in the air on the sea, looked at the huge dark green light circle in front of him, with an impatient look on his face. On the way here, except for extracting vitality in a large forest to replenish strength and repair injuries, the rest of the time was on the road. Also adjusting the state while on the road. Now, everything is ready. Kaido only wants to overturn the demon underground city. After coming to this different world, he has suffered several setbacks and feels that he has had a hard time. Now he must get back at it here. Demon crystal is inside. Leave the green demon to me later. Go and wipe out all the other troublemakers. Before entering the light circle, Kaido had already chosen his opponent. Although the illusion ability of the big boss of the demon dungeon, the green demon, is very tricky, it is estimated that the feeling of fighting will be very poor. But it is precisely because of the ability of the illusion. Kaido wants to weigh it even more. After all, he recalled the scene of fighting with that man. It has only been a short time, but that guy has become a giant god high above. And he is still worried about waiting to ascend to the godhood. Really, people are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. The Divine Sky Dragon King did not know Kaido's inner feelings. It just nodded calmly, and then cast a curious look in front of it. Among the 3 major dungeons, the location of the demon dungeon is the most secret. The entire dungeon is not located in reality, but hidden in the barrier space. Relying on the harmony with nature. The huge barrier space is located at the back of this area so that it will not fall out. Such a layout is beyond the reach of it, which is proficient in space magic. It has always been very curious about the demonic dungeon. It just has never had the opportunity to enter. After all, the relationship between the 3 major dungeons was not friendly in the past. Plus the existence of the green demon. At that time, it really didn't dare to enter easily, fearing that it would be trapped after entering. However, now it doesn't matter. Boom! The magic factor of the atmosphere began to gather towards it. The Divine Sky Dragon King directly entered the strongest form of Tyrant Dragon. After entering the demonic dungeon, it is not sure whether it can still use the magic factor of the bad environment to enter Tyrant Dragon. So it is necessary to enter in advance. Let's go. Soon, Kaido and the Divine Sky Dragon King passed the entrance of the demonic dungeon. In a blink of an eye, they came to a huge forest. It's really big here. Kaido looked up at the sky, which seemed to be very ordinary. But Kaido knew. The high clouds and the bright sun in the sky were just projections of the outside world. In essence, this was a barrier space. Although it was an alien space, it was very wide, covering hundreds of miles. The entire area had various natural wonders, which were convenient for different types of monsters to live. It could be said that this was a veritable holy land for the monsters. But Kaido, who came here, was not in the mood to see the beautiful scenery. He directly carried a mace. The terrifying momentum pushed the domineering aura to burst out. Boom! The sky shook and roared, and it dimmed. Blue monster, get out of here! Kaido knew. That cunning guy must have noticed them at the first time. In this case, just be direct. Sure enough, not long after Kaido's loud voice fell, a green phantom began to appear in front of them, and the phantom solidified into a man in green clothes. This man was the big boss of the demon underground city, Qing Yao. Abigyuts, you dare to come here? Stop talking nonsense and fight me. If you lose, give me the demon crystal. Kaido interrupted the conversation between Qing Yao and Shen Kong Dragon King without hesitation, picked up the mace and went straight in. Boom! Hey! Bang! Accompanied by a flash of lightning and a sound of breaking through the air. The atmosphere exploded, the earth shattered, and the trees were charred and shattered. A corner of the forest was flattened by Kaido on the spot. What a rude guy! How dare you pay attention to the demon crystal? Watching the broken phantom in front of him reassemble, Kaido grinned directly. Don't talk about the demon crystal, even if it's you. I'll kill you too. Let me see. What's the strength of the so-called blue demon? Except for the memory factor, Kaido still has some expectations for the power of the blue demon. In the comic Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon, the blue demon is based on the then present-day heavenly demon species, the Phantom Demon Emperor. It is rumored that the Phantom Demon Emperor is a heavenly demon species born from the superhuman illusion ability of the Devil Fruit. Now the Phantom Demon Emperor has become the Phantom Demon Emperor, a rare god-level existence among the heavenly demon species. The Phantom Demon Emperor relies on the power of illusion to quietly develop in the new world. Finally, an extremely powerful demon clan force, the Phantom Demon Palace, was cultivated. Kaido has always hoped to take that power into his pocket. As long as he becomes a god, he can defeat that guy. So now it's just a preview in advance. Chapter 968 Kaido was killed in seconds? What a disrespect! Boom boom! The raging shock waves continued to hit. In Kaido's own senses, he was fighting a fierce battle with the blue demon. Although this guy was an illusionist, but his illusion power could deceive the enemy's instincts and even the power itself. This is his most terrifying part. He could deceive the ownership of the power, making it impossible for the power itself to identify the owner. Therefore, he even able to use the enemy's power to a certain extent. Its illusion power has reached a shocking level. Therefore, Kaido was very careful during the battle. Of course, although he was very careful. But what Kaido didn't notice was, the Shen Kong Dragon King not far away was looking at him with a look of idiocy. Because Kaido has been standing there laughing and shouting some passionate lines, but his body didn't move at all. In its eyes, he was really a living idiot. However, such a situation, Shen Kong Dragon King didn't blame too much. It cast its eyes in front of it, to the projection of the huge diamond crystal that appeared behind the green demon. The emerald green color made the surrounding area covered with a layer of dark green color. I didn't expect that you could do this with the blessing of the demon crystal. The Shen Kong Dragon King looked a little emotional. The demon crystal was so special that it could bless the green demon away from the core area in the form of projection. Sure enough, it was right not to be reckless at the beginning. The Divine Sky Dragon King praised his decision not to force his way into the demonic dungeon many years ago. At that time, he had not yet realized the tyrant dragon form. If he had come in directly, he would have been trapped here. Fortunately, now, Kaido blocked the knife in advance, plus his own tyrant dragon mode. The green demon can no longer put pressure on it. After all, Kaido is not a vegetarian. The two of them are involved here. But if it hadn't been for it, Kaido would have really fallen here over time. Green demon, let me see how many strong people your demonic dungeon has accumulated over the years. I would do the same without you telling me. The green demon put his hands behind his back. Around him, a strong aura began to emerge. Among them, a snake-shaped demon king flew directly in front of Kaido, rolled up Kaido's body and ran away. It didn't seem to worry that Kaido would suddenly hit it with a stick. Come on, all of you. Buy me some time. Looking at Kaido, who was abducted by the snake-shaped Demon King, the green demon began to turn around and leave. He was still quite afraid of the god of the Sky Dragon King. The opponent's power system was biased towards the mind, and he had extremely terrible instincts. So that at the same level, his illusion power was extremely limited. In addition, the space magic of the god of the Sky Dragon King made it sticky like taffy, so that he would be beaten and run away when they met. But now this guy dared to come to his base camp, with the blessing of the demon crystal and so many powerful demons. Then those guys just need to buy some time. Let him make this strange dragon into his puppet. This way he will win for sure. Boom! The terrifying black light raged. The torrent of various forces was swallowed by the black light and finally exploded. The terrible elements destroyed this dark green forest into ruins. In various colorful demon lights, the divine Sky Dragon King rushed across space and violently attacked the powerful demon kings one by one. The powerful demon kings have the blessing of demon crystals, and their physical recovery ability is directly maximized, which is the strength of the demon race. This is enough to satisfy the divine Sky Dragon King. It concentrates on beating all kinds of disobedience. As for Kaido, it is not in the mood to pay attention to it for the time being. It is difficult to wake up that guy with ordinary methods, because the illusion of the blue demon is not a simple illusion. It is better to play with these guys first. When the blue demon guy reaches the critical moment, it will directly rush across space and violently interrupt and save Kaido. Then it will scold that guy. It boasts a lot, but the result is just like this. It also said that it prepared a trump card. This trump card will not be it. Abigyuts feels that if this is true, it has to re-examine Kaido. Time passes, while the divine Sky Dragon King is fighting fiercely. At the entrance outside the demon dungeon, several figures quietly came. It was Ins and his men. Is this the place? Ins looked at the large area of scorching ruins around the coast and the turbid water near the coast. He could see many monsters fighting each other here, and the scene looked a bit chaotic. It seems that someone has already arrived here. Is it that Kaido and the Sky Dragon King? Ins thought to himself. He had learned about the recent developments in the Dragon Continent from the Phantom. Among them was the news of the battle between Kaido, the Sky Dragon King, and the new 3 holy temples. Naturally, he also knew the information that Kaido flew to the Elant continent after his defeat. Obviously, that guy had already entered the demon dungeon. Lord Ins, these guys are still performing such a filthy scene when you are here. How rude is this? Please allow me to clean them up. I will definitely clean up these filth. Looking at the ghost next to him bowing slightly and saying this, Ins felt a little speechless. Since the appearance of Aldo Roman, who was born from the interweaving of the dragon heart and the demon soul, he found that the ghost became more respectful. But this respect was a bit tyrannical. Ins looked at the scene of slaughter in front of him. The blood of various colors from the monsters fighting polluted the sea. He was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as it did not hinder his goal, he was still easy to talk to. No problem. Just focus on our goal. Hearing Ins's words, the spectre said respectfully. The great Lord Ins is really kind. These dirty monsters should really be grateful. At this time, the Batman next to him felt that he was pointed out. After all, to be honest, he transplanted the Bat Monster crystal with rough means, which was not as good as those powerful monsters in front of him. Those powerful monsters were definitely at the level of B-level monsters. And he only transplanted the high-level C-level crystal. Yes, yes. The great Lord Ins is as immortal as the sun. Let us bathe in his glory, what an honor it is. Facing a holy crown-level monster like the spectre, the Batman was very well behaved, nodding and bowing with a respectful look. Originally, he spoke very vulgarly. But now he began to try to recall the lines in the original work of Spectre, and then flattered Spectre in the style of speaking. Having done this, he also gained some recognition from Spectre. Seeing that the Batman was very sensible, Spectre stopped making things difficult for him. After asking Ins for instructions directly, he began to reveal the hidden entrance to the demon dungeon in his own way. Soon, Ins walked towards the revealed entrance. After Ins and his party disappeared, many monsters that were stagnant because of the spectre looked at the entrance that appeared again and went crazy again. Soon after, when the entrance was about to disappear, Rosinante arrived with the protagonist group. Chapter 969 Kaido's Father Kaiju? Sword Spirit. In the demon dungeon. In a secluded valley. Accompanied by a huge roar, A heroic laugh exploded directly. Oh! I didn't expect it to be successful. I have to thank you very much. Qing Yao. Under the huge diamond-shaped crystal, bursts of lightning, flames, and clouds raged. Kaido was standing in it. Strands of golden and blue halos fell from his body and intertwined and climbed the void. At this time, he stood in the middle of these disasters with a mace in his hand, looking at the ugly Qing Yao opposite with an excited face. The reason for his excitement was that his experiment was successful. He already felt that he could touch the power of the Sky Demon. This was the power Kaido had always longed for. In the present world, along with the rampage of the Sky Demon, Kaido was witnessing the various powerful powers of these Sky Demons who were transformed from devil fruits. He was naturally very jealous. However, although he could feel that his devil fruit ability was silently absorbing the Emperor's slurry in the atmosphere and transforming it into demon power. But that demon power was like a rock or a phantom. He couldn't mobilize it anyway, let alone show the power of the heavenly demon. However, it's not a problem now. On the way to the demonic dungeon, Kaido suddenly had an idea. Can he use the power of the demonic dungeon to stimulate the demon power of his devil fruit? He knew that the boss of the demonic dungeon, Qing Yao, had a hobby of turning enemies into puppets. This process would even mobilize the power of the demon crystal to transform the puppet. So, Kaido wanted to try it. Kaido was not worried about whether it would fail. On the way here, he had hidden a power seed in the phantom beast blood circuit in his body. As long as the time he set was up, the seed would explode, and the phantom beast blood circuit would be forced to enter the original root mode for a few seconds at that moment. The original root mode was an extremely violent phantom power reflux. Kaido believed that no matter how strong Qing Yao's phantom power was, it would definitely not be stopped under that violent reflux. Crack! Crack! This is the power of the heavenly demon. After greeting the blue demon, Kaido ignored the dark-faced blue demon. While turning his neck to make a crisp sound, he felt the demonic power in his body, which was completely different from the illusionary power. I see. No wonder I can't mobilize that demonic power. It turns out that you are the one who did it. At this time, Kaido had discovered that a part of his soul was very strange. It was like a miniature world, and there was even a strange consciousness in it. Usually, he could hardly find it. But now he discovered it with the power infused into his body by the demonic underground city. Why does this guy look so much like me? Kaido's consciousness observed this hazy strange consciousness. In his senses, this thing looks like him in the beast form, but now it looks very mini. Never mind. Since I have discovered it, then give me the power of the heavenly demon species. Kaido could feel that the demonic power flowing through his body was transmitted from this part. This is the source of the demonic power. This demonic power is very huge, reaching the level of SSS level Demon King. However, it is his now. With the instinctive violent consciousness of the Azure Dragon fantasy beast, Kaido directly rushed into this mini-world. Suddenly, the mini Azure Dragon inside was awakened on the spot. It woke up and saw its world breaking into a familiar huge thing. It suddenly became extremely huge and fought back. It fiercely collided with Kaido's consciousness. You dare to resist me? Eat my mace. In the mini-world, Kaido, who turned into a dragon man, used the power of the violent fantasy beast to be transmitted continuously. A mace appeared on the spot. He gave the rebellious little guy a big slap. Soon, the bruised little blue dragon recognized Kaido. At the same time, Kaido, who was communicating quickly with his consciousness, also figured out the whole story. Since the world appeared the power of Emperor Flowing Slurry that can awaken all things. Its originally hazy consciousness began to be attracted by the Emperor Flowing Slurry scattered around Kaido, and then spontaneously attracted the Emperor Flowing Slurry to transform into demonic power. In this process, the Emperor Flowing Slurry passed through Kaido's soul. By absorbing Kaido's Emperor Flowing Slurry awakening spirit in this way, its consciousness began to become clearer and wiser, and its personality began to lean towards Kaido. Therefore, it was not willing to be Kaido's cheat with its initial ambition. It wanted to wait until Kaido died, then break through the shackles and fly into the sky. Trademark. I'll let you fly into the sky. You eat my food, live my life, and you still want to run. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I won't fly anymore. The little blue dragon, who was hit by several maces again, shouted with a wronged look. Seeing the little blue dragon's tearful eyes, Kaido finally stopped the mace in his hand. It's not that he felt sympathy, but that he still had to rely on this little guy next. Do you have a name? Yes, my name is Kaiju. The little blue dragon said, carefully looking at Kaido's face. Sure enough. As it signed up, Kaido's face became extremely dark. My name is Kaido, your name is Kaiju, do you still want to be my daddy? Ah! Looking at Kaido's excited roar, Xiao Qinglong whispered. It's not impossible. Hey! No, I mean if you think it's ugly, you can give me a new name. 0.1. Okay, I'll give you a name, Qinglong. Ah! What? In the future, when I shout a slogan, you will appear on my mace. By the way, make my mace look cooler. Don't tell me you can't do it. Kaido explained everything in one breath. He once fought with Garo, the captain of the 11th Division of Soul Society. They talked about Zanpakuto. To be honest, Kaido used to envy the momentum of Zanpakuto when it was released. But now he doesn't envy it anymore. Because he has this Xiao Qinglong who is similar to the Zanpakuto sword spirit. It should be more than enough to play a role of Zanpakuto in the future. Chapter 970 The Fundamental Ultimate Move of the Sky Demon, My Amazing Force. When Kaido was lecturing Qinglong, the Qing demon in the outside world had already discovered Kaido's abnormality. Although the speed of consciousness communication is much faster than reality, only a few seconds have passed outside. But as a Qing demon who is good at illusion power, it is not so easy to be concealed. His blue eyes directly broke through the various thunder and fire that Kaido deliberately swept up. Directly spied on Kaido's consciousness wandering. How arrogant, dare to ignore me like this. In this case, the Qing demon narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately opened the most powerful move he was going to leave for the God Sky Dragon King. This is also the strongest and most fundamental common ultimate move of the Sky Demon, and its name is the Sky Demon Curse. This ultimate move can even be transformed into a special move unique to itself according to the ability of the Sky Demon itself. The Qing Demon based on the Sky Demon. He naturally also knows the unique big move of the Sky Demon. The Sky Demon curses the Eternal Paradise. As the blue eyes of the Blue Demon began to glow with a faint green light, Kaido, who was still in the small world, immediately noticed the movement outside. He could feel that his violent illusionary power was dissipating. Streams of blue demonic power were invading his soul. The vision began to distort. This is the Sky Demon curse of the Blue Demon. With such movement, Kai immediately recalled the trick that the Blue Demon used in the original work. Very good, Qinglong, it's up to you next. If it was the original. Kaido was still very afraid of the Blue Demon's big move. After all, the Sky Demon curse is not a vegetarian. The so-called Sky Demon curse, in Kaido's view, is actually the unique curse ability of the Devil Fruit. Anyone who has eaten the Devil Fruit will be cursed by the sea. Such a curse. Now that the Sky Demon species is born, it has become a real terrifying force. Every Sky Demon species will have the Sky Demon curse. This curse can make the person who is hit directly unable to touch the sea, just like the Devil Fruit ability user, and fear the sea stone factor of the sea. The strength of the curse increases with the strength of the demon. If the curse cannot be lifted, it is equivalent to eating a demon fruit without power out of thin air. Of course. If that's all, the demon curse is not enough to make Kaido afraid. The terrifying power is that it can shift the concept of the curse from the sea to the power of the demons themselves. To put it simply, it means that the demons can add a curse buff to their own power. It makes the resistance of the strong who touch their power drop sharply, thereby increasing the power of the ultimate move in disguise, which is equivalent to coating the weapon with poison. The ultimate move of the Blue Demon now is like this. Originally, the Eternal Paradise was the ultimate move of the Blue Demon's illusion power, which could trap the enemy in an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now with the power of the curse of the demon, it is even more terrifying. But Kaido is not worried now. He picked up the blue dragon and carried it on his shoulder, and then... No. Be obedient. Get over here. Kaido threw the little blue dragon out of the small world. As soon as it came out, the terrifying demon power that constantly eroded Kaido's soul instantly seemed to find a target. It was like 180 big men rushing straight at it. The blue dragon only felt that the experience of leaving the small world for the first time was very bad. The surroundings were full of malice, and it wanted to go home. Boom! The small world in Kaido's soul began to violently surge with countless demonic powers as Xiao Qinglong's thoughts. These demonic powers combined with Xiao Qinglong. It barely held on to the big move of Qinjiao. Oh! Sure enough, the effect of the heavenly demon curse on heavenly demons has been greatly reduced. At this time, Kaido watched Xiao Qinglong struggling in the small world, but he was fine. This made him believe a rumor about heavenly demons. It is rumored that the heavenly demon curse is powerful. But if the target is a heavenly demon, it will not work. If it is just a simple heavenly demon curse, it is even like a delicacy to heavenly demons, the more the better. However, this big move of Qinjiao is accompanied by his powerful illusion ability. Xiao Qinglong can't digest it at all. Oh, it seems that I should take action. Feeling that Xiao Qinglong has almost pulled the firepower to the full, Kaido no longer hesitated. As soon as he left the small world, he consolidated and stabilized the somewhat shaky original root mode. Then he worked with Xiao Qinglong to grind this powerful demon power. Just like grinding soy milk. Extract the part of the demon power related to the curse of the demon and give it to Xiao Qinglong. It was like slapping Xiao Qinglong in the face and giving him sweet dates. This made Xiao Qinglong look at Kaido a lot more pleasing to the eye. Listen to my slogan later. Kaido consolidated his prestige immediately after giving him sweet dates. Without waiting for Xiao Qinglong to say anything, Kaido's consciousness began to withdraw. You guy? How is it possible? At this time, the green demon looked at Kaido's breath flowing and suddenly opened his eyes. The seemingly indifferent expression made him doubtful. Even the former Abacutes was very afraid of the trick he used and did not dare to force him too much. The dragon in front of him could directly eat his trick. This made him a little unacceptable. Oh! Nothing is impossible. Under my amazing force, even the so-called heavenly demon curse is like a breeze. Kaido was laughing wildly at this time. He had no self-blame for throwing the little blue dragon out to block the knife. Next. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at my peerless power. Kaido recited the lines of some villains in comics and stretched out his mace with confidence. Smash all obstacles. Blue dragon. Whoosh whoosh. A breeze blew by, and the wind was calm. 0-10 Nothing happened. The blue demon's body was tense, and he looked at Kaido with some doubt. I don't know what the guy in front of him is doing. And Kaido's face was still calm, as if it wasn't him who shouted the slogan just now. It's just that the faint throbbing veins on his face proved that he was not so calm. Hey! He swung the mace and blasted a corner of the valley next to him. Then he shouted again. Smash all obstacles. Azure Dragon. It was calm again. The Azure Demon opposite Kaido felt that he was a little confused. Is this guy in front of him a fool? Or is he playing a trick on him? Kaido, who was stared at by the Azure Demon, looked a little embarrassed. He smashed the mace vertically on the ground and cursed fiercely. Trademark, if you don't come out, I'll go in and pull out your tendons and skin you. As soon as these words came out, Kaido immediately felt a huge demon power surging from his body and arrived to the mace in his hand. Instantly, his mace began to be covered with thunder patterns, fire patterns, fog patterns, and blue patterns. Various colorful special effects were also embellished on the mace, making it very cool. The most important thing was that a small blue dragon was wrapped around the mace, which looked quite eye-catching. Don't hit me. I just ate too much, so I'll just digest it. Although the blue dragon is eye-catching, the human words it speaks are heartbreaking. Chapter 971 Who Can Stop It? The final dragon species, the divine dragon species. This is. The blue demon looked at the little dragon on Kaido's mace with his eyes wide open. He could feel that the little dragon contained extremely powerful demonic power, at least similar to when he was not blessed by the demon crystal. And he also felt that this demonic power had a special rhythm. This is an SSS level demon. After looking at Qinglong, Qinjiao came to this conclusion directly. Who are you? Without waiting for Qinjiao to finish his words, Kaido laughed loudly and swung his mace vigorously. The terrifying power burst out directly. Flames, lightning, wind blades, clouds, and mists raged directly. It washed over the valley like a torrent. A large area of the blue crystal ground collapsed directly, leaving traces of scorching and tearing and surging hot flames. The air was still jumping with lightning from time to time. The sky was completely dark. The clouds were thick and the thunder roared. The movement here attracted the attention of the Shenkong Dragon King who was fighting in the distance. Ha ha ha! Kaido didn't disappoint me. It seems that he is still a good brush. looking at the demon kings in front of him getting anxious because of the abnormal movement in the core area. The divine Sky Dragon King came forward again. It believed that Kaido would not let it down next. Well, if it really let it down, it could clean up the mess later. Boom. Crack. Crack. The core area of the demon underground city. The sky was surging with wind and clouds, and countless thunders tore through the sky and fell down. Oh! Kaido raised his mace and absorbed the thunder in the sky wantonly. Now he felt great. Possessing the power of the fantasy beast and the power of the sky demon at the same time, he was like the protagonist of a comic book. The perfect interweaving of the power of the two systems has greatly improved his strength. If it were him now. I'm afraid that Abagodes has been surpassed by him. Although he was a little unwilling before. But Kaido admitted Abagodes' strength in his heart. Even if that guy doesn't have the blessing of the dragon heart, he can still be terrifyingly strong through the form of the tyrant dragon. Even if he is a holy crown level with the powerful move of the original root mode. I am afraid that he still can't compete with it. At most, he can rely on his powerful vitality and recovery to keep a stalemate. In terms of attack power, defense, mobility, etc., Abagodes directly beats him. That guy's space magic is too strong and too cheating, coupled with that terrible fighting instinct. He is absolutely worthy of the title of the world's strongest boss. But Kaido now feels that he has risen. The guy Qinglong cooperates with him to exert the various abilities of the devil fruit to a greater extent. For example, Zilla. Snap. As Qing Yao's pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, Kaido's figure passed him. Followed by the extremely explosive wolf-tooth lightning bombardment. Thunder Bagua, dot. Accompanied by a huge shock wave flying across, Qing Yao was hit and flew into the sky on the spot. A big hole was directly opened in the thick clouds in the sky. Zilla. Crack. It flashed like thunder. The next moment, Kaido's figure appeared again in front of the flying blue demon. The third world induces Naraku. Kaido's illusionary power was added to the blue dragon, making the lightning of the mace like a tonic. The terrifying lightning advanced layer by layer. Boom! The sky seemed to roar and explode, and a narrow and long lightning flashed by. Then came a terrifying mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion. The blue demon fell to the ground at a faster speed. Go to me! Big rising dragon flame Bagua. The little blue dragon wrapped around the handle of the mace immediately received the order. Received Kaido's power, and at the same time absorbed the flames spread by the nuclear explosion on the spot. It turned into an extremely terrifying red flame dragon. Following the green demon, he smashed the very hard green crystal ground layer by layer. The terrifying flames burned the green crystals condensed by the demon power. The demon power of the blue dragon in the flames made it burn to the critical point. Then it exploded. The green crystals began to trigger a chain of explosions. Boom! Boom! It seemed as if a small sun rose on the ground, and the whole world was like daylight. It was amazingly dazzling. The entire underground city world built by the demon crystals was shaking. The continuous explosions seemed to collapse the entire small world. Such a spectacular scene was accompanied by a wild laugh that resounded through the sky. Oh! It fits! It fits so well! I feel better than ever now. At this time, after experiencing the new power, Kaido couldn't help but start laughing wildly. Speed like thunder, attack like the sun, the atmosphere is his perception, clouds are his claws. Trademark. Such a terrifying power. What else in the world can stop him? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It can't be easy. You seem very strong. A sudden voice interrupted Kaido's wild laughter. He looked back to see who was the blind man who interrupted his joy. Fuck. Kaido turned around with his pupils shrinking and almost swore. Damn it. How come he was so proud just now? He's stronger. How could this guy appear? Wait. Is it that Black Death Mage? Kaido looked at the red dragon man shrouded in the mysterious black mist. The dragon man's posture like fire represents the eternal dragon heart. The black lines all over his body and the hazy black mist represent the immortal demon soul. And the blue diamond crystal between his eyebrows. Oh? Is there a demon crystal that represents the spiritual awakening with all things? Looking at the empty eyebrows of the dragon man in front of him, Kaido smiled. How could Kaido not know the guy in front of him? The final boss Aldo Roman is the ultimate life form of Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon. Zhao de Zhao, reached the limit of quasi-god as soon as he was born. After carrying the power of the 3 major dungeons, he can even approach the realm of sub-god. Its combat power is even more shocking. According to the setting, its perfect form. The combat power is comparable to the 9 patterned dragon species in the world at the same level. Abaguitz, the guy who used space to the extreme, can only be comparable to the 7 patterned dragon species. The so-called dragon species is the final dragon species born in the dragon nest among the 3 giant dragon nests. The number of dragon patterns is used to divide the noble and the low. The total number is known to be more than 30, which is an extremely rare dragon species. The upper limit of each dragon species is at least a quasi-god. The 9 patterned dragon is the highest of this dragon species. You can imagine the horror of Ryomen. Final boss, I didn't expect you to run out early. It just so happens that I need a sparring partner, so you are it. Let me see my limit. Chapter 972 Combat Power Benchmark, Don't Move. Kaido can feel that the dragon man in front of him is not of high level, just a little stronger than him. In addition to the lack of demon crystals, he was born early. The guy in front of him is now at most comparable to the 8-striped dragon species at the same level. So, Kaido is itching. He wants to try who is stronger, himself or the 8-striped dragon species in the world. Dragon species. If he can be comparable to the 8-striped dragon species now, then it means that he is already equal to the 4-striped dragon species. Kaido thought in his heart, and began to wear an excited smile on his face. Potential does not mean combat power, and combat power does not mean potential. This is very normal in many systems. But the dragon species is different. Due to the special nature of the dragon nest, their potential and combat power go hand in hand, so they have become the benchmark for many forces to measure combat power. Kaido is keen on this. In his news channel, there is a record that the 8-striped dragon species that has just entered the quasi-god level directly tied with the 4-striped dragon species from the god level. This means that as long as he can tie with the guy in front of him, his strength is comparable to that of a 4-striped dragon. This is a huge improvement. Although 1-striped to 3-striped dragons have no chance to enter the level of a god, the 4-striped dragons of the god level are the weakest level of the god level. But the god level is 193. Under the decree of the Lord God, the gods and humans in the world are separated, and it is difficult for the gods to take action directly. A strong man who can exert the fighting power of the god level at the quasi-god level is a big advantage. Kaido feels that he has stepped into such a hurdle now. Of course, even if it is worse, it won't be that bad. Anyway, the Azure Dragon guy is not at the Holy Crown level yet, and when it reaches a higher level, the fighting power he can exert will definitely be more terrifying. Strong man. You make my blood boil, what is this impulse? Hearing Ryomen's low self-talk, Kaido dropped the mace on his shoulder. Oh. Let me tell you. This is the boiling wool to fight. Are you ready for the battle? Don't. It will collapse at the first touch. Crack. Boom. In an instant, Kaido's figure turned into lightning and collided directly with Ryomen. The huge mace flashed dazzling lightning and continuously collided with the hard red dragon claw with unparalleled terrifying power. The collision between the two sides set off an explosion of lightning and fire. The blue lightning and red fire turned directly into a ball of light and exploded. The atmosphere in the sky burst into a bright and distorted brilliance. The small sun rising from the blue crystal that was still exploding below seemed to be wearing a halo of distorted brilliance. The scene was spectacular and charming from a distance. Oh! You are really strong. You can keep up with my speed. But this is not over yet. Kaido said, and turned into lightning and kept passing Ryomen. In an instant, he passed back and forth countless times. Each time was an extremely terrifying thunder strike. Every collision was a huge explosion. It seemed that another sun appeared in the sky, directly covering the small sun that rose from the ground due to the explosion of the blue crystal. Ripples of lightning continued to spread. In the center of the battle between the two sides, clouds with lightning began to spread. Oh! Great mighty thunder Bagua! Kaido attacked countless times. The last attack, the thunderclouds that filled the sky began to respond to Kaido's moves. The countless lightnings stretched out and gathered on Kaido's mace. As he swung this blow, the whole small world lost its color. Only the silent blue lightning flashed in the sky. Has Kaido become so powerful? It's incredible. On the other side, the god Sky Dragon King, who was still fighting with the group of monsters, looked at the spectacular scene in the sky in the distance and couldn't help sighing. However, soon its dragon eyes shone with a faint light, and its attention was focused on the location of the demon crystal. There, at the center of the explosion, it found something strange, and the space there produced extremely subtle fluctuations. This can be hidden from others, but it can't be hidden from it. Is that the final boss described by Kaido Ryomen? It seems that Ens did it. Is this the demon crystal that has been set its sights on after the demon soul and the dragon heart? We can't let that guy succeed. Now the demon crystal is also the target of it and Kaido. Before, when the dragon heart fell into Ens's hands, Audiobook wanted to return it. Now it seems that there is little hope. However, at least Audiobook is unwilling to give up the demon crystal, the prey. The gods came to arrest the reincarnation. This is very embarrassing for it, who has just become a subordinate reincarnation. It doesn't want to stop here without seeing the vast world, so it needs the demon crystal to run away. Bang! With a heavy blow, Audiobook knocked away a powerful demon king who came to attack. Then he prepared to cross the space to the demon crystal to stop Ens. Don't move, Audiobook. When the Sky Dragon King was about to leave, a voice came directly from behind it, and then it felt its body begin to stiffen. The familiar feeling made the Sky Dragon King know who was coming at once. Phantom, you. Old friend, we meet again. On the back of the Sky Dragon King, the figure of the Phantom stood, and his black clothes fluttered like black air. Dark lines stretched from his dark fingertips to connect to all parts of the Sky Dragon King. Lord Ens's plan cannot be disturbed, so please watch the next grand scene here quietly. Phantom, you are so depraved in this posture. You, a depraved guy, don't think of stopping me. Accompanied by a huge roar, the vast magic power of the Sky Dragon King exploded, destroying all the soul control lines that controlled it. He. You are still so stubborn. You say nice things but you follow Kaido's guy. But speaking of this, that guy looks quite powerful now. Perhaps you can join the great Lord Ens together. Swish! A flash of black light. The spectre standing on the dragon's back was cut in half. Don't say anything that makes me laugh. We don't have any common topics. Let's fight quickly. The cut spectre slowly floated to a place not far away and reunited. He looked at the divine Sky Dragon King and teased. How arrogant! You are obviously not in a good condition now. There is no magic factor for you to recover here. How much strength do you have left to fight me after fighting with a group of monsters? It's more than enough to defeat you. Really? Then I'll have to wait and see. As the conversation ended, the dragon and the demon started a war. Chapter 973 Ens's actions, the sun god can't do it. The core area of the demon dungeon. The explosion caused by the burning of the blue crystal here has stopped. Somewhere in the valley, the ground has collapsed into a large hole hundreds of meters wide. The blue crystal at the edge of the big hole has become blackened in the flames. Although this flame can no longer make the blue crystal react. However, the flames here have not dissipated. It can even be said that the flames are getting more and more intense. It covers the entire core area of the valley, making it difficult to see inside. The location of the suspended demon crystal. A corner of the incompatible space runs across here, covering the demon crystal in the center. The skeleton figure holding a golden staff and wearing a gorgeous cloak is quietly watching the demon crystal. He is Ens who came to the demon dungeon. It's smoother than expected. Aware that the demon crystal in front of him was clamped, Ens nodded slightly. He used the dragon heart and demon soul in the great tomb as a breakthrough point, making the progress of contracting the demon crystal much easier. The reason is that the three cores are now connected. That connection is the final boss, Ryomen. With Ryomen as the core, the three dungeons created a shared ownership of Ryomen. This contract-like connection has now become the best breakthrough for him to clamp the demon crystal. The contract speed has increased a lot, and the demon crystal can no longer make any effective resistance. Even Ryomen can forcibly complete it in advance. It depends on the situation. If the plan goes smoothly there is no need for it. Ens thought to himself, and then looked up at the sky. His eyes penetrated the flames burning in the valley and witnessed the boundless thunder sky created by the battle between Kaido the Beast and Ryomen. Kaido the Beast is so much stronger than last time. Now the dragon heart and demon soul are clamping the demon crystal and cannot give it any blessing. I hope Ryomen will not let me down. Boom! A terrible shock sound resounded. Above the sky, A violent collision was heard again. Ryomen, who was constantly served by Kaido's mace and lightning, began to fight back. Fiery light wheel. The red light pierced through the thunder sky. Facing Ryomen's move, Kaido felt that the whole world was shrouded in extremely fierce malice. The pure malice was melting his perception and actions. In addition to the malice's power invading his spirit, there was a terrifying exploding light wheel outside. Oh! Come on! Kaido waved his mace and laughed. He knew this move of Ryomen. He used the magic soul to transform the pure fighting spirit into evil, and used the dragon heart in his chest to mobilize the power of the sun. Finally, there was actually the power of the demon crystal. But that part is invisible now. He used the small world of demon power where the little blue dragon lived in the soul to resist the burning malice. Then Kaido began to burst out with a big move. Let me see whose sun is more powerful. The cartoonist who created the comic Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon once accepted an interview and claimed that the reason why the final boss's power is expressed as the power of the sun is to pay tribute to the great sun god. Since then, fans of this comic affectionately call Ryomen the little sun god. Now, Kaido wants to see, can Ryomen, who lacks the development of demon crystals, still bear this title? Damn it! If you can be the sun god, why can't I? Big rising dragon flame Bagua. Kaido ignored the cries of the little blue dragon on the stick and attacked with the fire dragon directly. The little blue dragon collided directly with Ryomen's ultimate move. As the two sides collided, the sky was silent for a moment. Then, a terrifying flash of light shone through the world. The terrifying flames began to advance layer by layer, burning the atmosphere and causing the earth to churn. Boom! Bang! Bang! A huge fireball formed quickly. It seemed that there was nothing else between heaven and earth except the fireball. Hey! The battle there is really terrible. My eyes feel like they are going blind. The core area of the demon underground city was shattered by Kaido before, like the bottom of the abyss. A huge eyeball with red pupils and black whites was blinking continuously. Transparent tears slowly dripped from its eyes. Elder Demon Eye, who told you not to control your eyes? Always looking around. Next to the big eye, a faceless monster with very slender limbs and wearing pale tights laughed at it. Ask for flowers 0. Hearing the mocking tone of the monster next to him, the elder of the magic eye used the tiny purple tentacles to pull back the dripping eye fluid, and fought back without any hesitation. Humph! It's better than you, a guy who can't even see the eyes. You guy, I really want to knock your eyeballs off. Try it if you have the ability. I'm very curious whether your title of King of Fear is fake? I heard from a distance that you were beaten by the Holy Light Envoy and dared not go out. Damn guy! Bang! Don't talk nonsense. That guy is already waiting. Don't make mistakes in this mission, otherwise you don't want to know the consequences. Looking at the grey dragon that was leading them and looking back, the Demon Eye Elder and King Wei's breath froze for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Humph! Of course we know Evil Dragon King. At the bottom of the abyss, there is a huge hole blasted by Kaido's ultimate move. After the fire dragon penetrated the blue crystal layer at the bottom of the core area, ordinary earth could not stop the raging fire dragon at all. Therefore, it was directly vented after going deep into this position tens of thousands of meters underground. A pancake-shaped space with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters was directly washed out from the deep underground. And the target of the Evil Dragon King was the Demon Evil Dungeon boss, Qing Yao, who was hit here. At this time, the wide space was close to the edge. Qing Yao was already standing there. He looked at the three guys who flew over, his face a little dark. Because he knew them all, they were the bosses of the three subordinate dungeons, and their strength was stronger, especially the Evil Dragon King who was in charge. Evil Dragon King, Demon Eye Elder and King Mo. Seeing the green demon set his eyes on him, King Wei couldn't help but shrink his head. But then, its hoarse voice came out through the demon power. Boss Green Demon, this time I'm here to persuade you to surrender. I've already. Have you betrayed me? King Mo. The green demon interrupted King Wei before he could finish. The dark green pupils stared at King Wei. This made King Wei shudder. It seems that you want to be made into puppet 3. Chapter 974. Luo Zenandi was sweating, that guy was actually cheating. He. I am really laughing to death. The King of Fear is actually afraid, you really opened my eyes. King Wei. The Demon Eye Elder could see the traces of fear on King Wei. This discovery made him laugh. Damn, you are talking without any pain. King Wei, who was ridiculed by the Demon Eye Elder, cursed the Demon Eye Elder in his heart. The Green Demon Boss, who has reached the pinnacle of illusion ability, has too many ways to torture demons. Those who have not tried it will never know the horror of the Green Demon Boss. Stop talking nonsense. We still have to fight after all. The evil Dragon King looked at the cold eyes of the Green Demon and understood that this battle was inevitable. You hold the line, I will fight. As soon as the words fell, the evil Dragon King rushed forward. The roar of the evil dragon. Boom! The great torrent burst out and directly enveloped the green monster. However, it was quickly blocked by the green monster. The ground-shaking attack was eliminated. Hehe, as expected, that guy no longer has the blessing of the demon crystal. Even his breath is unstable now, obviously he has not recovered from the previous battle with that monster. Just one move. The Demon Eye Elder who was watching felt that the green monster was bluffing. However, this was also within the expectations of the Demon Eye Elder. The demon crystal was busy with its own affairs. Without the blessing of the demon crystal, the green monster who was hit by the monster first might not have recovered from his injuries. In this way, the advantage was completely tilted towards them. After all, the evil Dragon King was promoted to SSS level with the blessing of Lordans, and was also blessed by the remote blessing of the evil Dragon Heart. In addition, it and the Fear Demon were both raised to the high SS level, and could get the remote blessing of their subordinate dungeons, so their combat power could reach the SSS level. No matter how you look at it, they will not lose. It's really unpleasant. You guys, don't think anyone can fight me. There should be some limits to underestimating others. The wind was howling, and the green demon's green clothes were fluttering. His green hair was dancing wildly, and strands of green light gathered from all around. Finally, a green crystal condensed on his forehead. Even if there is something wrong with the demon crystal. But I am not something you weak guys can touch. At this time, the green demon was in full swing. The demon power contained in the surrounding strata was dissolving and turning into his nutrients. As the boss of the demon evil dungeon, the green demon was also not a vegetarian. During the long time of guarding the demon evil dungeon, he directly created a demon crystal condensation method suitable for himself. The biggest difference between the sky demon and other demon species, in addition to the sky demon curse, is another very significant feature. That is, there is no demon crystal in the body of the sky demon. This has both advantages and disadvantages for the sky demon. However, the green demon can temporarily condense the demon crystal, which is a combination of advantages and can greatly increase its strength. Usually, it has the blessing of the demon crystal of the demon evil dungeon. He doesn't need to use this mode at all. Now that the demon crystal is abnormal and can't be blessed, this move of eating dust was directly used by him. Sure enough, you are not so easy to deal with. Feeling the strong breath of the green demon, the evil Dragon King's face was solemn. The leaders of the three major dungeons have the legend of stopping children's tears in the 3 continents. It never thought it could be solved so easily. But now its level has been upgraded to SSS level, plus the remote blessing of the evil dragon heart of the evil dragon dungeon. It must have the strength to compete with the current green demon. At worst, there are 2 guys next to him to help. Although it doesn't like others to intervene in its battle, Insama's mission is more important. Come and fight. The legend of the blue demon will end under my roar. Hearing the words of the evil Dragon King, the blue demon laughed in anger. When has anyone dared to show his teeth in front of him? It's just a dragon born in a subordinate dungeon. Boom! Under the evil Dragon King's shrunken pupils, the blue demon came to its chest without knowing when. His blue hair grew wildly and wrapped around the evil Dragon King's body. The terrible demon power flowed directly to the evil Dragon King through the blue hair. The evil Dragon King felt that he couldn't move. Hehe, repent for your big talk. The blue demon's pupils flashed a faint blue light at this time. He directly used the heavenly demon curse in this move, although it was not as exquisite as the ultimate move Eternal Paradise. It was simple and fast, and consumed less energy. Now the evil Dragon King's dragon body and magic power are at his mercy, and he can no longer resist him. I can't lose so easily. The stiff evil Dragon King roared in his heart. It stared at the green demon's dragon eyes and burst into a terrifying grey. The dragon's eyes are connected to the heart. At this moment, the dragon's eyes directly bloomed the magic of the heart. Evil Dragon Eyes Corrosion. The terrifying grey light burst out and pierced directly into the heart of the green demon. The grey light triggered all kinds of negative emotions of the green demon. Makine was distracted for a moment. At this moment, the evil Dragon King burst out his magic power to break free from the green demon's restraints. Bang! The evil Dragon King quickly retreated, and then looked at the green demon with some shock. King Wei, get ready! The Demon Eye Elder, who saw this dangerous scene, called out to King Wei directly. This! He, do you want to disappoint Lordans? Or do you want to continue to be loyal to the green demon? As soon as the Demon Eye Elder said this, King Wei made a decision immediately. Lordans was even more terrifying, and he could only let down the green demon boss. Humph! Evil Dragon King, it seems that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. But even if you add 2 trash, it's still nothing to worry about. At this time, the green demon, who had come to his senses, glanced at the Demon Eye Elder and King Wei, who were ready to move not far away, his face full of ridicule. You are such a nasty guy. Your attitude towards subordinate dungeons is so bad, King Wei, you are lucky to still be under his command. You probably don't have any face at all. Oh! I forgot, you don't have any face at all, he. Looking at the Demon Eye Elder taking the opportunity to poke him again. King Wei felt his cold heart warm, and had the urge to poke the big eyeball next to him. I don't want to quarrel with you now, you should be careful, the power of the green demon boss is terrible. If we don't pay attention, we will be finished. Hehe, of course I understand. But under my magic eye, all illusions are exposed. When the Demon Eye Elder attacked confidently. On the other side, somewhere in the demon evil dungeon, accompanied by a green vortex emerging out of thin air, the figures of Rosinante and the protagonist group emerged from it. As soon as he arrived at the demon evil dungeon, Rosinante was attracted by the red sky in the distance. That is, as he used magic to spy in 2.1, his pupils suddenly shrank. The final boss, Aldo Roman. Did the ominous premonition come true? Rosinante's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Early on, when the Black Death Magians had forced the dragon heart into existence, and with the appearance of the phantom, he had a vague ominous premonition. He was worried that after Ins had brought the 3 dungeons together, Aldo Roman would be born. However, he never expected that Aldo Roman would be born in advance without the participation of the demon crystal. Even if that guy was not in his prime, he must have been terrifyingly strong, right? However, Kaido the beast, that guy actually blocked Aldo Roman. Witnessing the familiar figure fighting fiercely with Aldo Roman, Rosinante's eyes widened. He just felt that the world was changing too fast. How long has it been? Can that guy cheat so blatantly? Chapter 975 How do you hold on? A lone man. Teacher Rosinante, what should we do next? I heard the question from Posa next to me. Rosinante's face was a little hesitant. He had already observed the abnormality in the core area of the demon dungeon, and it was obvious that the Black Death Magians was there. So strong. That beast Kaido has become so strong. It feels like his strength is growing faster than ours. His thoughts were interrupted by Posa's excited words, and Rosinante no longer hesitated. He looked at the protagonist group. Although Kaido's strength growth was unexpected, but the protagonist group was also really cheating. Since they were promoted to quasi-gods, they kept moving towards higher points, and the holy light of the atmosphere rushed to gather towards them. So that their strength rose very quickly, as if they were recovering their strength rather than increasing their strength. It can only be said that the protagonist is the protagonist. Let's go. First make sure the demon crystal is not lost, and then we can deal with the situation. Got it, Mr. Rosinante. Soon, with a circle of white light covering them, the figures of several people disappeared directly. A new guy has come out. This feeling is the holy light. On the other side, the ghost who blocked the attack of the god of Sky Dragon King again set his sights in a certain direction. Good opportunity. The roar of the god of Sky Dragon 23. Just a moment of relaxation, the god of Sky Dragon King directly burst out with a dark torrent. The earth was shattered, and the forest was swept into fragments and then swallowed by the darkness. The terrible turbulence shook the strata. The surrounding demons looked at the terrifying attack with fear. After a while, as the turbulence dissipated, the space that returned to calm was no longer the figure of the god of Sky Dragon King. The ghost didn't care. Compared to the god of Sky Dragon King, who had consumed a lot of magic power and was already at the end of his strength, he was more concerned about the holy light messenger who appeared. He knew it clearly. The holy staff was also in Sama's target. They came to our door. But we can't be impatient. We can't let them ruin Sama's plan. Swoosh. Silently, the ghost disappeared. The surrounding monsters breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two great killing gods disappear. The previous projection of the monster crystal was shattered, causing their blessing to disappear. Fortunately, the two monsters didn't aim at them. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. Quick! Let's go see what happened in the core area together. Boom! The red light in the sky shook, the sky roared, and the flames swept. Kaido and Aldoro again man collides. The mace with flames slammed down on Aldo Roman's dragon arm. The terrifying force penetrated the dragon arm, making Aldo Roman's blood boil even more. Crack! Aldo Roman used Kaido's attacking dragon arm to tightly grasp Kaido's mace. Bang bang bang! A heartbeat roared. Aldo Roman's other dragon arm directly burst out a dazzling red light wheel. Fiery light wheel. As Kaido's face changed slightly, the red light swallowed the world. Boom boom! As the flames burst out and scattered quickly, the sky began to rain fire again. In the scorching raindrops, a lightning jumped. Zilla! Zilla! The lightning stopped after it was hundreds of meters away from Aldo Roman, revealing Kaido's figure. Hoo hoo hoo! The revealed Kaido panted slightly. He looked at his left arm, which had become like a dry branch because he had to block it, and laughed. Oh! So powerful! Aldo Roman! I have to say, you are still better now. I like you so much. Come on! Join my forces! You, who have the blood of a dragon, are perfect for me. After fighting for a while, Kaido had to admit. Aldo Roman is really invincible. And he uses his ultimate skills more frequently than him, what a monster. So, he was tempted again. Although he felt the probability was slim, he still couldn't help inviting him. I only serve the Supreme Lordans. Hearing Aldo Roman's reply, Kaido was stunned, then laughed. The Supreme One. Oh! That guy is so arrogant that he gave himself such a nickname. He is the Supreme One, and I am the Sun God. Looking at the red light shining again on the dragon arm of Aldo Roman in front of him, Kaido shouted hurriedly. Wait! Someone is coming from the Holy Light Envoy. I think we can cooperate. During the gap in chatting with Aldo Roman, he had received a message from the god of the Sky Dragon King. Facing the Holy Light Envoy who had already arrived, plus the Black Death Mage, it was a very hard bone to chew. Then the current situation is very clear. He wants to cooperate with the Black Death Mage to kill the protagonist group and get the Holy Staff. This is a very favorable choice from any perspective. Hearing Kaido's words, Aldo Roman hesitated for a moment. Then he seemed to hear something, and his original hesitation disappeared, and he agreed directly. Kaido was not surprised by Aldo Roman's agreement. Facing the big cake of the protagonist group, the Black Death Mage had no reason to refuse. Oh! It seems that our positions have changed. Then next, I choose. Zilla! Zilla! It was just a moment. Kaido's figure appeared directly behind a mountain range that rose due to the battle. Here, a burst of white light just went out. Rosinante and the protagonist group were walking out of the white light. This guy! As soon as they came out, their whole bodies were stiff as if they had received an electric shock. Kaido's heroic voice came to his ears. So fast! Watching the tall figure accumulate power for a moment, he swung the huge mace full of lightning towards them. Rosinante could not see Kaido's 143 expression, but only felt that Kaido's oppression was very terrifying now. I'll do it! The overwhelming holy light preceded the sound. Dang! Golden streamers and blue thunder exploded. The huge cross was shot out by Kaido, and the whole person, Hwagong, flew directly into the distant sky. After achieving the goal, Kaido didn't even say hello to Rosinante, and directly turned into lightning and chased Hwagong. That guy is so fast! At this time, Sakaki looked solemn. And Posa next to him was excited. Because he saw the red dragon man shrouded in wisps of black mist coming in front of them. The terrifying breath was erupting from the dragon man. Posa only felt his body trembling. So strong! This guy is really strong! Teacher Rosinante, leave this guy to me. Hearing Posa's words, Sakaki just wanted to roll his eyes. This guy seems to be so strong, how can you beat him alone? Teacher Rosinante, leave this monster to me and Posa. Please help take care of the granite. After Sakaki finished speaking, Sakaki and the impatient Posa went to Aldo Roman together. Accompanied by the surging air waves. 2 golden lights and the red light shrouded in black fog rose straight into the sky. Everything happened very quickly. In a blink of an eye, Rosinante became a lonely man. Chapter 976 The Key to Becoming a God, The Abyss of the Devil and the 12 Holy Wheels. Looking at the figure that disappeared in a moment, Rosinante sighed softly. Plans cannot keep up with changes, but fortunately things are not completely out of control. Next, it depends on Posa and the others. Although I have tried my best to carry out the plan, but there are still some omissions. Now I can only place my hope on Posa and the others, and their growth also gives him some confidence. Come out. He. I didn't expect you to find me. In front of Rosinante, the air fluctuated like flowing water, and a black shadow appeared. It was the phantom. If you can be more restrained. Maybe I can pretend not to see it. Looking at the phantom, Rosinante looked helpless. From just now, he felt that someone was staring at him closely. This feeling as if his soul was locked made him know the identity of the person in the dark, the Devil Lord Phantom. He. Human, you are very strong. I remember that Abigates couldn't do anything to you last time. I don't know if you can face me. Can you handle it with ease? Comfortable? Rosinante laughed at himself in his heart. He usually has a lot of trump cards and relies on the special nature of illusion magic to avoid defeat. If this is considered easy, then he is. Swish, swish, swish. Black lines pierced Rosinante into a hedgehog out of thin air. This scene made the pupils of the ghost who attacked shrink slightly. What a powerful force. No wonder Abigates can't take you down. Hey. Moving his body away from the soul lines that can control people, Rosinante turned into a real state again. He exhaled slightly. Then he took out a crystal ball from his arms. Let me practice the illusion of magic. Crack. Crack. The crystal ball was crushed by Rosinante, and a large amount of magic factors escaped from the crystal ball. Then it was absorbed by Rosinante. As he absorbed the magic that even the ghost was afraid of, a long road seemed to appear under Rosinante's feet. No one knew where it came from or where it led to. Seeing this, the spectre's face changed slightly. Now he has truly exerted his full strength. Don't be careless. Feeling the voice coming from the bottom of his heart, the spectre became more solemn. Yes, Lordans. After the spectre replied to in his heart, he looked at Rosinante in front of him and laughed again. He. Since you have already exerted your full strength, then, I will also be serious. As the spectre's dark fingers crossed and formed a strange gesture. The world became extremely strange and dead at this moment. In the dead silence, there were also desolate and strange crow calls from time to time and the spectre's muttering. Domain expansion. Bursts of cold air began to invade the world. The looming purple dark shadow began to cover the spectre and Rosinante. After that, the huge gloomy building began to rise rapidly. What can we do about Hades? On the other side, Ins, who was in the core area, looked at the battlefield between Rosinante and the phantom through the flames and obstacles. He knew that Rosinante was really using his full strength now. Although he had traveled in the real world for a short time, he still collected a lot of information. He had more or less information about the characteristics of the various power systems popular in the real world and the top figures. Among them was information about the magic system. Among humans, the practice of magic by magicians is a miracle of the heart, and their power can increase with their inner beliefs and emotions. The more desperate the magician is, the more likely he is to burst out with powerful power. In addition, the god of magic created by the god of magic once passed down the key to the magician's godhood, the magic abyss. Only the strong who have reached the SSS level of magicians can explore the magic abyss. In the magic abyss, the magician can gradually condense his own magic, which is the key to the gods. Although the magic path does not increase the magic power of the wizard, but the magic path can greatly increase the wizard's understanding of magic and the stability of the mind, thus achieving a surge in strength. Not only that, the magic path can absorb external magic power to manifest, which can also enhance the wizard's strength. Originally, Ins thought that Rosinante could not manifest magic in this world. After all, after the contract with the Dragon Heart, He has discovered that the dragon heart's control over atmospheric magic power is unexpectedly terrible. This is a disaster for wizards who come to this world, making it difficult for them to use the magic factors here. But he didn't expect that. Rosinante actually came with his own magic power. Which normal wizard would carry so much magic power around? Ins shook his head slightly. The most urgent thing. He still has to prepare a backup plan and put Aldo Roman's completion on the agenda. In the current situation, Aldo Roman may not be able to stabilize now. Especially when the opponent is an unreasonable creature like the protagonist. Buzz buzz buzz. As Ins's mind moved, the progress of the contract with the demon crystal became slow. The power of the Great Tomb began to cooperate with the dragon heart and the demon soul to force the demon crystal to fulfill its obligations to Aldo Roman. Soon, the demon crystal, which could only instinctively emit strands of green light reluctantly. These green lights are the key to complete Aldo Roman. It will take some time. Accompanied by Ins's murmur, the green light flows faster. While Ins is preparing. On another sky battlefield. Kaido is a little speechless at this time. He looked at the granite that he bombarded into the sky and a halo appeared behind him. It was suspended vertically in the air, emitting a faint golden light. There are 12 holes evenly distributed on the edge of the halo. 8 of the holes were ignited, emitting a more dazzling golden light, like a blazing flame floating in the hole. This is the source of Kaido's speechlessness. Trademark, I hate you guys the most. It's only been a short time, and your holy wheels have ignited 5 more. The Holy Knight Estelle of the Kingdom of Miracles once created a method of becoming a god called the 12 Holy Wheels Breaking Realm method. Therefore, the 12 Holy Wheels have become the unique symbol of the quasi-god-level Holy Light Envoy. 12 holes in the 12 Holy Wheels. Every time a holy flame is lit, it is a transformation towards the Holy Spirit, and the strength will become stronger. 12 holy flames are lit. The 12 holy wheels will spontaneously transform into the Holy Spirit wheels, and from then on become the Holy Spirit. Now, Kaido is a little upset when he looks at the holy wheels behind Huagong. Last time, Huagong fought with him and finally ignited 3 holes, becoming the 3 Flames Holy Light Envoy. At that time, he only thought it was due to the pressure of the battle and the aura of the protagonist. Now it hasn't been long, and he has directly risen to the level. If it was the time period of the original work, this guy might still be learning the holy light. This cheat is too fierce. Kaido's mace is hard when he sees it. Humph. Since you are doing this, let me increase your strength. Kaido's voice fell. The mace flashed with thunder and struck the granite fiercely, vowing to teach the heroine in front of him a lesson. Chapter 977 I'm useless. Squeeze again. Time passed. Boom. The sky trembled, and the flames erupted like a volcano. The terrifying shock wave flew across, the heat baked the atmosphere, and the heat wave made the earth dry and red. In the mighty fiery red flame, a golden light flashed. In a flash, it covered the fiery red light. In the golden light, Kaido's figure was clearly there. He swung the mace tirelessly one after another. The thunder kept jumping, so that his figure was almost everywhere in the golden light. The fire red originated from his mace, stirring up waves of flames. In the process of constantly swinging the mace, Kaido's resentment grew. The reason was that the guy in front of him was cheating right in front of him. No matter how powerful his attack is, this damn heroine can stubbornly catch it and even become stronger. Today, she has ignited 2 more of the 12 holy wheels, from the 8 flame holy light to the 10 flame holy light. And her skills in using holy light are becoming more and more proficient. This is a great shame for him. Is his mace really made of cotton, which can make the protagonist transform faster? Is he a good stepping stone? No. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. With the resentment rising in his heart, Kaido roared. Big rising dragon flame Bagua. The terrifying fire dragon erupted. Then in an instant, a huge dazzling flame ball shone, covering the sky as if it was going to engulf the world. In the blazing sun, under Kaido's numb eyes, the sky-high golden light burst out, dispelling the red and turning it into a warm and soft light. Buzz buzz buzz. With this wave of explosion, the holy wheel behind granite ignited a hole again. She became the holy light envoy of 11 flames. She is only 1 step away from the Holy Spirit. Fuck. Seeing this scene, even though Kaido has a strong heart, he couldn't help but take a breath of hot air. He couldn't help but think of a famous phrase circulating in the sea, so terrifying. I don't believe in evil. If you have the guts, upgrade me to the Holy Spirit. Kaido regained his spirits and waved his mace to start fighting. Even though Granite has reached the 11th flame, he still doesn't hesitate. Compared to the big boss Aldo Roman, the combat effectiveness of the protagonist group at the same level is too different. No way. The cartoonist who created this comic paid tribute to the sun god with the final boss. Although it is hard to say whether this is black or respect. But in terms of combat effectiveness, the gold content of the final boss's combat effectiveness at the same level is too high, and what he wants is a sense of oppression. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 pattern dragon species, the benchmark of combat power, was already the highest in the sea. The cartoonist didn't dare to set up a 10 pattern dragon species, and the combat power of the final boss could be even higher. Therefore, Kaido is still not afraid at present. Although he is actually only equivalent to a 3-flame holy light user in terms of the amount of holy wheels he ignites. But his combat power is high. Unlike these fledgling protagonists, he is the strong one. I can't do it, boss. I really can't do it, there's not a drop left. At this time, the little blue dragon wrapped around the mace begged Kaido with a sad face. From the beginning, it cooperated with Kaido to kill Aldo Roman, and now it stepped up its power to kill the protagonist. In this process, its demonic power poured out like the sea. Now it feels that it has been squeezed dry and really can't squeeze out a drop. Idiot. Not good enough to do things, but more than enough to cause trouble. Aren't there many places where you live? Hearing that Kaido was planning to go to its residence, the little blue dragon almost jumped up and screamed. No. Really no. That's my foundation. If you really tear it down, I'll be useless. In order to dispel Kaido's terrible idea, the little blue dragon burst into tears. Wait, I'll squeeze it again, and I'm sure I can squeeze out some. The pitiful look made the opposite Granite feel a little bit unbearable. However, she understood. It seems that there is a problem on the opposite side? In this case, then it's time for her to show her power. Ho ho ho. The holy flames ignited by the holy wheel behind her began to project golden light on her, making her look like a Valkyrie. Then, she picked up the cross with one hand and smashed it hard. Boom. The cross that broke through the air made Kaido unable to say anything else. At this time, Kaido felt that he was in a dilemma. The opponent was still alive and well, but he was starting to lose his temper. If this continued, he would be doomed. Did you deal with that guy Abigyuts? At this time, Kaido felt a little dissatisfied. Just now, Abigyuts went to recruit allies after sending a message. As for which ally, it was naturally the Qingyao who was beaten up by him before. Now that he has the power of a celestial demon, he can be considered a celestial demon. The Qingyao should join him. After successfully recruiting the Divine Sky Dragon King, Kaido wanted to replicate this process. Of course, the premise of this process is that the Qingyao can disconnect from the demon crystal. This requires the participation of Rosinante. In order to make Rosinante submit, he needs Granite. Kaido has already calculated it. As long as he can obtain a holy staff and submit it to the main god space, then the 10,000 origin points obtained are enough to buy an SSS level subordinate reincarnation contract online, plus 3 return to the city permissions and a task termination permission. As for why it is a task termination permission, naturally, the subordinate reincarnation who has just signed the contract has no tasks, so there is no need to terminate the task. All the problems lie in the smooth progress. In this way, he can make a lot of money on this trip to the alien world. But now he is a little out of steam. I urgently need the god of the Sky Dragon King and the Green Demon to come and help. If those guys don't come to help, Kaido feels how arrogant he was just now, how embarrassed he will be later. Dang! A huge sound broke out, shaking the clouds. Kaido, with his thoughts flying, directly knocked the flying cross away, and at the same time dispelled all the emotions that disturbed him. Then he stared fiercely at the little blue dragon wrapped around the handle of the mace. Be honest with me. Hold on for a while, if I find out that you want to fly into the sky. No. Absolutely not. Boss, I'm really dead. But for you, I will definitely squeeze myself dry. Looking at the cowardly look of the little blue dragon, Kaido was a little angry. He rushed to the door after being threatened. This guy is too fucking soft. After returning, he must hone this guy. Chapter 978 In's attack. It turns out that he is not alone. On the other side, 10,000 meters below the ground, the god of the Sky Dragon King, who Kaido was thinking about, was with the blue demon. Together, they confronted the strange dragon man on the opposite side. The grey dragon body was covered with black lines like eyes, and wisps of black mist emerged from the black lines. There was a pale crystal between his eyebrows. This strange-looking dragon man was the reason why the divine Sky Dragon King could not end the battle quickly. After traveling through space to support the blue demon. Based on the current situation, the blue demon agreed to cooperate with the divine Sky Dragon King to try. However, even after the cooperation, they were still blocked here. The reason was that Ins had made a move from a distance. Ins did not want these two unstable factors to jump around. Therefore, he relied on the power of the Great Tomb and several subordinate dungeon cores, with the Evil Dragon King as the core, and the Elder of the Magic Eye and the King of Fear as the auxiliary. Referring to Aldo Roman and some of his own ideas, he temporarily combined the three into such a monster. The Combat Power Sword. Although Ins could feel that this combination was accompanied by many sequelae. But now he no longer had other reliable and powerful combat forces. Plus he just had this inspiration and gave it a try. Especially since the three attributes are very compatible, it really worked. The combat power is very good, but it's a pity that I'm not proficient in the first time. If we wait any longer, the fusion will fail. Ins, standing in front of the demon crystal, looked down at the ground and thought with some regret. Then, he stopped paying attention to the ground. Anyway, it should be over now. Aldo Roman can complete it. The essence is already in place. Aldo Roman, prepare to welcome the new life. The sky on the other side. Aldo Roman, who was fighting fiercely with the two protagonists, heard Ins muttering. He looked into the distance. A blue light was coming quickly. What is that? Not only Aldo Roman noticed the blue light. Boza and Sakaki, who were fighting with him, also noticed it. Especially Sakaki. Looking at the blue light getting closer and closer, he had a bad feeling. Therefore, he acted decisively, and the holy wheel behind him seemed to be burning. The blazing golden holy light covered the sky and turned into a huge wave of light, trying to cut off the blue light that was flying over. Blazing light wheel. Facing Sakaki's behavior, Aldo Roman started with a big move. The terrifying red flames shook the sky and swallowed the light waves. Even if they were both scorching powers, there were differences in strength. Even though Sakaki has now been promoted to the 11th Holy Light of Flame, he still cannot deal with the serious Aldo Roman. Bang! When Sakaki attacked, Posa was not idle, he shot directly towards the green light. He was also very curious about what was coming. Until the green light flew over, and when he stretched out his hand to take it in his hand, the body began to warn. Aldo Roman had come behind him without knowing when. Posa had no time to look back, and felt an extremely hot and unimaginable weight of force directly bombarding from the top of his head. Ah! The strange cry spread throughout the sky. All of a sudden, the ground below exploded like a huge wave. The soil and rocks mixed with the flame flow turned into magma to cleanse everything and devour everything. Posa, what's wrong with you? At this time, Sakaki flew down to the burning ground. Looking at Posa in the flame flow with a worried look. Boss's scream just now was so scary that Sakaki had to come over to check. After all, Bossa was usually very fierce, and he could stuff his internal organs back without changing his expression even if they were taken out. Now he was screaming so loudly, maybe something was really wrong. Sakaki, my gorgeous hair is gone. Looking at Bossa covering his smooth head with despair, Sakaki almost couldn't hold it. Don't scream so loudly for such a small matter. What do you mean by a small matter? My head can't grow anymore, really can't grow anymore. Hearing Bossa say in horror, Sakaki interrupted him quickly. Stop, 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 I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. We're probably in big trouble next. Interrupting Bossa's chatter, Sakaki looked up at the sky. There. A blue light ball several meters long was standing there. Faintly, there was a creepy feeling brewing in it. It can't be stopped. Somewhere. Sakaki had such a positive intuition. Hurry up. Let's retreat. Go to the granite. Only if she is here, our chances of winning can be improved. In just a moment, Sakaki immediately made the most favorable decision for himself. He had heard from teacher Rosinandi. As destined people, they have a special connection. When they and the three holy staffs are all gathered, miracles can be born even in desperate situations. Although Sakaki didn't know how the miracle was done, but after relying on the holy staff to cheat for a short period of time, Sakaki still believed in the value of this sentence. Oh! Posa didn't argue and agreed directly. He was a little reckless, but he also looked at the situation. Now the terrifying dragon man is becoming more terrifying. He has a feeling that if he stays directly, he will be beaten to death. It's better to listen to Sakaki at this time. Swoosh! No more words. Sakaki turned into golden light and streaked across the sky like a meteor, followed by Posa. After they left, the area was shrouded in sultry heat and dead silence. No matter whether there was still life in the area, no one dared to breathe. Because the oppressive feeling of the blue light ball in the sky was getting more and more terrifying. The beating of the heart began to sound, resonating with the surrounding area. It became more and more rapid. Soon, some monsters who were severely injured by the aftermath of the previous battle died of heart failure in fear. They were still full of grievances when they died. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! As the heartbeat eased again and even disappeared. In the sky, the blue light ball quietly shattered. The new Aldo Roman appeared. He was a little dazed when he just opened his eyes. Until he saw the sea of fire below, his fiery red pupils condensed. Is this my new life? Aldo Roman gently touched the blue crystal between his eyebrows. Then he placed his hand on his chest to feel the throbbing. For the first time, his tense face showed a smile. A wonderful feeling. I seem different. Since his birth, Aldo Roman's heart was entangled with loneliness and confusion. Even the endless fighting spirit could not burn or dispel it. Now this loneliness and confusion quietly disappeared. The demon crystal that gave everything spiritual enlightenment gave Aldo Roman a new perspective. He looked at everything around him again. The passionate flames, lazy clouds, peaceful trees, noisy ruins. All these new perspectives made Aldo Roman's eyes lively. The warmth of life filled his chest. At this moment, Aldo Roman felt it. It turned out that he was not alone. 3. Chapter 979 Kaido ran away, the sky was broken. Kaido's battlefield. When he was fighting with Granite, the arrival of two golden lights made Kaido turn into lightning and retreat quickly. After all, he was about to run out of steam and adopted a more conservative tactic to deal with Granite. Now there are two more protagonists, he can't stand it. Aldo Roman lost. At this time, Kaido was a little confused. Confused, he looked in the direction of Posa and Sakaki. Soon, he could sense the looming horror in the distance. How is this kind of aura possible? That guy. Kaido's face was uncertain. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with Posa? Is it retribution? This bald head looks very suitable for you. On the other side, Granite, who also stopped, saw the person coming and couldn't help laughing. Granite, stop teasing Posa. The situation is urgent now. Let's try to suppress that guy first. Sakaki turned his eyes to Kaido not far away. Granite quickly agreed. Yes, revenge for you is important. Your head was gone before. Shut up. Seeing Sakaki take the lead, the blazing holy light slash flew out directly. Huagong didn't want to argue with Posa, so he glared at Posa and rushed forward with the cross. As for Posa, he was stunned for a moment. He touched his smooth head and rushed forward like a bull. Besieged by the protagonists. At this time, Kaido was very upset. He turned into lightning and dodged Sakaki's scorching slash that seemed to be as fast as light in time. Then he was forced to be dragged into the fight under Sakaki's restraint. Boom! Posa rushed forward, sticking to Kaido like a golden god of war. After the blessing of holy light, his physical explosive power should not be underestimated, and at the same time he is very hard, and he has no problem with Kaido's attack head-on. While Posa was sticking to Kaido, Huagong was using control skills on the side. Now her confession skills are becoming more and more proficient. When facing Kaido alone, she won a lot of breathing opportunities. Now, after the team fight, this skill has been put to better use. Kaido was repeatedly controlled when he wanted to counterattack. When he was controlled, Sakaki rushed forward like an assassin. The condensed and terrifying holy light slash kept cutting through Kaido's body, focusing on cutting Kaido's right arm. He wanted Kaido to lose his weapon. Because Sakaki felt that the reason why Kaido was so much stronger now than last time was definitely because of the little dragon wrapped around the weapon. As long as the cut was made, Kaido would be beaten back to his original form. If they wanted to deal with Kaido, they just had to have hands. Kaido was very miserable after being hit by a series of moves by the protagonist group, and felt a burning pain all over his body. Fortunately, his vitality was off the charts, so he didn't kneel on the spot. The terrifying power of the Azure Dragon's Phantom Beast forcibly condensed Kaido's body, so that he was not really cut into pieces by Sakaki. Big Rising Dragon Extreme Flame 8 Diagrams. Taking the opportunity of being awakened by the pain, Kaido attacked with a super move. The fire dragon spun and roared like a windmill. The huge flame circle swept across the sky directly. However, the small worlds of hundreds of miles were swept by the erupting flames. The temperature of the world was rising, and everything seemed to be burning. This terrifying move carried the heavenly demon curse of the little blue dragon. It made Posa and others temporarily avoid the sharp edge. When the flames subsided, Posa and others could no longer see Kaido's figure. Kaido ran away. With Aldo-Roman undergoing a drastic change and the little blue dragon running out of gas, he had to face the beating of the protagonist group. Kaido felt that as long as his brain was not kicked by a donkey, he would not stay here to fight to the death. Hey! That guy actually ran away like this. At this time, Posa was a little confused. In his impression, Kaido was the kind of guy who should leave harsh words behind when running away. Now he ran away without even saying harsh words. If you don't run, will you stay and be roasted by us? Sakaki said unhappily. In the end, it was because Posa was not strong enough. If they had stuck to that guy when he exploded, they would have been able to take him away in one move. But now, he didn't want to say anything more. He looked solemnly in the other direction. There, another big threat was approaching. Be careful. That scary guy is coming. As soon as Sakaki finished speaking, they appeared directly opposite them. Aldo-Roman's figure. The noise of Kaido's explosion just now made Aldo-Roman take action. Aldo-Roman now has to fulfill his duty and retrieve the 3 holy staffs. So strong. Terrifyingly powerful. Looking at the previous opponent appearing, Boza felt his body trembling, his blood flowing faster, and his heart pounding. It was because of the previous comparison. Now Boza can feel how much the enemy in front of him has changed. It feels like this guy has become the center of the world. The surrounding environment seems to be excluding them. Gurgle. Boza swallowed his saliva, and the sweat on his brow slid down with the swallowing action. The sweat soaked his eyeballs, causing his eyes to blink. Be careful. Before he heard Sakaki's shout, Boza's figure was taken away. The huge red dragon claws tightly grasped his head and crashed directly into the ground. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. The earth roared like a huge wave. So dizzy. At this time, Posa felt his head shaking and a little dizzy. But he was no longer dizzy soon. Because his body had issued a creepy warning. At this time, he felt his body being thrown up, followed by an extremely dazzling red flash in his eyes. Firelight Wheel. Posa had suffered such an attack before, but it was different from before. The same 0.8 big move, but the effect was already very different. He just felt his whole body dissolving. The holy light that was indestructible in the past could not stop this attack. Swish! In the vision of Sakaki and Huagong, the terrifying red flash burst out from the ground, turning into a torrent that burned the sky. The sky was shaking. Then it broke under their somewhat stunned eyes. The underground city space constructed by the demon crystal could no longer withstand Aldo-Roman's big move and was forced to open a big hole. Boza. Looking at the dark hole that began to sweep through the broken sky, Sakaki looked anxious. Wait, calm down. That guy is not dead yet. Hagura raised his hand to stop Sakaki, who wanted to move forward. Facing a strong enemy, you can't lose your composure at this time. Chapter 980 Kaido taught twice, ends was solemn. At this time, after stopping Sakaki, Hagura made another reliable suggestion. Now, let's try the resonance of the Holy Staff. Holy Staff resonance? Okay, let's try it now. Sakaki felt the life breath of Boza still existing in the repaired hole, and calmed down. Then he and Wara raised the Holy Staff directly. Inexplicable fluctuations began to rise from the Holy Staff and their bodies. Swoosh! Accompanied by a long cry. A golden light broke through the blockade of space turbulence before the big hole in the sky was repaired, and descended directly in front of Sakaki and others. Ha ha ha! That was a close call. Sakaki, Hanagon, thanks to you guys. Just now I almost thought I was going to die. Posa looked very miserable when he came to Sakaki and the others. Only a head and a main body were left, and his body was charred like the residue after a fire. Luckily, the holy staff next to him surrounded him and began to quickly repair his missing limbs. After a while, the missing parts of his body were completed. The clothes woven with holy light also covered his body, so that he would not run naked. Hey! My hair is back! After the body was repaired, Posa touched his growing hair, with a look of surprise. Great! I didn't expect that the trick taught by Mr. Rocinante would be so effective. Idiot! Now is not the time to pay attention to these things. Sakaki's eyes were fixed on Aldo Roman, who appeared not far from them at some point. That guy is too strong. Next, be careful. At the moment when Sakaki spoke, Aldo Roman moved again. This time, Sakaki, who was staring at him, barely reacted. The ready-made holy light slash was swung out directly. Bang! As Sakaki's pupils shrank slightly, the extremely dazzling and burning slash was firmly grasped by a red dragon claw. Crack! Bang! Boom! After a strange sound, Sakaki's big move suddenly broke. It turned into a circle of dazzling light waves shining around. The atmosphere was pushed by the burning holy light and turned into a boiling shock wave that ravaged the sky. While Aldo Roman crushed Sakaki's attack, Granite was not idle either. Of course, a cross phantom of more than 1,000 meters broke out. This phantom covered everyone present. But Granite's main target was Aldo Roman. The other two holy staff holders were therefore exempted from the remaining effects. The golden armor on Posa's body, which was transformed from golden light, shone to the extreme at this moment. Bang! His golden armor burst out holy light and rushed towards Aldo Roman. He swung the holy staff in his hand fiercely. Move, aiming directly at Aldo Roman's head. The pain of losing hair just now affects his attack at this moment. Although Aldo Roman has no hair, he has a head. Dang! A crisp sound resounded through the sky. Under Posa's shocked eyes, Aldo Roman seemed not to be affected by the granite skill, and stretched out his arm directly. The thick dragon claws directly blocked his holy staff. Crack, crack! Aldo Roman's eyes looked a little strange. He watched the two dragon claws blocking the holy staff burst into golden light, and then broke. This scene surprised him a little. Ha ha ha! I knew the gap couldn't be so big. Looking at the joyful look of the human in front of him, Aldo Roman's surprised expression subsided. He said lightly. Congratulations on cutting off my nails. Ha ha ha, you are so flattering. Aldo Roman's congratulations made Posa a little embarrassed. Idiot! He is mocking you. Seeing Posa's unreliable appearance at this time, Sakaki wanted to give him a few bumps on the head. Ah! Is that so? No. Aldo Roman replied coldly. He was not mocking. Just congratulating Posa when he saw that he was very happy, and there was no other meaning. In his eyes, joy is the joy of life, which is equal to pain. A guy who exudes joy at this moment. In Aldo Roman's eyes, he is an interesting guy. If there is no conflict, he probably won't be an enemy of this human. But there is no if. Accompanied by the flashing red light, the terrifying scorching sun rises. In the scorching sun, Posa and others hold the holy staff and raise the holy light to resist. Asshole! Don't attack when talking. Listening to Posa complaining next to him, Sakaki felt speechless. Suddenly his face changed drastically. Aldo Roman's figure rushed in the scorching sun. The extremely dazzling red light rose from the scorching sun, directly shattering the holy light they had set up. At the same time, it also caused the underground city space here to break again. The hole swallowed up the scorching sun. Then the dark hole gradually disappeared. Before the space was about to be repaired, several red streams of light burst out from the hole. It was Posa and others. When they were sucked into the space turbulence, Aldo Roman came to each of them. Directly made them reunite in this underground city space again. However, they are not feeling well now. Or the situation is very bad. After all, Aldo Roman sent them back not with a light and gentle method, but with a big move. Bang bang bang! The scarred land once again ushered in multiple heavy blows. The strata collapsed and deformed violently like a tsunami. Everyone's eyes seemed to be red. Ahem, that guy is so strong. Are we going to die? Facing a desperate situation. With only half of his body left and twice severely injured, Posa's pupils were a little dilated. He seemed to see the god of death waving at him. Ah! How can it end like this? Even if I have to die, let me go in front. Feeling the too familiar, looming breaths of life not far away, Posa's determination began to be stained with holy light. The holy wheel that disappeared behind him reappeared. The holy staff next to him was even brighter. On the other side, Sakaki, who was lying in the stratum and doubting that Rosinante's decision was wrong, felt the warm holy light shining on him and the faith that came from Posa through the holy light. At this time, he gave up all distracting thoughts. That guy can't let him show off just for 943. The dazzling holy light was ignited again. In addition to Sakaki, Huagong on the other side was even more excited. She had already become indifferent to life and death after receiving 2 teachings from Kaido alone. She didn't care about life and death, and she would fight if she didn't obey. Boom! 3 holy lights penetrated the sky and the earth, spreading rapidly and connecting and resonating. The figures of Posa and others also emerged in this overwhelming holy light. Their bodies were repairing quickly. The holy wheels behind them were spinning rapidly. Faintly, flames began to emerge from the 12th hole of their holy wheels. I didn't expect that there would be an accident like this. Is this the protagonist? The core area of the demon dungeon. Ins, who had been focusing on the battlefield of Aldo Roman, had a red light in his eyes. Aldo Roman, stop them! While instructing Aldo Roman, Ins also temporarily suspended the contract with the demon crystal. Project part of the power of the dragon heart and the demon soul to Aldo Roman. Yes. On the other side. After Aldo Roman's brief reply, his eyes began to glow red. His body began to glow red, and the black mist that permeated his body also turned into red mist. Even the blue crystal on his forehead seemed to be dyed red. At this moment, Posa and others were under great threat. But now they had to shoot the arrow on the string. Now is the opportunity to ascend to the Holy Spirit. If they miss this opportunity and face that terrifying guy, they will definitely die. So they can't give up the promotion. Come on. We won't fall here. Chapter 981 Promotion, Kaido goes straight to Ins. Facing the common hatred of the protagonists, Aldo Roman remained silent. He just slightly accumulated strength, and then the red light of his whole body gathered in his arms. Finally, he swung his right arm hard. The flames in his left arm were driven by the flames in his right arm. The 2 flames attracted each other and expanded during the explosion. Twins of blazing light. The terrifying red light burst out. The world barrier was pierced, and the red light dyed everything red, and everything seemed to fall into the end. Damn it! It was just a little bit. At this time, Posa and others in the center of the red light were a little unwilling. The holy staffs between them had resonated to the extreme they could reach now. The extremely terrifying holy light burst protected them. However, under the desperate power in front of him, it was still not enough. It was so close. This kind of situation where one is so close but cannot obtain it is the most likely to worry about gains and losses. Even the optimistic Posa couldn't hold it anymore. Boom! The golden barrier was dyed red and dissolved. Seeing that they were about to die, they couldn't help but feel desperate. Several white lights flashed on their fingers. What is this? Sakaki watched the white light emitted by the ring in his hand blend with the rings of Posa and granite. Blocking the incoming red light, the light in his eyes flashed. Haha! This is the ring that teacher Rosinante gave us. It's amazing. Posa's thoughts quickly conveyed his joy in the wave. Shut up! Now! Granite glared at Posa fiercely, stopped his joy, and began to promote with all his strength. But she felt that the blended white light could not last long. Oh! Posa shut up, and the 3 of them tried their best to ignite the last holy flame. Crack! Crack! The illusory white light lasted only a few seconds before it shattered like a mirror. The rings of several people also turned into ashes. Boom! The red light rolled over again. But this time, Posa and others were no longer powerless to fight back. The 12 holy wheels behind them were all ignited. The mysterious dark gold lines automatically spread to the entire holy wheel, making the 12 holy wheels more sacred. At this moment, the three successfully transformed the Holy Wheel into the Holy Spirit Wheel and promoted to the Holy Spirit. Several Holy Spirit wheels kept rotating and resonated with the Holy Staff. The holy light that penetrated the sky and the earth completely erupted. Boom! The red light was dispelled. The golden light illuminated the entire world of the demon underground city through the turbulent space, making everything warm. Not far from the core area of the underground city. In the domain of the ghost. Originally, this place was shrouded by the red light released by Ryomen's ultimate move, becoming more depressing and gloomy. Now, with the sacred golden light shining in. Suddenly, the domain became no longer depressing. Rosinante, who was in the domain, felt the warmth on his body. His original worried look disappeared, and he showed relief on his face. Before coming to the demonic dungeon, he recovered the life-saving props that he had given to the three temples, and combined them with other props to make them into rings that can stack effects. The magic bursts from the three rings blended with each other. In terms of defense, he cooperated with each other as if he was several full strength. The superimposed illusion effect was very terrifying, coupled with the special nature of the illusion itself. Even blocking the attack of ordinary gods is not a problem. But he had just felt the terrifying red light shining from Ryomen. Such an attack is not something that his magic can resist at all. If it is not used at a critical moment, then Posa and the others are just the difference between dying early and dying later. Originally, Rosinante was a little nervous when he noticed that the life-saving item he gave to Posa and the others was being used. But now it seems that the protagonist's halo is still there. Such holy light, it seems that they succeeded. Until now, Rosinante was truly relieved. Bringing Posa and the others here to face danger, he was under a lot of pressure. But it is very difficult for the protagonist group to grow quickly without a crisis. That Manons and Kaido would never let go of such a big fat piece of meat. Since it will be faced sooner or later, why not take the initiative to face it at the right time? Rosinante has been in the turbulent world for so many years and has been tempered in the time virtual realm for about 30 years. He has grown in his behavior. It seems that something unexpected has happened. At this time, the ghost opposite Rosinante put away his domain. Of course, he was not scared away, but was preparing to go to the core area. Because he received a message. Abigyuts, the blue demon, and that Kaido were so bold as to raid Lordans. This is the time for him to show his loyalty. Human, I advise you not to push your luck. Aren't you from the same world as Insama? You'd better consider the consequences of offending Insama. Swoosh. Watching the ghost throw a few harsh words and leave. Rosinante was also somewhat silent. He pondered for a while and finally turned into white light and disappeared. On the other side, Kaido, the Dragon King of the Sky, and the Blue Demon were breaking through the blockade of the Great Tomb. After Kaido ran away from the protagonist group, he went to find the Dragon King of the Sky. When he came to the Dragon King of the Sky, he happened to see the Dragon King of the Sky and the Blue Demon fighting with a strange Dragon Man. But the Dragon Man ran away as soon as he arrived. The things after that were also simple. After Kaido discussed with the Dragon King of the Sky and the Blue Demon, they determined that the Dragon Man, who was combined by the subordinate dungeon boss of the evil Dragon King and other subordinates, was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Obviously, there were some restrictions, and the time for the combination might have come. But before Kaido and the others could take action, the sudden holy light made Kaido feel numb all over. Such pure holy light is obviously the power of the Holy Spirit. Obviously, the protagonist group is afraid that they have all become holy spirits. In this way, his choices are extremely limited. During this period, Kaido wanted to ask the main god space if he could continue to lend money. But the main god space did not respond at all. Very good, it's almost a breakthrough. Hurry up, this time we must gain something. In the flames surrounding the core area, Kaido looked at the space barrier that was quickly broken through, and cheered for the hard-working Shenkong Dragon King and Qing Yao. While cheering, he also looked at the distant and shaking world where golden and red light flashed alternately from time to time. Now, Kaido felt that he had no extra choices. The protagonists have all become holy gods. He is afraid that he can't move them and their holy staffs. Therefore, the remaining targets are only the core of the three evil dungeons and Ryomen. Ryomen, needless to say, is a gift. It is obvious. Now he can only take advantage of the opportunity when Ryomen and the protagonists are fighting to come to the core area to steal the house. If the stealing is successful, he can still go back alive. If the stealing fails, his journey will probably end in a mess. No matter what, Kaido would never be willing to end up here. The wonderful world and the wonderful worlds in the future. He has not experienced enough of these. Chapter 982 Reflection of Reality, Chatting and Laughing. Kaido, shut up. The Dragon King of the Divine Sky has to cooperate with the Green Demon to locate the location of the Demon Crystal, and also serve as the main force to break through the barrier of the Great Tomb. Naturally, he despised Kaido's behavior of just pulling his throat. Oh. How does that sentence go? Professional matters should be left to professionals. I'm good at fighting, but I'm not so good at this. Kaido looked at the Dragon King of the Divine Sky and said what he learned from dealing with the Dark Curtain. That annoying guy is coming. The Dragon King of the Divine Sky did not quarrel with Kaido. It felt the fluctuations of the flames not far away, and its face moved slightly. Hearing the words of the Dragon King of the Divine Sky, Kaido carried the mace on his shoulder and looked at the flames felt by the god of the Sky Dragon King. Oh. Isn't it just the boss of the Devil's Dungeon? You guys just focus on yours. Even if a god comes today, he has to get past my mace first. Kaido was confident at this moment. The reason was simple. After the Green Demon's mediation, the little green dragon could temporarily absorb the demon power of the demonic dungeon for replenishment. In this way, his combat power was back to the peak. Even if a god really came to stop them, he would have to take 2 sticks from him. Zilla! Zilla! Sneaky guy! Take my stick first! The thunder roared, tearing the flames. Kaido's mace attacked the hidden ghost fiercely with the thunder. Thunderous Bagua! The violent thunder brought Kaido unimaginable speed, and also made the quality of his attack extremely terrifying. In an instant, a heavy force exploded. It was as if a heavy mountain was crushing down. Facing such an attack head-on, there was no fluctuation on the face of the phantom, and he even wanted to laugh. He hid his body in a more mysterious interface. This is the reflection derived from this evil dungeon, and it is also the transition interface where reality and space turbulence intersect. Generally speaking, pure power cannot penetrate the reality barrier and attack here. Even if Kaido's move is very powerful. At most, it will make the area where the phantom is located bear a more distorted arc. Compared to directly bearing Kaido's heavy blow, this distortion is not worth mentioning at all. He. Kaido the Beast, right? Although you have indeed gained good power. But such a straightforward power can't touch me. CGDJ. The phantom laughed strangely and mocked Kaido. As a quasi-god with the ability to control souls, and a spiritual life form like the demons, the essence of the phantom has long been different from the past. He can escape into the reflection of reality with low consumption. Even if Kaido's power is terrifying, it is useless if he cannot directly touch the ghost. So annoying. So you are such a nasty guy. Kaido looked at the phantom specter projected in reality with a look of disgust. He likes to be a stick to the flesh, and hates the grey guy like Phantom Spectre the most. His current strength has indeed increased a lot thanks to the Azure Dragon. But this power does not have a higher mystery. It is still difficult for him to directly touch other interfaces. Unless he can be promoted to a primitive fantasy beast. At that time, he can touch the space with a higher level of perception and more mysterious power. Kaido threw the mace into the void, and the lightning spread and exploded. Washed the endless flames around. Then, he glared at the Phantom Spectre fiercely. You'd better hide in there like a turtle. If you dare to show up, I'll smash your head. Although he can't do anything to the Phantom Ghost now. But Kaido is confident. With his current speed, the Phantom Ghost really dares to show up and disturb the Sky Dragon King and the Blue Demon. He dared to twist the Phantom Ghost's head at that moment. He. You don't think I can't do anything to you if I don't come out? The Phantom Ghost felt that Kaido was too naive. Indeed, he would be crushed by Kaido as soon as he went out. But if he didn't go out, it would be over. He can also attack across the interface. Even if such an attack would weaken his strength a lot, it would be completely useless for a flesh like Kaido of the Beasts. However, he doesn't need too strong an attack now. He just needs to interfere with the behavior of the Sky Dragon King and the Blue Demon. Swoosh! Under Kaido's deadly eyes, the Phantom Ghost swayed and floated towards the Sky Dragon King and the Blue Demon. Then two soul attacks fell directly across the interface. On the Divine Sky Dragon King and the Green Demon. It made the Divine Sky Dragon King and the Green Demon stagnate. In just a moment of vacancy, the space barrier of the great tomb they had broken through was repaired a lot. At this time, the busy divine Sky Dragon King and the Green Demon looked at each other and felt speechless. If they do it this way, as long as the phantom ghost messes with them like this, it will take them a lot of time to break through this space barrier. But the terrifying fluctuations of red and gold in the distance also reminded them that they probably don't have such ample time. Kaido, you are really incapable of doing things and more of a hindrance than a success. Seeing the divine Sky Dragon King complaining, Kaido felt very wronged. He had already worked so hard. The current situation is not that he is not doing anything, but that the enemy is too treacherous. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of the phantom ghost. The Dragon King of the Divine Void may still be in the mood to tease. But the Green Demon next to him is not in this mood. He is very confused now. The saying "the demon is sitting at home, and disaster comes from the sky" is about his situation. He was making puppets at home and was leisurely. Now he has experienced various misfortunes in a short period of time, and now his family is almost gone, and even his life is somewhat indecisive. Until this moment, the Green Demon is still a little confused and angry. Okay. Feeling the Green Demon's impatience, the Dragon King of the Divine Void turned his dragon eyes to the ghost, who looked very leisurely. He. It's really strange. I didn't expect that the two old opponents would join forces to deal with me. The phantom stood upright in front of the Sky Dragon King, the Blue Demon, and Kaido. The dark black clothes fluttered, and his face was cheerful and talkative. He was so calm. In the phantom's heart, the Sky Dragon King's magic power was running out, so there was no need to worry. The Blue Demon's illusion was indeed amazing, but it was controlled and restrained by his soul. In addition, his current level was higher than that of the Blue Demon, so there was no need to worry. Not to mention the so-called Beast Kaido, who had amazing combat power but could not touch him at all, not worth mentioning. Your eyes are really annoying. Swoosh. A flash of black light. In just a moment, the Sky Dragon King crossed the space and attacked the phantom's body. He. Abigates, you are destined to return without a final end. Because under the stares of the Sky Dragon King and the Green Demon, the broken ghost disappeared. He ran away. That guy. The Sky Dragon King had a bad premonition. Soon, his bad premonition was confirmed. When he and the Green Demon continued to break through the space barrier, the ghost appeared again. When he made a move, he ran away again. Chapter 983 Smoker fights monsters, and the sky falls with a tall man. Shameless. You are really disgusting. Looking at the ghost who appeared again, the Sky Dragon King exhaled sweet words. He. Thank you for your praise. It's not the first day you have known me. It doesn't matter what the means are, as long as they work. The ghost looked smug when he was glared at by the Sky Dragon King. Although he was not afraid of these guys in front of him, in order to avoid a car accident, he had no intention of fighting with the Sky Dragon King and the Blue Demon. If he was accidentally knocked down to reality, his small body would not be able to withstand the destruction of the Beast Kaido. Inside the Great Tomb, Ins only paid a little attention to the episode outside the Great Tomb. Then he focused his main energy on the contracted demon crystal. Although he used part of the power of the Dragon Heart and the Devil's Soul to bless Ryomen, but the speed of the contract with the demon crystal did not decrease but increased. The reason is very simple. When Ryomen fought with the protagonist group, the small world of the demon dungeon was severely damaged. As the core of maintaining the space of this dungeon, the demon crystal instinctively repaired the damaged space barrier. In this regard, Ins not only did not suppress it but let it go. As a result, the situation of the demon crystal was very miserable. There was a dragon heart outside, a demon soul inside, and a big tomb in the middle. While resisting these three, there was also a small world that needed to be repaired. Therefore, facing Ins' forced contract, it was simply defeated. Now Ins is not in a hurry. At present, Ryomen still has the upper hand. As long as he completes the contract with the demon crystal, he can fully bless Ryomen and make it powerfully crush the protagonist group. Before that, he has to wait. Boom. The golden holy light and the red light of destruction intertwined in the demon dungeon. Sometimes the holy light dispels the red light, and sometimes the red light shatters the holy light. The world barely holds on between the two forces. The demons in the demon dungeon are even farther away from the area of battle. They hide in the corners of the dungeon world, hoping that this world-destroying disaster will end as soon as possible. Time passes in agony. Nearly an hour has passed. In the great tomb, Ins looks at the demon crystal that no longer resists. He understands that the contract is successful. I hope my idea is okay. Ins was silent for a moment, and then he started to act. At the same time, in the turbulent space turbulence, Ryomen, who was fighting fiercely with the protagonists, also felt the change. A terrifying force was continuously transmitted along several close connections. As the protagonist's pupils shrank slightly, his power began to surge, and increase. It did not stop until Ryomen's power was pushed to the limit of the god. Such strength, combined with Ryomen's overwhelming combat power, is simply unmatched. Can that guy get stronger? What the hell? Feeling Ryomen's strength becoming more and more exaggerated, Posa's eyes were about to pop out. After Posa was promoted to the Holy Spirit, he felt that his potential was greatly released, and his combat power was directly off the charts. Adding the resonance of the 3 holy staffs, his personal combat power can be raised to another level. In this way, the 3 of them might be able to defeat the Dragon Man in front of them. But after the battle, they were still suppressed. Although there was no danger anymore, it was almost impossible for them to deal with Ryomen. In this situation now, they were afraid that they would not deal with the other party but would be dealt with by the other party. Beware! Hearing Sakaki's warning, Posa and Huagong used the holy staff very tacitly. The holy light burst out and intertwined on them crazily. The golden sphere enveloped them. The holy wheel behind them also spun crazily. Strands of golden lines were woven on the holy light, making the holy light interwoven around them even thicker and more sacred. Bang! The next moment, the defense that the protagonists had painstakingly built was torn apart by the blood-red light. The extremely terrifying red light enveloped and penetrated them. It did not stop, and continued to fly quickly. Then it crashed into the reflection of the main world and directly penetrated the main world reality barrier near here. Boom! The continuous vibration was transmitted from the atmosphere. The ominous red light that penetrated the reality barrier stretched across the sky, shining nakedly on the entire Elantra continent. Even the other 2 continents could see it. On the Dragon continent, Smoker was leading the team to fight monsters in some remote places at this time. Before Posa accepted the large-scale complex plot of the Holy Light Trial, he passed through many plot locations for fighting monsters. The early stage of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon is opened from the perspective of Posa. Therefore, although some monsters in these places are not of high level, they are real plot monsters. Some of them are listed in the killing tasks given by the main god space. These days, when the protagonist group was trained in Rosinante, Smoker led the team to do this kind of relatively simple tasks. Bages and other people also followed to drink soup. Although the reincarnation points earned were not much, it was at least profitable, and it was safer. With their strength, they could follow Smoker to drink soup. Bages and others were already quite satisfied and in a good mood. But this joy was broken. Bang! Hey! Are you kidding? The boulder that Bages lifted above his head fell to the ground. He stared at the red light derived from the sky with wide eyes. Just a moment. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in red light. The originally cheerful atmosphere was suppressed. Isn't this the power of the little sun god? At this moment, looking at the ominous red surroundings, Badgers felt trembling with fear. The scene in front of him was so spectacular and so rare. Bages, who was familiar with the original comics, knew it with his eyes closed. Such a grand scene can only be seen in the final battle of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon in this world. That is the proof of the existence of the final boss Ryomen. It's just that guy is still a few years away from being born. Oh my god. What the hell are the damn beast Kaido and brother Rocinante doing? How did they bring out the big boss? Wouldn't it be better to just brush some reincarnation points and run away? Are they going to die? Why are you so flustered? You are so flustered about a small matter. Badgers looked at Smoker, who seemed indifferent to such a scene, still with a stinky face, as if he was very calm. If he hadn't seen the big cigarette in Smoker's mouth fall to the ground, then his trust might be higher. Ha. Brother Smoker is right, I lost my temper. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Small characters like us can just wait for the result. Badgers tried to get close to Smoker while calming the emotions of others. After all kinds of magical events in the world, He has a big heart. There is no point in panicking about this kind of thing, just wait for the result. Smoker is in no mood to care about the fact that Bejas secretly changed his name from Vice Admiral Smoker to Big Brother Smoker. Although he said it was a small matter. In fact, he knew that the matter was very big, and the world would face a catastrophe if he was not careful. However, his power was limited, so what was the use of being unwilling? What is that guy doing now? Smoker's thoughts were floating. In his mind, the figure of Rosinante appeared, this guy who was only a few years older than him but was the focus of everyone's attention. If it was that guy, maybe he could do something, right? Chapter 984 Ending, Great Holy Staff. Demon Dungeon. Rosinante in Smoker's mind was standing in the space of the Great Tomb. While Phantom was entangled with Kaido and others. He relied on the special nature of illusory magic to quietly follow the connection between the Demon Crystal and the Demon Dungeon world and enter the Great Tomb. Even Ins was a little surprised, secretly praising the power of the 12 magic secrets. In the final analysis, the extremely special power of illusion belongs to the blind spot of the Great Tomb. If it is a space-related ability like the Divine Sky Dragon King, the Great Tomb can still isolate it. Or the Great Tomb is completely closed, leaving no gap between the Demon Crystal and the dungeon space, maybe it can still block it. But there is no if. But Ins didn't care. Even if Rosinante came in, it wouldn't change anything. Sir Ins, we meet again. Let's talk. Seeing Ins in the Great Tomb, Rosinante didn't fight, but wanted to talk. Oh? What do you want to talk about? Ins turned around and looked at Rosinante who had arrived, with a little interest in his tone. He was still quite curious about Rosinante's purpose. Stop it. Now that Posa and the others have become holy gods, if they continue to fight. Ah ha ha ha. Ins' laughter interrupted Rosinante's statement. Mr. Rosinante. You don't think Aldo Roman will repeat the same mistake, do you? That's not what I mean, but isn't this scene fate? Ins turned around after hearing Rosinante's words. The power of the three cores interweaves in front of him to form a scene of Aldo Roman fighting. Then wait and see. If Aldo Roman is really defeated, perhaps you should go and persuade those protagonists. Rosinante looked at the screen where Aldo Roman forced Posa and others into danger, and his face was a little complicated. I believe them. Time passed. Looking at the screen where Posa and others, who were forced to the limit by Aldo Roman, burst into terrifying holy light. Rosinante breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Ins not far away didn't react at all, he became a little nervous. No matter what Rosinante was thinking, this world-shaking war will eventually come to an end. In the main world of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon. Buzz. Accompanied by an inexplicable low hum. The planet where the three continents are located began to float countless golden light particles from bottom to top, drifting to an unknown distance. Among them, the light particles of the three continents are particularly dense. The people on the three continents seem to be bathed in holy light. Ha 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 ha, this scene, I know. Bejas, who was somewhere on the Dragon Continent, witnessed the magnificent and sacred scene in front of him and began to laugh. It was no different from him. Because the scene in front of him was the end of the final battle of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon. It represented the real defeat of Aldo Roman. Seeing this scene, Bejas's emotions immediately stabilized. He felt that he had misunderstood those big guys. The boss is really particular about what he does, he would never really commit suicide. Brother Bejas, this scene. Ha ha ha. Gas, no need to ask more, you just need to know that it is stable. I wonder how much Brother Rosinante has earned now? I am so envious. Bejas interrupted Gas's question, and then showed an envious expression on his face. Although he fantasized about Rosinante's gains in his heart, Bejas was not jealous. After all, this is a big brother. It is extremely lucky to follow such a big brother who is willing to take care of his younger brother. In the future, I will rely on this big brother to survive in the main god space. This big brother Bejas has determined it. If it were not for the opportunity in the main god space this time, it would be wishful thinking for him to develop with such a big brother. Now that he can follow his big brother, he is afraid that he will take off directly. At this time, Bejas has already imagined the scene of being a big shot in the main god space and a great reputation in the world in the future. The power of holy light. It's so warm, I wish I could become a holy light messenger. Gas felt the warm holy light and was a little absent-minded. Beijis next to him heard his murmur and attacked directly. Don't think about it. It seems that only people who live in the land of miracles for a long time can awaken the holy power. You haven't been to the land of miracles. You can only become a holy light messenger in your dreams. Well, if the main god space can shit. Before he finished speaking, Badger suddenly swore. Because he saw a change that had never happened in the original work. In his field of vision, there were no longer only golden holy light particles, but also countless other colored light particles. Blue, black, and cyan, 3 kinds of light particles were mixed and floating in the golden holy light. The sky was covered with a dreamy aurora, which looked extremely magnificent. But this scene was only terrifying to Badgers. After all, these 3 colors are clearly the power colors of the dragon heart, the devil soul, and the demon crystal. Obviously, the plot has changed. No way. The boss won't play too much. When Badgers muttered to himself. The scene of the battle. Infinite holy light is gathering. The holy staffs of Posa and others have disappeared. Instead, there is a dreamy light and shadow standing and floating above their heads, a dazzling holy staff. This is the final big move of Posa and others, the big holy staff. Using them as the resonance point. The 3 holy staffs gather the holy power scattered all over the planet and merge them. Reproduce the full power of the holy light mother crystal before it was separated. The mighty holy light. Holy. Magnificent. Faint shouts came from the holy light. The shouts came in waves, as if to purify all evil. However, such a sacred scene could not make Posa and others completely at ease. Because opposite them, the power released by Aldo Roman is not inferior to this vast power. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of red surrounds Aldo Roman. He seems to have become a red sun. Faintly, Posa and others could see 3 cores floating behind Aldo Roman, the red dragon heart, the black demon soul and the blue demon crystal. Blue, black, and blue 3.8 light particles were continuously transported from them to Aldo Roman, making the scorching sun he incarnated more and more terrifying. There is no other way. Success or failure depends on this fight, believe in this power. At this moment, even Sakaki could only choose to believe in this power. Because they all had feelings. If they didn't succeed this time, they would really lose. Okay. Let's go together. Accompanied by Posa's shouting, the great holy staff began to activate. The extremely bright golden light illuminated the world, to cleanse all evil. On the other side, the red scorching sun began to expand rapidly, directly colliding with the sacred holy light. For a while, both the main world and the small world where the demon dungeon was located were dim. It seemed that only gold and red existed forever in the world. Chapter 985 Special Mission Great Holy Staff, Kaido was killed in seconds. Time passed. In the great tomb, Rosinante stared at the extremely shining picture in front of him. His expression was solemn, and the hand holding the magic wand represented his inner restlessness. Originally, he was relieved after Posa and the others used the great holy staff. But when Ins was able to coordinate the 3 major dungeon cores to gather the power of scattered planets, he was completely uneasy. This reminded him of the hidden settings of this world. The original strongest power in this world was the heart of the dungeon. After the birth of the 3 major dungeons, they continued to divide and occupy the various continents. At the critical moment when the 3 major dungeon cores had occupied various continents and were connected and running in with each other, the Holy Light Mother Crystal, which represents the hope of life, appeared. As soon as it appeared, it broke the trend of the fusion of the 3 major dungeons. The Holy Light Mother Crystal was mainly divided into 3 holy staffs for this reason. The reason why Aldo Roman had the opportunity to be born. It was the product of the running in of the 3 major dungeons at that time. This is a hidden setting of Holy Light Big Move Evil Dungeon. It is reflected in the original work but not stated explicitly. It is the setting reply of the cartoonist who created this comic to the enthusiastic fans. And what the fans asked at that time. It is about why Aldo Roman did not make a move to gather the power of all the dungeons on the planet like the main 29 corner group. It's not that he can't do it, but that he can't do it. The 3 dungeons that were once broken by the Holy Light Mother Crystal are difficult to reconcile. But Rosinante didn't expect Ins could actually do this. Rosinante had thought of this possibility but was not sure. Posa, Sakaki. Watching the dazzling light in the picture gradually fade away, worry gradually appeared on Rosinante's face. It seems that it's me. Not far away, Ins fixed his eyes on Rosinante, speaking with a little joy. Crack. Crack! Bang! With a crisp sound. The space behind Ins was like a mirror shattered. Red and golden light shone through the broken hole. Bang bang bang! Under Rosinante's close gaze. A red figure slowly walked out of it. It was Aldo Roman. He won the battle after all, and it was a complete victory. At this time, he looked fine. Not only that. One of his hands was forcibly holding the great holy staff that was shining with brilliant golden light. The other hand was holding a red ball of light. Inside the light ball are Posa and others whom Rosinante is worried about. Posa, Sakaki, and Granite are not in good condition now. Their bodies and souls have been shattered, and their consciousness is relying on their respective holy wheels to maintain immortality. In addition, their connection with the great holy staff has been shattered. It will be difficult to reconnect in a short time. Looking at the three holy wheels floating in the light ball held by Aldo Roman's left hand, Rosinante sighed. When the hearts of the three dungeons began to absorb their power scattered in the world, he began to have a bad premonition. According to the cartoonist who created Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon. With the powerful combat power of the final boss, if the hearts of the three dungeons can give the same scale of blessing as the great holy staff, then the outcome is unknown. Now his worries have finally come true. Aldo Roman, thank you for your hard work. Hearing Ins's affirmation, Aldo Roman nodded slightly. Is this the great holy staff? It's really dazzling. Ins came to Aldo Roman and looked at the great holy staff in his hand, somewhat amazed. Then, he looked at the silent Rosinante. Don't worry. Mr. Rosinante. I won't break my promise. Anyway, they have no effect on me. But because of my next plan, I can only let them continue in this state. Hearing Ins's promise, Rosinante took a deep breath and then bowed deeply to Ins. Thank you. You don't have to do that. I admire your character. Ins's words before became a tacit understanding between the two. If the protagonist group wins, Rosinante will go to save Aldo Roman, and vice versa. Ins felt that he was just fulfilling this tacit understanding. After responding to Rosinante, he turned his attention back to the great holy staff. After the protagonist group became holy gods, Ins received a reminder about the special task from the main god space. The special item hunting mission called Great Holy Staff. As long as the Great Holy Staff is formed and submitted, 100,000 origin points can be obtained. Although after submitting the Great Holy Staff, the item hunting mission of 10,000 for each of the three holy staffs and the killing mission of 5,000 for the protagonist will be invalid. But in comparison, the reward for this mission is indeed rich, more than doubled. Zilla. Ins stretched out his hand bones to touch the Great Holy Staff, and his finger bones were burned by the scorching holy light, emitting black smoke. This phenomenon only lasted for a moment. The Great Holy Staff disappeared under Rosinante's wide eyes. Its disappearance also brought news of the origin points entering Ins's ears. Aldo Roman, suppress these guys for a month. Well, suppress Kaido and the Sky Dragon King outside. As for the Blue Demon, ignore him. After hearing Ins's order, Aldo Roman nodded. Then he began to act, and the red light in his hand became more and more blazing. Finally, he threw the blazing red sphere into the main world. The light sphere that imprisoned Posa and others will float somewhere in the main world in the future, and will not be unsealed until 1847 months later. At that time, Posa and others will have the spare energy to recover themselves. After doing this, Aldo Roman directly broke through the space and came to the outside of the Great Tomb. Outside the Great Tomb, the Blue Demon was following the Phantom Ghost. After seeing that things were not going well, the Blue Demon took the opportunity to accept the invitation of the Phantom Ghost. As for the Sky Dragon King and Kaido, they ran away. But no matter how they ran, they could not outrun Aldo Roman. The continent of Elantra. Kaido and the Dragon King of the Sky are running away. Without the Demon Crystal deliberately targeting him, the Dragon King of the Sky broke through the space and came to the main world. Even after coming here, Kaido still felt a little panicked. After all, he didn't know whether Aldo Roman would come after them. But Kaido soon knew the answer. Crack! Crack! Bang! The space in front of him shattered like a mirror, and Aldo Roman's figure appeared. Looking at Aldo Roman catching up, Kaido knew that there was no room for him. But even if he had to die with a bang. Die for me! Snap! Kaido, who was swinging his mace heroically, was knocked unconscious by Aldo Roman. Then he and the Sky Dragon King, who did not resist, were sealed in a red space. This seal will last for a month. Chapter 986 In the name of the Supreme, the Great Sage. One day later. Somewhere in the Elant continent. Ins opened his hands. The magnificent tomb began to spread out. Dense groups of dragons, demons, and monsters were each on standby at a certain level of the unfolding tomb. Their sight seemed to penetrate time and space, and they saw the quiet and great figure. In the name of the Supreme Ins Olgaun, go and announce the arrival of a new era to the world. You only have 3 days. The short words made all the followers jump for joy and burst into thunderous cheers. Then, they swept out of the tomb space covering the sky and earth. Leaped into the vast sky. At the same time, the war modes of Dragon Roar, Magic Law, and Demon Contract, which can mobilize various races on a large scale, were activated. The scattered dragons, dragon families, and demons on various continents were all in a frenzy. For a time, the name of the Supreme Lord began to spread widely. While the continents were in a frenzy, Ins sat on the throne deep in the great tomb and waited quietly. Waiting for the 3-day deadline to pass. There was a reason why he did not leave and did this. The reason originated from the fact that he received a special mission from the main god space after he took the strongest subordinate dungeon of the Evil Dragon Dungeon. Supreme Lord. You who have the ability to contain the heart of the dungeon have the possibility of subverting the world. Contain the heart of the dungeon and announce your arrival to the world in the name of the Supreme Lord. You will obtain a special title at the time of settlement, and the rewards will be settled according to factors such as prestige and recognition. It was because of this mission that Ins did this. He only has 3 days to complete the task. After 3 days, he will withdraw no matter how effective it is. After all, the countdown for the arrival of the gods is no joke. Although he has obtained Aldo Roman, a very good subordinate. But if he wants to weigh the weight of the gods with Aldo Roman, it is somewhat unrealistic. Rosinante, what a kind guy. Ins's fingers tapped the armrest of the throne slightly, and his eyes looked at a mirror-like image in front of him. It was playing Rosinante's actions to reduce the friction between the various tribes in the Great Tomb and the human side. There were many pictures, and Rosinante's figure appeared in many of them. Obviously, he used magic to differentiate many incarnations to do these good deeds. Even though the news of the gods crossing the boundary was already known, he did these things instead of trying to find a way. Could it be that the guy received a special mission from the main god space? Looking at Rosinante trying to calm the friction in the picture, Ins's thoughts turned to this possibility. He then watched for a while and then closed the video. Anyway, he only needed to wait for 3 days. As long as he returned to the real world. With the power of Aldo Roman, he could be a little more high profile. Only in the real world could Ins feel more relaxed. After all, although there were many monsters and demons. But the top layer was his own people after all, so he still had some sense of security. Hoo. The red light in Ins's eyes dimmed slightly. It had been a short time since he came to this world, but he had never relaxed for a single day. Now he could rest for a while. The throne fell into silence. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a flash. In the depths of the great tomb, Ins was fully awake. He stood on the throne and began to mobilize the hearts of the 3 dungeons and the cores of the 3 subordinate dungeons with the power of the great tomb. Soon. In the 3 continents. The dragons, monsters, and demons that were born in or completely belonged to these dungeons began to transform into various colors of light and travel through time and space. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it flew towards the great tomb. After a while, the great tomb was once again filled with many races. After Ins felt the last wave of races return to their positions, he settled the task neatly. The task was settled quickly, and the final settlement was 28,000 origin points, which was a bit beyond Ins's expectations. After all, the original submission of the 3 holy staffs only gave 10,000 origin points. By comparison, it can be seen that the income of this special task is quite good. Does the Supreme One also have the Fallen One? After looking at the income, Ins turned his attention to the 2 new titles he had obtained. According to the introduction of the Lord God Space, the title will affect the frequency and tendency of the reincarnator to accept special tasks. In short, it is easier to receive special tasks related to the title's tendency. However, the title of the Supreme One was still within Ins's expectations. The acquisition of the title of the Fallen One made him a little confused. However, he didn't know the reason for the formation and didn't plan to think about it. He planned to withdraw and then think about other things. Soon. Ins, who paid the corresponding origin points, took the hearts of various dungeons collected in the Great Tomb and the belongings to it. Their lives left this world. After Ins left, Rosinante, who had been paying attention to the area, also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he began to work on sealing and pacifying the dungeons on various continents. Ins did take away the main force of the evil dungeons. The power of the 3 world-destroying dungeons and the 3 strongest subordinate dungeons was basically taken away by him. But there are still many dungeons left on various continents. The demons and monsters born in these dungeons are restless and revel in the 3-day era of the Supreme Lord. However, the era of the Supreme Lord only lasts for 3 days. It can be said that they were badly tricked by Ins. Of course, Ins, who left, would not care about this. After all, he only made promises to the races that now belong to the Great Tomb, and others were no longer within Ins' consideration. I hope the benefits of that mission. Rosinante made every effort to create an illusory incarnation with sufficient strength and began to go to various dungeons to seal the core. He did not kill all the lives born in the dungeons. Not to mention that the source of power in the dungeon actually comes from the negative side of life, which will not be completely cut off. On the other hand, time is running out. Plus, with Posa and the others around, it doesn't matter. Time passes slowly. With the efforts of Rosinante, he submitted the special task Great Sage the day before the arrival of the gods, and received a profit of 9,000 origin points. This profit has exceeded Rosinante's imagination. He guessed that most of the profit from this task may be attributed to Posa and the others becoming holy gods. Anyway, Rosinante was relieved. Although there are not many remaining 9,000 origin points after buying the emergency return to the city rights for all 7 people, there is not much left to buy the task termination rights. But this is not a big deal at the moment. Rosinante has already consulted the main god space. You can return to the city urgently without using the task termination rights, but the price is that you will enter the punishment world next time, and the difficulty of the task will increase significantly. Although such a price sounds serious. But Rosinante can't do better at the moment. This is the only way to go. I will see if I can help you overcome the next difficulty later. The most urgent thing is to run away before the gods come. Chapter 987 I'm going to sign. Woohoo! While arranging people to run away in Rosinante, in the red space behind a certain place in the Elantric continent, Kaido was sitting cross-legged on the red ground, holding a wine gourd in one hand and drinking continuously. He started crying while drinking. It's so ugly. Kaido. You're crying like a weakling. Does death scare you so much? The god of the Sky Dragon King, who was resting on the ground not far away, looked at Kaido crying, turned his head with disgust, and no longer looked at Kaido, this embarrassing thing. Hearing the contemptuous tone of the god of the Sky Dragon King, Kaido took another sip of the strange wine made with the power of the little blue dragon, cursing. Damn, you know nothing. The world outside is so exciting, how can I end it here in a dull way? At least I have fought with the Lord God. When these words came out, the Dragon King of the Sky rolled his eyes. Have you drunk too much fake wine? If you can fight with the Lord God, do you still need to stay in jail here? What I said is true, if you don't believe it, then forget it. The depressed Kaido had no intention of explaining at all. After all, it is not his character to brag about past experiences. And he is really not in the mood now. Gurgle gurgle. As Kaido continued to drink, the air was silent. Kaido, then tell me the story of your world. Waiting here is also 060 boring. The Dragon King of the Sky looked at the red border with a dull expression. Waiting for such things is not boring for it. It just wanted to hear more about Kaido's world. I won't tell you. I'm not in the mood. Kaido refused without even thinking. If it was before, he would have said a few words to get closer to the Dragon King of the Divine Sky. But now, he just wanted to immerse himself in a drunken dream. At this moment, Kaido's mind began to imagine a picture, the mocking face of Lingling after learning of his death. He became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Burp. Did you get so angry that you hallucinate? After a burp, Kaido saw a golden panel appear in his eyes. It was the panel unique to the Lord God Space. It also said that due to a special crisis, the Lord God Space could help him out, and the price was to sign a new contract, etc. But Kaido felt that he had drunk too much. After all, when he woke up, he kept calling the Lord God Space, trying to find a solution from the Lord God Space. However, the Lord God Space didn't even bother him. This put an end to his idea of continuing to borrow money to buy rights and run away. How could he suddenly appear now? Thinking this way, Kaido's hand still pointed to the yes on the golden panel. Zilla. As if touched by an electric current, Kaido sobered up in an instant. This feeling is not an illusion. Oh. Kaido started to laugh loudly. The burly dragon body of the divine Sky Dragon King turned over slightly and began to close his eyes. No longer listen to Kaido's crazy. Ah. This is taking advantage of the fire. It's too much. What's wrong? Although he felt that Kaido's tone was a little wrong. But the divine Sky Dragon King was too lazy to move his body and asked calmly. Kaido, who was howling a little, calmed down when he heard the divine Sky Dragon King's question. Nothing. It means we don't have to wait to die. Kaido looked at the new contract presented on the panel in front of him, crying and laughing on his face. The reason he laughed was that he was very angry. The reason he cried was that he was very angry. He was not afraid of borrowing high-interest loans from the main god space. Because he was very confident. With his current combat power, as long as there was a chance, he would definitely be able to pay off the loan quickly. The reason why this world is miserable is that he was careless, and the teammates he matched were one pit and one too strong. But if he is given a chance, he will surely be able to make a comeback. But now, because he is already in debt, the main god space does not lend money at all, but instead gives a new contract that is deceptive. The content of this new contract, called profit-sharing contract, is very simple. As long as he is still a reincarnation in the future, all his mission income, income from other channels, etc. will be deducted 50% to the main god space according to the contract. Dash, 50%, what the hell is this concept? Abigyuts, a subordinate reincarnation, only needs to deduct 20% from him. If he signs this, won't he be worse than a subordinate reincarnation? Oxen and horse reincarnation? Kaido couldn't help but think of the word oxen and horse. There is such a word in a certain comic, and it is still very popular in the sea. Because many members of the Dark Curtain like to use this. At this time, Kaido inexplicably felt that this word was very suitable for him. If possible, he really didn't want to sign this thing. But now he has no choice. If he refuses, the consequences will be even worse. Because he already knows that the gods are going to arrest the reincarnations across the border, but he still refuses to accept the olive branch given by the main god space? What does this belong to? It belongs to malicious loan evasion. That's right. In the judgment of the main god, this belongs to malicious loan evasion. So he will be forcibly sent back to the city by the main god space. It sounds good, after all, he can avoid the gods. However, it will not be good after returning to the city. Because he will voluntarily undergo personality transformation directly according to the loan contract. So, Kaido was really angry and laughed at this time. God's malicious loan evasion? Do I have to use my life to maliciously evade the loan? I'm signing it. Weev. In the somewhat confused eyes of the Shenkong Dragon King, Kaido signed quickly while shouting and crying. No choice. He really has no choice. Trademark. If you annoy me, I will just stop being a reincarnator in the future. Kaido tried to save his dignity in his heart. Finally, he chose to take it all on his own and accepted the cheating contract of the main god space. Compared to death, he was more afraid that the new personality after transformation would be a dog with his face. After Kaido signed his name on the contract and clicked the yes option. Congratulations on becoming a partner of the main god space. I hope you will keep up the good work, shine in the main god space, and create more glory. God's partner. Do I want to work with you to make my money? For a moment, Kaido felt that there were too many complaints and didn't know how to tell. He glanced at Abigyuts who didn't know what was going on and cried and shouted. Abigyuts, you trademark should do me a favor in the future. Do you know how much I have suffered for you? Kaido, sometimes I really doubt whether you have mental problems. You trademark still question me. When Kaido was full of grief and anger, the contract came into effect. Then, he and the Dragon King of the Divine Sky were enveloped by golden light. At the same time, Rosinante also began to run away. When the last golden light left the world of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon, the whole world seemed to have been extracted from its roots. The space-time ring that was originally running normally began to collapse. Chapter 988 The world fell into the dream spirit world, the game of the giant gods. The space-time ring of the world is like a roll of tape that is connected at the beginning and the end and keeps spinning, spectacular and exquisite. However, the space-time ring that originally existed based on the origin of the world. Because the origin of the world is almost gone, it forms a violent siphon. The space-time began to collapse and converge around the time point of the abnormality. As the space-time ring collapsed, an extremely magnificent scene unfolded here. Exquisiteness turned into chaos, and the spectacular became even more spectacular. Boom! An indescribable grand sound resonated in this space-time. The huge space-time structure was rapidly dissipating, like a dream, like a bubble. At this moment, only one great life wearing a red cloak and stepping on the hot flames witnessed this brilliant scene. It was the belated god. Is it too late? The god stood on the distorted light and shadow of the source world, just quietly watching the world collapse in front of him. Finally, the space-time ring completely dissipated, frozen in a certain place, and turned into an interface of a single time point. During the whole process, K's expression was neither sad nor happy. Until the world began to fall. The remaining world origin of the world of Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon could not only not support the existence of its space-time ring. It could no longer stay in the source world. It was like a shining glass, ruthlessly washed by the dreamy waves of the source world, and was swept down by the flying current. It was also like a piece of driftwood, rapidly floating from the depths of the sea. The terrifying shock kept shaking the world. In the violent rise and fall, the only reason it did not disintegrate and shatter was simply the protection mechanism of the source world's rules for the world. Boom! The gods who followed the world all the way down to the bottom of the source world began to stop. K watched the world's descent slow down, but still firmly crossed the barrier of the source world. Then sank into the deep darkness. Another world has fallen. The main god space? It's really a heinous crime. After the gods sighed, the eyes began to penetrate the darkness. K could see. The world without the protection mechanism of the source world began to break like a phantom in the face of the surging space undercurrent. Finally, the broken world only retained the most core part. Then followed the inexplicable connection and entered a world of strange light fog. The gods knew. There was a strange world that stretched from the depths of the void to the shallows of the void. The dream spirit world is the place where life fantasies and dreams belong. The world that fell into the void will eventually belong there because it originated from the fantasy of life. However, it is not under the jurisdiction of the world court. I hope that compatriot can cheer up. Perhaps, this is not a bad thing for K. Although that world has left the embrace of the source world. But if you look at it from a long-term perspective, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The reason is very simple. In the source world, all worlds will be determined by the great goddess of destiny, Anan, from the moment they are born. This means that if there is no external intervention, no matter how time passes, there will be no change. A world separated from the source world will lose this destiny. Especially when entering the dream world at this time. The dream world is a realm with great potential. The background of the dream god who dominates there is even more powerful. If that compatriot can grow up in that realm destined to be extraordinary in the future, he may be able to reach KS level or even higher. However, the world court will absolutely ignore this matter. Because K have no position to say such things. Of course, the compatriot in front of him has reached this point. K can only silently bless that compatriot. If there is a chance in the future, I will send some of the captured reincarnations to work in that world, which is considered an investment and blessing. The god took a last look at the broken world that sank into the dream spirit world and began to turn back and leave. On the other side, in the palace of the Spirit King deep in the sky, when Holy Light vs. Evil Dungeon fell into the dream spirit world, a white-haired girl wearing a rabbit headdress kept shaking a sleepy pink-haired girl. Huan Meng Meng Meng. The alarm light you gave me is on. A new world has fallen from the source world to the dream spirit world. Can you help me find out which comic world it is? Huzz. Huan Meng was constantly shaken by the white-haired girl and it was difficult to fall asleep. So, she stretched out a hand to rub her sleepy eyes and replied lazily. Well, ask Daddy, Daddy knows, he has all the authority. As she said that, Huan Meng began to float and crashed into the arms of Mel who was coming to the Spirit King Palace. Dad, good morning. Huan Meng murmured and took a few deep breaths in Mel's arms. Then she wrapped her arms around Mel's neck and fell asleep in his arms. Dad is here? Great. Seeing Mel coming, the white-haired girl wearing a rabbit ear headdress immediately brightened up. She rushed up directly, went around Mel's back and hung on him. Dad, you're just in time. There's a new comic world falling from the source world. Let's go and adventure together. The girl said, her face close to Mel's side face and kept rubbing it, like a coquettish little white rabbit. For the white-haired girl's antics, Mel just stretched out one hand and pinched her pink cheeks. Woo, it hurts. Dad is too partial, I just rubbed it a few times and pinched me like this. Xiao Beiming, who told you to rub it like this? My face is about to smoke. I'm just too excited. After Beiming explained himself, his face was full of passion again. Let's not talk about this, let's go on an adventure together. In the name of the Spirit King, the deputy captain of the second team, Dad, please click to accept the mission issued by the Great Soul King. Hearing Beiming issuing missions in the name of the Soul King, Mel was also a little speechless. But he still chose to pamper her. Got it, my Soul King. Ha ha ha, I knew that my dad must love me the most. In Beiming's joy, Mel took her and the little Huanmeng hanging in his arms to the comic world that had just fallen into the dream spirit world. Before leaving, he looked in the direction of the source world. There, a violent fluctuation was sweeping. It was a contest involving many giant gods and even the main gods. The Fusewizens. To be precise, it was a game that Zakrane made with ins as an excuse. Orochimaru, Hisoka, and Dio were all persuaded by him, and even Aizen, the main god, participated in it. In addition to him Jada, who is also the main god, also showed up, as well as the giant goddess Death and Zyuji. However, they were not there for ins, but to support the main god space. The reason is that the main god space was created by him. Fortunately, the main god will not really die in this contest, and the impact is not great. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, he will not be able to relax here. After confirming that the situation over there is stable, Mare went to the comic world Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon with Xiao Beiming and Huanmeng to visit the scenery. Chapter 989 Original God Space, the Dragon King Ceremony of the God Becoming Ceremony. Deep in the Source Realm. Although the game between the giant gods caused a violent shock, but most people in the world don't know about this. Because the shock disappeared before it left the Source Realm. So they still live their own lives. If you want to talk about the impact. At most, the discussion trend of the sea about the main god space began to be divided into a new space. It was a mysterious space called the Original God Space that appeared at an unknown time. Now, the main god space and the Original God Space. They are the two most popular topics in the sea now. Especially after the emergence of two facts recognized by the public. These two topics have become more popular. One is the once the Black Death Magians. A large number of familiar comic characters emerged under his command. The various villains in Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon. Another is that the Beast's pirates have an extra vice-governor. This vice-governor has been confirmed to be the god of the Sky Dragon King in Holy Light vs Evil Dungeon, and it's true. Especially, this conclusion was confirmed by a certain dragon species in the dragon group who likes to deal with humans and read comics. That's even more fuel to the fire. Because this means that the other world in the comics is really real. This kind of thing is an unspeakable shock even for the world where magical events continue to appear. Many people began to imagine that they were chosen by the two major spaces so that they could travel to that fantasy world. This craze also affected the Beast's pirates. After all, Kaido is the only public reincarnation at present. Many pirates, even those who were not originally prepared to become pirates, began to rush to join the Beast's pirates. They believed that Kaido, the Beast who became a reincarnation, would grow into a top force on the sea. Time passed slowly in this enthusiasm. 2 weeks passed. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. This island has expanded 100 times since the opening of the Spirit Age of Emperor Liu Jiang. A giant dragon wearing black crystal scales slowly flew down from the sky. It landed in the green forest of the island. Bang! The ground cracked with a roar. It came to a tall figure. Speak. Kaido. What do you want to talk to me about? Why did you ask me to come here? If it's not something important, I'll show you what I can do later. Kaido turned around and laughed when he heard the dragon's cold voice. Oh. Abigyuts, I asked you to come here in person. It's because this matter is very important. Hearing Kaido's words, Abigyuts' dragon face also showed a hint of interest. Oh? What is it? Is it because your loan has been repaid? Abegyuts recalled that during this period of time, Kaido bought the reincarnation order every day to go to the other world. Kaido, who is so diligent, must have almost repaid the loan given by the main god space. Hearing Abegyut's words, Kaido's smile froze. Speaking of this, Kaido gets angry. These days, he went to various other worlds to do tasks. Except that the first 2 worlds were relatively smooth, he earned 20,000 origin points after deducting the share given to the main god space. After that, something started to go wrong. Because I don't know when a original god space appeared. As long as he goes to the comic world. Within half a day, a bunch of gods chosen from the original god space will appear to mess with him. Like flies, disgusting. The most important thing is that it affects the speed at which he earns origin points. It was not until the time to actually repay the loan that Kaido realized how deceptive the loan contract was. The interest rate of 20% compound interest is calculated once in the reincarnation cycle. This reincarnation cycle is not calculated according to the normal reincarnation of 7 days in reality, but the number of times he uses the reincarnation order is calculated together. At the beginning, he earned 8,000 in the first world and used it all to repay the loan, and more than 5,000 was used to pay the interest. Fortunately, the second world has an income of 12,000. According to his idea. With such income, it will take less than a few worlds to pay it off. But the emergence of the original god space destroyed his way to easily brush the origin point. Even if he relied on his strong combat power to complete some tasks related to the origin point. But this income can only cover the interest on the remaining debt, so that this debt has not rolled up. He has tried several worlds very hard. But there is still a gap of nearly 15,000 in the debt. It is equivalent to being busy for 2 weeks, reincarnating every day, but only paying back about 13,000 origin points. This efficiency is completely inconsistent with his expectations. Abegyuts. Since you mentioned repaying the loan, I'll just borrow some of your origin points to fill the remaining gaps, so as not to hinder my performance 0. Although you have only reincarnated a few times these days. But you must have saved a lot without borrowing. Kaido has also received Abegyuts' share these days. This is the 20% of the income that Abegyuts, as his subordinate reincarnation, needs to give him, totaling 7,000. What makes Kaido feel fucked up is this income is also within the scope of the profit-sharing contract he signed, so 3,500 is allocated to the main god space, so he can only get 3,500. Kaido, you are really fickle. Before I said I would lend you money, you said repaying the loan is a piece of cake, you don't need to borrow from me. It's only been a few days, and you've changed your face. Abegyuts' somewhat sarcastic dragon face made Kaido a little embarrassed. It's not that he talks back and forth. The loan contract was really too abnormal. If he continued like this, he would have to lose so many origin points to fill the hole. If he was unlucky, he might even fail. In order to get rid of it earlier, he had to be shameless. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to lend it to me or not? Lend it, but I only have 15,000 now. Abegyuts would naturally not refuse Kaido's request for help. After all, the reason why Kaido was in this situation was ultimately because of him. Only 15,000 left. In that case, what is your current strength? Kaido began to look at Abegyuts seriously. Abegyuts also answered calmly. Well, 3.8, it has reached the level of the middle sacrifice, and I am still getting used to the feeling of deep fusion. You are borrowing now at the right time. If it is after today, I will not have many origin points left. Hearing Abegyuts' answer, Kaido laughed. Oh. It doesn't matter if you are stronger. Kaido was very happy. Among the dragons in the world, the path to godhood for SSS level dragons is a strange ritual called Dragon King Festival. The whole process of the ritual is divided into the initial sacrifice, the middle sacrifice, the high sacrifice and the final sacrifice of complete godhood. It can merge the dragon's own dragon heart with its own essence. During this process, the dragon heart will gradually disappear, as if it was sacrificed. Therefore, it is called Dragon King Festival. In fact, the dragon heart only exists in a higher form, making the dragon's life form more advanced. Chapter 990 Great Enemy, Great Demon Director Wu. The high level of Abegyuts can be said to increase the strength of the beast's pirates. How could Kaido not be happy? And the high level also means that the world that can be randomly transferred during reincarnation is higher. As long as there is no annoying group of chosen gods to mess up. The higher the level of the world, the higher the benefits that can be obtained. Let's not talk about anything else, you transfer 15,000 to me. 15,000 is just enough to fill my hole. I will pay you back as soon as possible later. Kaido looked at the Divine Sky Dragon King and began to open the panel of the main god space to transfer the origin point to him. He suddenly remembered something and continued. Also, you'd better not be promoted to a sub-god too quickly. It's best to use the origin points to make your abilities stronger before you get promoted. I've been annoyed by those chosen gods these days, but I can still get good results every time. It depends on the strongest combat power that is the best among the same level. Although your combat power is already very strong among the same level, I think shit. Kaido suddenly let out 30 pig-killing screams. The scream was so sudden that even the Sky Dragon King in front of Kaido was frightened. Kaido, you are always startled. It's really embarrassing. Okay, I've transferred the origin points to you. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll withdraw. Wait, Abigyuts. How much did you transfer to me just now? Kaido's question surprised the Sky Dragon King. He glanced at Kaido. I transferred 15,000. What? You didn't receive it. 15,000 oh. After making sure that he was not hallucinating, Kaido laughed. Then he swore. Fuck. That bastard in the main god space makes money this way. Even the money I borrowed is included in the profit. Trademark, even with the degree of black heart of the Dark Curtain, I'm afraid they should be ashamed of themselves. Kaido's face flushed a little. Now he felt that he was no longer worthy of being a cow and horse reincarnationist. Perhaps the new word of the sea was the most appropriate. Unjust, big wronged. Yes, that's right. He is an unjust, a super big wronged reincarnationist. Kaido was deeply moved. I'm afraid his name as a reincarnationist is useless. After listening to Kaido's complaints, the Dragon King of the Divine Sky beside him also understood what was going on. It also knew about the profit-sharing contract signed by Kaido and the main god space. After all, Kaido at that time was crying and saying that the scene he signed was too funny. It made it understand more deeply. However, the Dragon King of the Divine Sky did not expect that Kaido would even include borrowing money in the profit-sharing. This time, the Dragon King of the Divine Sky felt the pressure from the main god space. It made up its mind. Unless it was desperate in the future, it would never sign any weird contracts with the main god space. Kaido. You don't have to pay back the 15,000 I borrowed from you. The reincarnation period of the natural day has also arrived. I will reincarnate in the main god space later. I will pay off your remaining loans when I come back this time. Looking at Kaido's miserable current situation, the Dragon King of the Divine Sky felt that it was better for him to get this matter done quickly. Otherwise, it always felt that it owed a big favor. Abigyuts. You underestimate me too much. Who do you think I am? I am Kaido, the beast. I will pay you back the money you borrowed. When my plan is completed, I will have as many origin points as I want. Hearing Kaido's nonsense, the eyes of the Divine Sky Dragon King stared at Kaido quietly. It felt that Kaido was a little funny. He brags without thinking. In the short time since it and Kaido first met, it can't remember how many times Kaido has been defeated. Why doesn't this guy learn from his mistakes? I understand. Anything else? I'll leave if nothing else. Wait. Yes, there is something. Looking at Kaido's rare shyness, the Divine Sky Dragon King also felt a little strange. Sao hate is it? Oh. Kaido first laughed to cover up his guilty conscience. Then he said directly. Abigyuts, now that things have come to this. Then I won't hide it from you. I recently learned receiving magic in the main god space. This magic requires your cooperation. Hey! Hearing Kaido's words, the god of the Sky Dragon King was full of questions. It knows about receiving magic. These days, due to curiosity about the present world and the visits of some giant dragons. So it even delayed the opportunity to buy a reincarnation order to enter the main god space for reincarnation. Correspondingly, it also knows a lot about the present world. Among them, the magic system of the present world is the top priority for it to understand. Receiving magic is within its scope of understanding. This kind of magic is widely circulated among magicians. Many magicians with insufficient qualifications and low upper limits of their own awakening magic will include receiving magic in their selection. It can be said that receiving magic is a popular choice for magicians with insufficient qualifications and low upper limits but firm will. Many originally mediocre magicians rose by receiving powerful dragon species. This has led to the trend of receiving magic being deified among the magicians. Of course, these Sky Dragon Kings just know it for fun. But it never expected. It actually received a boomerang. Kaido actually learned receiving magic in the main god space, and even set his sights on it. Hehe. Kaido, did I 827 give you face? The Sky Dragon King's sneer made Kaido feel a little bad. He hurriedly explained. Abigyuts, don't be angry, listen to my explanation. Explanation. Okay, you explain. If your explanation doesn't satisfy me, then one of us will have to go out lying down today. Seeing that the Sky Dragon King didn't look like he was joking, Kaido didn't keep it a secret, and immediately told him his plan in full. The great magician is fighting. Watching the Sky Dragon King's emotions stabilize after listening to the explanation, Kaido had a smile on his face. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the choice of the next Dragon King of the Sky was very important. That's right. In more than half a month, the 4th Grand Magic Mastery will begin. The top 3 will get one of the 12 magic secrets. This is the last chance. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I am confident that I can take the first place. Kaido looked at the god of Sky Dragon King with enthusiasm. Each of the 12 magic secrets can give people the potential to lead to the path of true god. In the past 3 sessions of the great magic martial arts, 9 of the 12 magic secrets kept by the god of magic secrets have been removed. Now the 4th session is the last chance. Kaido believes that as long as Abigyuts cooperates and is accepted by him, he will definitely be able to kill in the great magic martial arts with the power of Abigyuts. Chapter 991 Dragon Slayer, Invincible Jigsaw. Seeing that Abigyuts did not directly refuse, Kaido immediately felt that there was a chance. He immediately increased the stakes. Abigyuts. Among the 3 remaining magic secrets of the great magic martial arts, there is the space magic secret. When I use your power to get a place, it is likely that I will get the magic secret of this space. At that time, I will definitely share the secret of the space magic secret with you for reference. This must be a great benefit to you. Kaido looked at the face of the divine Sky Dragon King and guided him step by step. After several generations of great magicians, the magic secrets that the god of magic secrets still retained had long been known to all major forces. As for the news he got, in addition to space magic, the remaining 3 magic secrets also include dragon slaying magic and life magic. These 3 kinds of magic. Kaido felt that he was suitable for each one. There is no need to talk about space magic. As for the power, you can see it from the power of Abigyuts. With it, in the future, he can discuss the mysteries of space magic with Abigyuts and make progress together. Dragon slaying magic is even more to his taste. He is also a dragon. Although he is not a giant dragon on the magic side. But with dragon slaying magic, it is not easy to become a magic dragon. The largest gathering place for magicians in the world is the magic city of Fernandez. There, dragon slaying magic is a popular choice for many ambitious magicians. By burying dragon attribute magic crystals in the body, in the process of continuous use and growth, Chang transformed into a sub-dragon, then killed the dragon and bathed in the dragon's blood. Follow this process. Sooner or later, he will be able to transform into a powerful magic dragon. According to the secrets circulating in the magic city, the dragon killing magic in the 12 magic secrets is even more incomparable to ordinary dragon killing magic. It involves the rules and principles of dragon killing, and is the pure dragon magic created by the god of magic in his early years to fight against the dragon lord. Using this magic to fight against the dragon will gain extremely terrifying damage bonus. Even in the end, he can transform into the legendary dragon killing dragon, then he will become the most feared dragon among the dragons. If so, it can be said to be so terrifying. Anyway, he is very envious. And the last life magic. It is rumored that it is the product of the exchange between the god of magic and the god of nature in his early years. Although it is not well known. However, this is the most suitable attribute for the Azure Dragon in his fantasy beast system. It can be said. As long as he passes the martial arts of the great magician, no matter which magic secret he obtains, he will win big. How is it? Abigyuts, tell me if it works or not. I spent a lot of money to be able to use magic. Don't let my money go to waste. Although he was asking the dragon to do something. But Kaido had little patience for this kind of thing and little experience, and his tone gradually became aggressive. If the 12 magic secrets were not really important, he really couldn't bring himself to ask the god of the Sky Dragon King. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, your proposal is very good. But I suggest you stop proposing, you should just go back and suck your milk. Looking at the slow and contemptuous look on the face of the Dragon King of the Divine Sky, Kaido's anger rose a little. He asked with some reluctance. Abigyuts, are you rejecting me? I didn't say so much to you because I wanted to hear your rejection. Looking at Kaido's face flushing, Abigyuts laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Kaido. I think you are stupid because of dealing with the Dark Curtain. If a dragon is so easily persuaded, it is not a dragon. You want me to agree? It's very simple, show your strength. Hearing Abigyuts' words, Kaido was silent. Then, the corners of his mouth also grinned. Oh. Abigyuts, I knew this kind of thing is not that easy. Why do you think I asked you to come here? This battlefield, which was once bathed in the blood of my battles with many main gods and giants, is just right for our contest. He he he. Kaido. I didn't expect you to flatter yourself, and you don't mind it. Well, let me crush your arrogance. Abigyuts sneered at Kaido's bragging. It already has a general understanding of the present world and knows the horror of the age of gods. Many gods grew from mortals to terrifying giants and even main gods in a very short time. This process does have some interactions with guys like Kaido. But it doesn't mean Kaido can be equal to those great beings. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless blue light particles swept in the atmosphere, beginning to cover Abigyuts. Its breath began to expand, the dragon body became more and more sturdy, and the black crystal began to shine, flashing a faint blue light. In addition, its dark dragon pupils are like an abyss that is difficult to look directly at. After entering the realm of the middle sacrifice with the ritual of the Dragon King festival, Abigyuts did feel that he had undergone an unspeakable transformation. Inexhaustible magic power and immortal life are its two greatest feelings. The magic power stored in its body has not increased. However, its sensitivity and control over the magic factors of the environment have achieved a qualitative breakthrough. This makes its Tyrant Dragon mode blessed by atmospheric magic more powerful. At the same time, the existence of the Dragon Heart has become extremely special, and it has become more difficult to kill it. At this level, even if it fights against Kaido, who now has a strong fighting power, it is not without a chance of winning. Oh. Abigyuts, whatever you think. A golden and blue halo appeared on Kaido. He entered the most powerful Dragon Man form and turned on the original root mode. The sacred light and shadow reflected Kaido's face with a heroic laugh. He didn't care about Abigyuts' ridicule. He always emphasized that fighting against the main god, the giant god, was never for showing off. He just reminded himself all the time that his goal was never the ground under his feet, but the realm of God that was far and unreachable. Not an ordinary subordinate god, a sub-god or even a true god, but the main god who dominated the era. No matter how anyone laughed at his wishful thinking, he would not change his goal. Defeat that man and become the real Pirate King, and defeat another man and become the ideal Joy Boy. If these are the two goals, then only becoming the main god is feasible. For this reason, all the forces that climb upward need to be grasped tightly. Smash all obstacles. Azure Dragon. Accompanied by Kaido's shout, his mace began to transform gorgeously. Lightning patterns, fire patterns, fog patterns, and blue patterns are entwined. Various special effects are also embellished on the mace, making it very cool. A small blue dragon is half wrapped around his stick handle, and the other half is wrapped around Kaido's wrist. This is the Azure Dragon of the Heavenly Demon. The power of the Azure Dragon has now entered the Holy Crown. In order to be able to exert a stronger force, even if he is carrying alone, Kaido still draws out some origin points to upgrade the small Azure Dragon. The same is true for learning to receive magic. Only by relying on Abigyuts can he get the magic secret. He can rely on the three systems of fantasy beasts, heavenly demons, and magic to work together, and it is possible to sweep the reincarnation world with an invincible combat power of the same level. In that way, he has the hope of obtaining countless origin points to grow to a strong negative. So, this piece of the puzzle is indispensable. Abigyuts. I must attend the great demon director Wu. I'll accept it. Ha ha ha. Kaido. If you can do it, just come and try it. With Abikyutsu's wild laughter, a dragon man and a giant dragon collided fiercely. The sky shook continuously, and the aftermath began to destroy everything. The sea was reversed, and the tsunami overwhelmed the city. Chapter 992 New Clone, The Evil King's True Eye is the Strongest. More than a week has passed. Ruskana Island. In the alien space attached to it. A quiet ancient forest. Beside the sparkling green lake. Mare is opening the mall to look at the updated abilities. Evil King True Eye User, 20,000. Eternal Spear, 15,000. Dark Shield, 15,000. Queen of the Night, 18,000. Avalon Crusher, 15,000. God's Domain, 18,000. Evil King True Eye. Looking at the Evil King True Eye in the mall. A smile appeared on Mel's face. In his previous life, a certain game made the owner of the Evil King True Eye into a character. At that time, he also played that game and was a fan of the Evil King True Eye. At that time, he also said something like Evil King True Eye is the strongest. Didn't I expect that I would become the Evil King True Eye user one day? A trace of nostalgia appeared on his face, and then Mel began to create. If it was the Evil King True Eye, it was obviously that guy who was the most suitable. Very quickly. A set of processes was completed quickly. A petite, fair-skinned, blue-purple-haired beautiful girl appeared in front of Mel. She wore a black uniform, a special belt and black knee-high socks. She wore a white eye mask on her right eye, and a tuft of 003 purple hair on her head. As soon as she appeared, she began to hold her right elbow with her left hand. The palm of her right hand covered the eye mask on her right eye. The left eye was slightly closed. This action made her feel inexplicably mysterious, and of course it could be called a middle school second. Welcome to this world, Rika Takanashi. Hearing Mel's welcome, Rika's left eye began to slowly open. The deep blue pupils reflected Mel's figure, splashing with wisps of waves. Are you the one who summoned me? The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Hehe, it's really a fateful encounter. My contractor. You want to see my Evil King's True Eye? The deliberately low voice slowly rose, making people feel her mystery. Ugh, it hurts. Will the Evil King's True Eye also feel pain? Mare retracted the knife that had tapped Liu Hua's head and asked curiously. Of course it hurts to be hit. No, cough cough cough. Liu coughed lightly and got back into the role the next second. It seems that I underestimated you. You were able to break my dark shield and hurt me. A few days later. In a valley full of stone pillars. The stone pillars here were once again devastated. Flame of dark matter. Colorful streams of light continued to rage, shattering all the stone pillars that blocked along the way. Finally, the stream of light was blocked by the dark barrier of darkness. Dark shield. Mare was standing on a stone pillar at this time. With him as the center, a series of dark shields were superimposed, firmly resisting this attack. Fallen Angel Judgment. Golden flames descended from the sky, heading straight for the shield that Mel had deployed. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. Until the flames completely washed away and dissipated. The stone pillars under Mel's feet were all shattered and disappeared, but the pitch-black shield surrounding him remained strong. Seeing this, Liu Hua, who was flying in the air, still did not give up. Avalon Crush. The golden light wave advanced rapidly, shattering the surrounding terrain and staining the surface of the pitch-black shield at the same time. Seeing this, Liu Hua knew that the opportunity had come. Blue lights condensed on the exaggerated pitch-black weapon in her hand. Eternal Spear. The blue flash passed by, piercing the pitch-black shield stained with golden light like a spear. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by a strange sound, the pitch-black shield constructed by Mel began to break. Come on, it's almost broken. Seeing the smiling expression on Mel's face, Rika's cheeks puffed up slightly. Then, she took a deep breath and said seriously. My nemesis, I will use a move that can overturn the world next. Tremble. Let you see this field that makes the stars tremble. Accompanied by a burst of second-year speech. Rika immediately felt the power surge up. She chanted multiple words without stopping. Shine. The aurora at the top of the sky falls to the world and purifies everything. Sing the brokenness, praise the dawn, the birds fly across the sky, and strike the sin. Show. The dark middle rises from the abyss, devours the earth, and stains the truth black. Use the spear of the dark night to pierce the boundless. Descend. The sacred end of the realm of God. Accompanied by the chanting of the spirit of words of Rika. The world fell into silence for a moment. Then, infinite magic power rendered the world. The entire valley of stone pillars seemed to have entered a new world. The sky was covered with white aurora. Golden balls of light hung high in the white sky like the sun. The earth was rendered in pitch black. The stone pillars of the entire valley were stained with a layer of black. A huge spear of hundreds of meters, interwoven with dark and red, stood beside Rika. At this time, Rika's weapon has disappeared. She sat high on a dark throne raised by a stone pillar, her little face slightly raised. The eyes shining with golden light were full of complex emotions. They revealed 3 parts of arrogance, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of indifference. Such an attitude is precisely because of her strength. In this God's domain dominated by the evil king's true eye, all abilities are integrated and strengthened. She is invincible. Now it's your turn to challenge me, my contractor and nemesis. Looking at the drama-like Liuhua opposite, Moer smiled faintly. He opened his lips and uttered only the name of a move. Eternal Spear. Suddenly, countless blue lights continued to shine around him. As if the stars were falling, everything in sight was ruthlessly bombarded. In a flash, everything that Liuhua relied on was shattered and turned into drifting blue light. Watching the blue light rise and fly, an even more dreamy figure came over the unusually beautiful scene. However, the smile of that figure made Liuhua feel like a clown. She threw herself into the arms of that figure and burst into tears. We've you too much. We agreed to have the same ability, how can you be so much stronger than me? Moer looked at the little Liuhua in his arms breaking the defense, and reached out to rub her purple hair. Then his fingers fell down, slid across Liuhua's tearful face, and wiped the tears carefully. Do you know why I am so much better than you? Why? Hearing Moer's question, Liuhua's eyes lit up and asked quickly. Because I am kind. Chapter 993 The Model Worker Behind the Lord God, the Division of the Giant Gods. Ah! The little Liuhua tilted her head slightly, which made Moer rub her soft hair. Just a joke, the reason is actually very simple. Because I am the Lord of Heaven who governs all existence and non-existence. This answer made Liuhua's eyes sparkle. Wow! So amazing! So do you know why? Hearing Moer ask again, Liuhua immediately answered. I know, because you are more middle school. After saying this, Moer laughed even more happily. His fingers slid across Liuhua's tender little cheeks, and he smiled under Liuhua's somewhat shy eyes. Well, it's a good summary, and it's not wrong to say so. The evil king's true eye can exert corresponding power with the degree of Chiyunibiu. The essence of Chiyunibiu looks simple. In fact, it is an act of showing one's own existence to the world. Among them, self-existence is the key point, and a more detailed point is existence. It can be said that the ability of the evil king's true eye is largely a manifestation of the law of existence. And the weight of his own existence cannot be further explored. Even if the ability of the evil king's true eye only touches the surface of his existence, it is already in an overloaded state. Any use of the ability is at the current limit of the evil king's true eye. In this case, it is extremely difficult for Liuhua to fight against him. Yeah, I understand. I will work harder. There can only be one Lord of Chiyunibiu. I will never give you this position. Be prepared. Lord of Heaven. Mare, who was on the boomerang's dart head, smiled even more deeply. He pinched both sides of Liuhua's cheeks and pulled slightly. It really hurts, Mare. This is the condition for you to lose your memory, so forget about the Lord of Heaven. No. How could you forget such a thing? I want to remember it clearly, it's easy for me not to tell others. Lua's eyes showed cunning, and she said directly. As long as you go out with me this time. It's my first time walking in this world, I need to slow down a little. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the magic power in my body can't be suppressed, and then the crisis of the world will be in an instant. So please, contractor. Hearing Liuhua's roundabout way of saying that she was afraid of strangers and needed someone to accompany her. Mare also held up her pink and hot little face, and under her surprised eyes, he agreed. Okay. I'll accompany you to walk outside for a while. It just so happens that the 4th Grand Magician Martial Arts competition is about to begin. We can go there and have fun together then. Really? Really? Lihua almost bit her tongue. She had certainly been out to the outside world these days. It was just that it was always Moer who accompanied her to visit some scenic spots as a tourist. However, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable when she thought that she would be on a journey alone next. Originally, she thought that Moer would not agree to such a request. After all, none of the seniors needed Moer to accompany them to work outside to experience. Damn, I should have suggested something more excessive if I had known. Lihua's eyes were surprised for a moment, and then she became annoyed again. Then she cast her hopeful eyes on Moer. Contractor. Come and sign a brave contract with Lihua. Then we will sweep the world together with the evil king's true eye and become the world's strongest partner. Hearing what Rika said, Mel's fingers began to pinch Rika's little face. Don't think about it, the strongest partner. When the Gaga is killing, will I be responsible for killing, and you will be responsible for Gaga. Ah! How could it be? I will also work hard to become stronger. Is it okay? I can sign a contract, but forget about the strongest partner. I will be by your side to cheer you on. Even though Lihua put on a pitiful look, Moer did not completely agree to all her requests. The reason why he wanted to go out with Lihua this time. In addition to feeling nostalgic because of the existence of the evil king's true eye. More importantly, he really wanted to relax completely. Although he usually seemed to be enjoying himself. But in fact it was just an appearance. The appearance was calm, but the inside was busy. This is probably what he said. The reason for this situation. The main reason is that he has a large part of his power to deduce the sovereignty of the main god at all times. The 6 main gods who are extremely revered by the world are not achieved by lying down. The most important thing is to rely on he was the one who pushed behind the scenes to achieve it. The specific details are that each clone continuously evolves to build sovereignty. Whenever a problem is encountered, he will be directly asked to deduce and solve it, so that the progress of sovereignty deduction will not stagnate. This back and forth process makes the sovereignty continue to build towards completion. The amount of deduction required for the whole process is very terrifying. 0 seeking flowers. At the same time, the burden on the calculator is also very heavy. This can be imagined from the reputation value required for the system to upgrade the clone to the realm of the Lord God. The system's ability is upgraded from S level to SS level, which is 10 million. Upgrading to SSS level is 100 million. The X that can be upgraded to the system ability corresponding to the Lord God is not 1 billion, but a much larger 5 billion. It can be said that the realm of the Lord God is not something that ordinary giant gods can achieve. Touch and play. Some problems cannot be solved from the perspective of the giant god, and require the intervention of a higher level of perspective. Even if he is in charge of various legal principles for superposition and calculation plus the central perspective. This amount of calculation is really tiring for him. Although it seems that 5 years have passed in the present world. But for him who can use the time legal principle to superimpose and deduce, it is not 5 years, but an extremely long period of time. Even so, he can't relax. Because other clones who don't even have the qualifications to evolve the sovereignty of the main god are still waiting for him to feed. In recent years, many other clones have been promoted to giant gods. Although their progress in deducing the giant god realm by themselves is good. But without his help, the overall progress is as slow as a turtle. There are several types of giant gods. The first type is the ordinary giant god. The second type can begin to evolve the sovereignty of the main god, which is equivalent to the peak of the ordinary giant god. The third type begins to build the sovereignty of the main god, opening the beginning of the qualitative change that truly distinguishes the ordinary main god. The fourth type is to evolve the sovereignty of the Lord God to the limit, and be able to complete the last bit of sovereignty at any time and enter the realm of the Lord God. The 6 Lord Gods who are currently famous in the world are all of the fourth type. In order to trigger the compensation mechanism to get the wool of the system, he has studied how to complete the sovereignty in battle and become a real Lord God. In daily life, he exits the Lord God state and is in the state of the limit of the giant god. Compared with the 6 clones called the Lord God by the world, the other clones are far behind. Many of them have not even touched the edge of the ticket to evolve sovereignty. If he doesn't take one, he's afraid that he will rot in the ground. Let's go. Since we're talking about this, then let's go directly. Hey! Hey what, hurry up. Oh. Although he needs to help them, he should at least let him relax. Mare took Liuhua's hand and started to set off. The infinite power that was constantly deduced in the unknown field also stopped bursting. Next, he should devote himself to this leisurely journey. Chapter 994 Magic City, The Great Magician's Martial Arts begins. A few days later. In the present world, the new world of the Grand Line. The weather is clear, and the blue sky is high with the scorching sun. A few lazy white clouds curl up and decorate the sky. However, the roaring cheers below fill the sky, causing the floating clouds in the sky to tremble and not be quiet. Pull the view from the sky to the bottom. You can see. The noise comes from a huge island with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers in the sea. It is covered with various straight or curved pedestrian avenues. Various magical carts with strange appearances transport goods. They set out from the island's dock and go along the avenues to the towns on the island with magical architectural styles. There are also many exquisite and gorgeous magic cars or noble carriages pulled by monsters. In addition, there are magic airships flying in the sky. There are a lot of magic ships docked at several huge docks. This island with a strong magic atmosphere. It is the largest gathering place for magicians in the world, Magic Island. And the center of Magic Island. It is the city with the largest number of magicians in the world, Magic City, Fernandez. Guhahaha. Dear audience, welcome to the competition site of the 4th Grand Magic Martial Arts Competition. I am your old friend Morgans. Let me hear your cheers. In the Magic City with various spectacular magic buildings. In a magnificent and huge building in the style of Roman competition. Morgans, wearing magician's clothes, is standing on a round black stone platform. One of his wings is waving constantly. The other hand holds the microphone to his ear and listens. Around him are the audience seats with more than 100,000 seats. At this time, in the packed audience seats, the enthusiastic audience watched Morgans make such a gesture and waved their hands continuously. Some people even screamed, and some even fired their own salutes, making colorful ribbons float on the scene. They were like seeing a lively scene of a superstar. Or in the real world. Now Morgans can really be said to be a household name. He has been hosting various world-scale conferences, and has long been close to the audience. Even those who didn't like him before. After watching Morgans for a long time, I feel that this guy is actually okay. Guhahaha. The audience at the scene is so enthusiastic. You are just like my family. It's my honor to host the conference for you. Looking at Morgans' touching expression that squeezed out a few tears vividly. Some audiences were even so excited that they shed tears. They took it seriously. However, they woke up the next second after being so excited. However, these are actually insignificant. What actually makes me feel most sacred and glorious is I can contribute a little to the great god of magic, and it is heartwarming. The God of magic mystery who has infinite reverence for me. Besides that, I want to thank the great gods. It is because of the existence of the gods that I feel the meaning of existence. What a supreme honor. Looking at Morgans with his wings folded and an extremely respectful kneeling and licking. Even though they knew it was a routine, some people in the audience still despised it. The greatness of the gods is awe-inspiring. But because the era of the gods came too quickly. Every year, many new gods appear. This situation makes some ambitious or arrogant people think that they also have the opportunity to become gods. They believe that in this era, everything is possible. Especially the emergence of the main god space and the original god space has increased their thinking. They just lack a little lucky opportunity, so there is no need to kneel and lick the gods. Guhahaha. Dear audience, then, the gratitude session is over. Next, we are about to start the competition session. After expressing his gratitude to the gods, Morgans held up the microphone and shouted to everyone enthusiastically. I believe you can't wait. He, me too. After expressing his enthusiasm, Morgans coughed and slowly told the history of the previous Grand Magic Martial Arts. The first Grand Magic Martial Arts was opened after the construction of the Magic City surrounding the heart of the magic source. Many excellent magicians emerged in this Grand Magic Martial Arts. Among them, the Chaos Envoy CLO, the Magic Forbidden Rosinante, and the former executive officer Anne, who were ranked S-class magicians at the time, won the top 3. They respectively obtained the Chaos, Illusion, and Time of the 12 Magic Secrets. Now, they are already quasi-god-level magicians respected by hundreds of millions of people. Hearing Morgan's suddenly high-pitched zero. Many audiences were swaying with his narration, as if they were the lucky ones who got the 12 magic secrets. When Morgans told this part, somewhere in the audience, a man with grey hair, wearing a flowered vest and flip-flops stretched out his big hand. He patted the back of the man next to him and laughed. Xiao Miguo, look, Morgans mentioned you. Now I'm afraid everyone in the world knows you. It's really enviable. Hearing his words, Rocinante couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mr. Cap, don't tease me. It was just luck at that time, otherwise I wouldn't be who I am now. Rocinante said with a hint of luck on his face. The first Grand Mage Wushu implemented a melee mechanism. At that time, although his silence magic was powerful, he could prevent others from using magic if he took the initiative. But if he was sniped by multiple powerful magicians, he would not be able to stand to the end. And during the whole process, he had not encountered the two monsters, Rocinante and the former executive officer Anne, in advance. Otherwise, his silence magic would not work. Thinking of Chaos Envoy CLO, Rocinante's thoughts began to diverge. That guy CLO Original God Space. Recently, he had discovered that CLO had joined the Original God Space. As for how he discovered it, it was simple. It was after he went to the reincarnation world last time. The other party came up as the chosen 3.3 of the Original God Space to stop him from doing the task of the main God Space. If that was all, Rocinante would have nothing to say. Different positions, not I have to say more. But the bad thing is that the guy is ready to hold on to him. When the god of magic was not yet a god, he created inexhaustible magic because of the strongest god-killing tool, chaos magic. This magic was passed on to CLO, who was the first to follow the god of magic. Due to this opportunity, CLO won the first Grand Magic Director Martial Arts and obtained Chaos, one of the 12 magic secrets. Now that guy has entered the Original God Space, his ambition has expanded even more. Being targeted by such a guy, Rocinante feels a lot of pressure. Especially because he knows CLO's ambition to imitate the feats of the three dragon gods of chaos, time, and reality. For this reason, that guy will never let him go easily. How can I get rid of him? Rocinante thought with a headache. Chapter 995 The New Abyss, the Name of Taboo. Goo ha 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 ha. Morgans, who was standing on the black stone platform, briefly described the first Grand Magic Martial Arts. Then, he began to talk about the second Grand Magic Martial Arts to stimulate the audience. Dear audience, those of you who are familiar with the magic world know it. More outstanding magicians emerged in the second Grand Magic Martial Arts. Some newly born magicians even came from behind and participated in the Grand Magic Martial Arts as SS-level magicians, which made many magicians ashamed. Among them, Miss D, a senior member of the Martial Arts Association, won one of the 11 magic secrets, Jai Feng. Not long ago, she also entered the ranks of quasi-god magicians. Morgan's passionate and enthusiastic tone was very inflammatory, making many audiences even more enthusiastic. However, some of the audience who didn't pay much attention to the second Grand Magic Master's martial arts were puzzled. Because Morgans only talked about Miss D, and missed the other two. Why did Morgans only talk about one girl? Why didn't he talk about the other two who got the magic secrets? In a corner of the audience, the red-hair pirates, who were famous in the sea, were all sitting there. Among them, Logi was holding a big 03 meat leg with a puzzled look on his face. I remember that the other two magic secrets obtained in the second Grand Magic Master's martial arts were a Hojimi wizard and... Shut up! Are you full? Before Logi could finish the rest of the words, Hongo grabbed the big meat leg that was several dozen centimeters long in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. This wave of surprise made Logi struggle directly. Woo 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 woo. After a while, Logi swallowed the big meat leg with meat and bones into his stomach. At this time, he looked at Hongo with a resentful face. What are you doing? Are you trying to choke me to death? Looking at Loki's resentful eyes, Hongo shuddered. Then he cursed. Who told you to be careless? Don't tell that guy's name, I don't want to go to that damn place to save you. What? Is there a problem? Seeing Hongo cursing, Loki still didn't care. Okay, Loki. Don't mention that man. You've been honing your cooking skills on Greedy Island these days, so you don't know. Now the man's name have become a taboo, and they can't be spoken casually. The red-haired man next to him looked at Loki's disapproval and reminded him seriously. Seeing his boss's serious face, Loki's playful smile also restrained. Boss, what happened? Even the name of the main god can be mentioned, so what right does that guy who is just a subordinate god have? That guy is no longer a subordinate god, but a sub-god, and something big has indeed happened. Beckman, who was sitting in front of Loki, answered without looking back. After that, he lit the cigarette in his hand, puffed out a circle of white rings before continuing to explain. That man obtained the magic secret, the abyss, by learning from the great magician. With his own terrifying substitute and the power of the blood of the gods, he recently created the abyss. Abyss. Hearing Beckman's words, Loki looked incredulous. What the hell? You are not talking about the abyss among the gods. Loki was very surprised. The author created a comic called Gods, which has a huge worldview that is very different from the present world. It has a belief system of gods that is completely different from the gods of the present world. In that world, there is the abyss, a place that eats people without leaving any bones. Although it is not as scary as the abyss described in the comics. But according to the information, the abyss created by that man is an imitation of the abyss among the gods. So they have a lot in common, for example. Hearing Beckman pause, Loki swallowed his saliva and looked at the back of his head and repeated. For example, you look at the abyss, and the abyss is also looking at you. Looking at Beckman suddenly turning back and saying this with a gloomy face. Loki was so scared that he almost smashed the big meat leg he had just taken out on Beckman's face. Beckman, don't use such a tone suddenly, you bastard. It's scary. Are you scared now? Beckman lazily blew out a cigarette ring, and then continued with a dead fish eye. You should be thankful that Hongo interrupted you, otherwise you would have been marked by the abyss. You might be swallowed by the abyss at any time. I heard that after being swallowed by the abyss, you will be reborn as an abyss worm. When we want to save you, I'm afraid we won't be able to recognize you. Hearing Beckman talk about the serious consequences in a calm tone, Loki swallowed again. Then he looked at Hongo with tears in his eyes. Hongo. Hiss. Don't scream so disgustingly. Bastard. Loki's somewhat coquettish tone made Hongo gasp. He rejected Loki's grateful look. Now you know the reason, just be careful in the future. Beckman had no reaction to Loki's coquettishness. After all, he still had a colorful magic wand on his waist. As a man who works part-time as a magic fairy on Greed Island, a little coquettishness can't make him fluctuate. I understand. But for such a big thing, don't those big forces have any reaction? Of course. Hongo took over the conversation with a serious face. Now the people with the same name as the man and the people around them are in bad luck. Many were marked by the abyss when they were caught off guard. The reason why they are still safe now. It's because the god of temperance personally took action to block the influence of the abyss outside the world, so there was no big chaos. But this is only temporary, the god of temperance cannot block this influence all the time. So those who are marked by the abyss need to go to the dark curtain to get the temperance chapter, which can block the gaze of the abyss. Of course, the first one is free. Ah? Do you need a second one? Nonsense. It takes strength to block the gaze of the abyss, and one temperance chapter can't protect you for a lifetime. The god of temperance doesn't seem to be such a person. Hearing Hongo's words, Loki was a little confused. Because he and his companions had met temperance before he became a god, and they knew what kind of man he was. Idiot. Just because he is not a god doesn't mean that Dark Curtain is not a god. Even if he is a god, Dark Curtain can't make a loss. Hongo's look of "you are so ignorant" made Loki want to refute. But he thought about it and shut up. Because he found that the reality seemed to be true. Seeing that Loki did not refute, Hongo finally felt a little relieved. He finally summarized. In short, because of this incident, the man's god name and name have become taboos in the sea. Even the gods on the evil side, the neutral side, and even the righteous side have been regarded as taboos in the hearts of many people and dare not talk casually. In a sense, this is actually a good thing. After all, there are always some idiots who don't know how to live or die and bring disaster to others. Chapter 996 88 Star Palaces, Grand Martial Arts Theme. As for the Libra Star Palace magician who obtained the magic secret you mentioned. That guy is from the 88 Star Palaces. After he used the Libra Star Palace cloth to obtain the stars of the 12 magic secrets, the Star Palace wizards were banned. The relationship between the god of celestial bodies and the god of magic is very subtle. This subtlety also extends to the Star Palace God and the magic secret God they created. Furthermore, if the Star Palace wizards of the 88 Star Palaces who obtained the Zodiac Star Keys are allowed to participate, most of the 12 magic secrets kept by the magic secret God will probably fall into the pockets of the 88 Star Palaces. Morgans is avoiding suspicion. Hongo said this with a sigh on his face. Those Star Palace wizards are too cheating. No matter what their original strength is, as long as they get the recognition of the corresponding Star Palace, they can immediately exert part of the power of the Star Palace cloth. Even if this power is only a part, the starting point of the golden cloth of the 12 Zodiac Star Palaces is SSS level. To be honest, I also want to have a gold armor. After hearing what Hongo said, it was Logi's turn to roll his eyes. You're good at daydreaming. Don't you like Gundam? Isn't Shenlong Warrior good enough for you? What Logi said made Hongo want to complain. What Shenlong Warrior? I don't deserve it now. The Shenlong Warrior circle is so complicated now. Some people actually say that Shenlong warriors who have never killed Shenlongs are not worthy of being called Shenlong warriors. Those Shenlongs are SSS level as soon as they come out of the Shenlong nest, and soon they become quasi-gods. I'll kill them with my head. Don't. Feeling that Hongo seemed to have some bad thoughts, Logi hurriedly advised. Even if your strength has improved, don't go and kill yourself. We are already in a difficult enough situation. If you provoke the dragons again, we will be in trouble. Don't worry. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not as unreliable as you. Wait. Hongo looked disapproving. But he suddenly stopped communicating and looked at Morgans on the high platform in the distance. Not only him. Others were also staring at Morgans. In the entire venue of the Grand Magic Martial Arts, almost all the audience were staring at Morgans in amazement. Because Morgans talked about the winner of the 3rd Grand Magic Martial Arts and the news that this 4th Grand Magic Martial Arts might become a battle for SSS level wizards, he began to formally introduce the theme of this Grand Magic Martial Arts. This theme scared many people, feeling that the audience focused their attention on him. At the same time, imagining that the audience watching the live broadcast all over the world were also staring at him in amazement, Morgans felt a great satisfaction. Goo-ha-ha-ha. That's right, dear audience. You heard it right. Following the 3 themes of previous competitions, such as battle, defense, and adventure, the theme of the 4th Grand Magic Show is dragon hunting. Accompanied by the sound of Morgan's loudspeaker, it spread across the sky. Not only the great demon director was at the martial arts scene. Even the audience watching the live broadcast around the world were in an uproar. Hunting dragons? What dragons to hunt? In the current world, with 3 major crises of dragons hanging overhead, many people first thought of dragons. However, after this idea came out, they felt it was ridiculous. If Morgans was talking about hunting demons, they could still accept it. After all, the demon hunting ceremony is held once a year. The demons hunted are all various demons gathered in the demon mine. Those demons are different from the fear demons from the demon god island. They are not loved by their fathers or grandmothers. But if it is dragon hunting, it will be different. The dragons that are rampant in the world now, those thousands of dragons are basically from the 3 major dragon nests. All of them came from the same dragon nest. Even if the dragons were so temperamental, they couldn't be as close as brothers. But their cohesion was much stronger than most races. If they really went to hunt dragons on a large scale, then this great magic war might turn into a war that affected the whole world. Perhaps, even the thousands of underworld dragons living in the underworld would come out to support. Then the whole world would be in chaos. Such serious consequences made many people dare not believe the theme that Morgans said. At this time, Morgans looked at the trend of a bit of coldness at the scene. He was still calm. Because the more such a time, the better the time for advertising. So, in full view of the public, he started advertising. The 12th generation of Nitai brand magic airship produced by Nitai Chamber of Commerce. It is built with SSS level dragon wood, equipped with chaos energy engine, illusory barrier protection, and cross-space engine. It also has 4 attribute magic crystal cannons and terrifying chaos golems to escort it. Own a magic airship like this. Even SSS level wizards can't break your airship, and even have to eat exhaust. Such a powerful magic airship, what are you still hesitating about? It doesn't cost 998 or 688, you only need to pay 69.98 billion Baileys to take it home. This generation of airships is a limited edition airship, with a total of 12. First come, first served, you will miss it. Originally, many people were a little angry when they heard Morgan's advertise. But after listening to his advertisement, everyone's eyes lit up. Are you kidding me? How many SSS class wizards have appeared so far? Why do you have to ride on an SSS class wizard to poop and pee on a random airship? What if someone drives this thing to mess with us? Will we still play? At this time, Lockie in the corner of the venue listened to Morgan's introduction with an unbelievable look on his face. Those magic airships are probably already purchased internally. It is estimated that most of them are in the hands of major forces. The reason why they are advertising now is definitely to deepen the popularity of the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce in the hearts of the public. So don't worry. If those major forces really wanted to mess with us, they would have done it a long time ago. After comforting Lockie, Hongo continued with a look of emotion. Although it is because of the blessing of the time virtual realm, the magic industry is still developing too fast. Various magic props and tools are emerging in an endless stream, no wonder the magic of changing clothes is popular. Wait for the competition. We are afraid that we will be blinded by those Krypton gold guys. Chapter 997 Ace participates in the competition, Poem of Bronze and Ancient Dragon. When Hongo complained a little. On the other side of the audience, Carp, wearing a flowery vest, was looking at Rosinante next to him with a fiery face. He pointed at the magic airship displayed by Morgans on the screen facing the audience and asked in a low voice. Xiao Miguo, tell me honestly. The magic airship that Morgans said is the illusory barrier protection. Why does it look so familiar to me? Looking at Carp's eyes shining, Rosinante smiled bitterly. I did make that thing. The Night Eye Chamber of Commerce has the magic materials I need, but the price is very high, I can't afford it. So they asked me to make parts that can be used as protection for magic airships according to the requirements. So how much did you make? Seeing Mr. Cap's eyes getting hotter, Rosinante could only say helplessly. Not much, actually. I made 20 of that part. Sell one to the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce for 30 billion Baileys. 30 billion. Wouldn't that be 600 billion for 20? Mr. Cap, I haven't deducted the material cost yet. Ha ha ha. Regardless of that, you must have made a lot anyway. Xiao Miguo, you see I'm a little tight on money recently, can you see if... Mr. Cap, how much do you want to borrow? Seeing that Rosinante didn't refuse directly. Cap's face was overjoyed, he rubbed his hands and laughed. Xiao Miguo, I know you are rich. Actually, I won't lend you much, just a small amount, 100 million. When he heard the amount of Bailey that Carp wanted to borrow, Rosinante showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He thought for a while, then took out a black card with strange pupils painted on it, and the words 200 were written in gold on it. Sorry, Mr. Carp. I've been spending a lot recently, so I don't have much money left. This is an anonymous savings card of the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce, with a face value of 20 billion. You can take it to the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce to exchange for Bailey. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. Carp snatched the savings card from Rosinante's hand, patted his shoulder again, and showed a praiseful expression. Then, he mentioned another person. Xiao Miguo, you are much more neat and tidy than that kid Kuzan. That kid is often missing now. You know, he used to stick to me a lot. Rosinante felt helpless about Garp's complaints. If Mr. Garp hadn't borrowed too much, Mr. Kuzan wouldn't have avoided him. Although he thought so in his heart. But for Garp's behavior, Rosinante still didn't feel bad. After all, this veteran has made too many contributions to the Navy. Let alone other things. Just selflessly contributing the Time Realm gem to the Navy, making it one of the cornerstones of the Navy's rapid progress in the tide of the times. This contribution can be regarded as an indispensable contribution. It's just borrowing some money, which is nothing. Compared to this, Rosinante is more concerned about another issue. Mr. Garp, do you really want Ace to participate in this event? He is only 10 years old. This age is not suitable for participating in this kind of event. Most of the wizards participating in the competition are experts who have been honing their skills in the Time Realm for decades. Experience alone is not on the same level. It's useless for you to tell me this. That brat Ace is so stubborn. If he's not beaten for 3 days, he'll go crazy. Besides, I can't control him now. Garp glanced at Rosinante secretly, and then said with a melancholy face. Since Ace followed that Skyfire to learn magic half a year ago, his temper has become more and more violent. The most important thing is that he has become more rebellious. Look, he has burned my beard off. Speaking of this, Garp finally told his purpose. If you don't discipline him anymore, he might run away to become a pirate. Is it that serious? Rosinante felt a little suspicious about Garp's words. Half a year ago, the rumored natural flame fruit that possessed magic and domineering power, Skyfire, took a fancy to little Ace. He wanted little Ace to learn magic from him. Given Ace's attitude and Skyfire's personality and ability, finally, he agreed. After all, Skyfire had bypassed restrictions to participate in the Third Grand Magic Director's martial arts and obtained the magic secret Extreme Fire. With such a magic secret, he is indeed the most suitable person to teach Ace, who has awakened fire magic. It's just that now it seems. It's hard to say whether the magic has been learned well, but people may have learned bad things. However, Mr. Garp didn't even know himself. Isn't it a bit outrageous that he couldn't even keep an eye on his grandson? When Rosinante was somewhat doubtful about his life, Morgans above made several more advertisements. There are magic ships that can be used both at sea and at home, magic books engraved with a variety of powerful magic, and extremely powerful magic wands. After making several advertisements, he still felt unsatisfied. However, Morgans finally stopped while he was ahead. Goo-ha-ha-ha. I believe everyone can't hold back anymore. Morgans held the microphone and looked at the audience with many resentful and even angry eyes, with a calm smile on his face. Listen to my explanation, this grand magic martial arts is indeed themed on hunting dragons. However, the dragons hunted are not the dragons in the world. So you don't have to worry too much. Speaking of this, you must be extremely curious. At this time, Morgans paused. He looked at the audience, who were a little agitated in their communication, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Then, please allow me to ask a question. Have you ever heard of Poem of Bronze and Ancient Dragons? Morgans's rhetorical question made many people a little confused. Some were even confused because they had never heard of it. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Now you know it. The so-called Poem of Bronze and Ancient Dragons is a comic book with a lot of fame in Dahai. This comic book is very special, with giant dragons as the protagonists. Its creator is even more special, he is a member of the giant dragons. He was originally a Yuan Long species, but now he is a Shen Long species. Believe me, you probably know who it is after I say this. Looking at the audience who still didn't understand why he said this, Morgans asked himself and answered. That's right. That giant dragon is the famous seven-striped dragon species in the sea, the Bronze Dragon King. It is currently the only giant dragon that has crossed from the Yuan Long species to the Shen Long species. The reason why this Bronze Dragon King was able to do this feat is because of this comic. With it won the appreciation of the three dragon gods. Chapter 998 The Ancient Dragon King, he is fearless. Hearing Morgans' words, many people were aroused. Although they didn't know why Morgans said this, they listened with relish. You must be curious about what kind of comic book can win the appreciation of the three dragon gods. Well, okay. This is actually a bit off topic, or the answer is in the story. So, let's talk about the background of Poem of Bronze and Ancient Dragons first. After whetting the audience's appetite, Morgans did not talk about this issue directly. Instead, he talked about the comics directly. This comic mainly tells the story of a bronze duke at the bottom of the dragon who was killed by a first-class king. Then, it worked hard. With the mysterious dragon horns obtained by its ancestors from the ancient dragon battlefield, it began to rise rapidly. It expanded its territory step by step, trampled all the dragon lords who had humiliated and looked down on it, and became the Dragon King respected by all dragons. Finally, it competed with other dragon kings in the ancient dragon battlefield, won and achieved the rank of ancient dragon comparable to gods. The main plot of the story is probably like this. Morgans paused again. After letting the public roughly digest the story he continued. Then, the reason why I mentioned this comic is also very simple. Because after stretching a tone, Morgans shouted loudly under the impulse of everyone wanting to beat someone up. The theme of dragon hunting that we are going to come to next is exactly in the ancient dragon battlefield of this comic world. Hearing Morgans' words, Many viewers were stunned for a moment, and then they all started to discuss. If Morgans had said this before, they might still be a little confused. But recently, the topic of the main god space and the original god space has been too hot. It is difficult for anyone who pays a little attention to the news information of the sea to avoid this topic. Among them, whether the other world in the comics really exists, whether the main god space and the original god space are hype scams, etc. The public is paying enthusiastic attention and discussion. In this case, it is difficult for others not to think too much when Morgans said this. Hey. No way. Does the comic world really exist? Are we going to witness it today? We will know it later, the great demon director Wuxia. Morgans can't talk nonsense. Under the discussion and eager gaze of many viewers, Morgans coughed lightly into the microphone to calm the long-lasting discussion. Everyone be quiet for a while. Now that I've come to this point, I think everyone probably understands what I'm talking about. The topic of the main god space and the original god space is very hot recently. You all know what happened without me repeating it. Then here comes the point. Does the other world depicted in the comics really exist? Morgans blinked and posed for the live camera, leaving suspense. Let's wait and see for this question. It's almost time. Now please ask all the contestants to step onto the stage first. Clang. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by heavy sounds and strange noises. 8 grey magic gates began to rise on the huge grey partition wall separating the competition area and the audience seats. Wizards in various magical clothes began to pour out from these magic gates. After the magic gates rose, they walked to the big arena in the competition area with ease. Although this Grand Magic Martial Arts Arena has experienced 3 Grand Magic Martial Arts, but each Grand Magic Martial Arts Arena was not held on the arena. So the contestants who participated in many sessions have long been accustomed to going on stage in advance, waiting for the next arrangement of the God of Magic Secrets. Jaws. Do we really want to go there to participate? In a passage room where the contestants were waiting, Captain Sachi of the Whitebeard Pirates was persuading Jaws, who looked expressionless. As a man with a quick mind, Sachi felt that they might really have to go to another world next. But, if I remember correctly, the sequel to that other world has a terrifying existence like the ancient Dragon King, who is a quasi-god level existence. If we are not careful, we might be finished on the spot. Looking at Jaws, who did not reply, Sachi spoke earnestly. Jaws, I know you want to prove yourself. But it feels a little dangerous this time. It's not too late to withdraw now. We can't let Dad and the others worry. And the competition is too fierce. The passage is full of A-level or S-level wizards, and there are SS-level wizards and even SSS-level wizards in the passage room. Sachi. Jaws' eyes met with Thatch's. The serious and shining pupils interrupted Thatch's chatter. I want to try. Zero, please give me flowers. I don't want to stand behind Daddy, Marco them anymore. If I can, I want to be Daddy and everyone's shield again. Jaws, you. Thatch looked into Jaws' eyes and was silent for a while. His fist went straight to Jaws' shoulder. However, due to the huge height difference, it only landed on Jaws' waist. Then he laughed. Really, why are you talking so sentimentally? Let's go. Although I'm just a beginner at SS level, I can at least contribute a little to you. Looking at Sachi turning around while speaking, Jaws secretly decided to obtain the image such a result. Dad. This time please be proud of me. Cheer yourself up in your heart. Jaws has already planned to use all his strength in this competition. As the earliest batch of reincarnations, he has benefited from the time when the original God Space did not appear. His strength is no longer what it used to be. It's just that he didn't show it like those careless reincarnations. Don't look at him like this. He also had the idea of showing his amazing strength when his own pirate group encountered a big enemy. However, the subsequent appearance of the original God Space made him give up this idea. Because he didn't know whether the true exposure of the identity of the reincarnation would bring trouble to his own pirate group. Even Kaido, who is recognized as a reincarnation, has never denied his identity as a reincarnation. Of course, there is also the reason why the main God Space cannot directly admit it. As for Ins, who is now named the Supreme. He is considered to be a visitor from another world who can travel through the world rather than a reincarnation. But no matter what, Jaws feels that he can't hide anymore. Even without camouflage equipment. This full-strength attack is easy to be seen through by the chosen gods who have fought before. However, MOME is too important. It is the guarantee for his rise in the main god space. In the main god space, upgrading existing abilities is not the same price as purchasing abilities of the same level. The price of purchasing abilities with huge potential is even more rip-off. Therefore, the power of MOME with the potential of a true god can make reincarnationists drool. Jaws has a hunch. This time, there will probably be many reincarnationists lurking like him. However, he has the power that he has obtained at a great cost. With this power, he will be fearless. 10,000. Chapter 999 The Heart of the Devil, that's what he wanted to see. Ha ha ha, I really didn't persuade them. Let's go. Everyone else has left. Captain Thatch is just too hypocritical. If I could go to another world, I would think it would be worth dying for. You have too much of a lunatic audience. Stop polluting us. Get lost. I'm just speaking my mind. Thatch walked out of the passage room. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were waiting at the door. They were laughing and joking with each other, which made Thatch feel warm. He walked out of the room and laughed and scolded. Okay, stop being weird. It's our turn for the Whitebeard pirates to show up this time. I heard that Teach is here too. Don't embarrass our pirates. Hearing Thatch say this, all the Whitebeard pirates present patted their chests and promised. Don't worry, Captain Thatch. With you and Captain Jaws, 2 SS-class wizards, and our concerted efforts, we are not afraid of any giant dragon. We will make everyone look at our pirate group with new eyes. That's right. I have learned dragon-slaying magic for a long time. Now I can finally use it. This wave is my home field. I will be the ADC, and you will assist me. Captain Kinga, your dragon-slaying magic is hard to describe, so let's not do it. Squeak. Jaws opened the door of the room to make the gap bigger and walked out. He looked at the few people in this passage and took the lead. Everyone, let's go. Oh oh oh. As the wizards raised their hands and cheered, the lively passage began to slowly become quiet. Another contestant passage. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was also participating in the competition, was doing ideological work for 10-year-old Ace. Because the theme of this time is too dangerous, it may not be controlled by the god of magic secrets. So she hopes Ace can withdraw from the competition. However, her earnest persuasion is useless, and she was impatiently called an old woman by Ace, and her face turned black. Bang! It hurts. Seeing Ace covering his head with a look of pain, she retracted her fist. Call Ms. Crane. Ace glanced at the furious Crane with his little eyes. Tisk got it. Ms. Crane. Let's go. That guy Garp really gave me a big trouble. Seeing Ace was so stubborn, Crane stopped persuading him. She regretted agreeing to Garp to accept this big trouble. If she had known earlier, she should have been more decisive at that time. Ha 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 ha. Finally, we can set off. Hee hee hee, I'm coming to the other world. When Ace heard Crane say that he was leaving, he immediately cheered and ran out. He had been listening to the comic stories told by Rosinante, and he was very much looking forward to the other world. Now that he had the chance, he would not back down just because of any danger. Speaking of danger. On the contrary, he felt that the training set by the grumpy uncle named Tianhua was more dangerous, and he would explode at any time. He had been suppressed for so long. Now that he had the opportunity to go to the other world, he would never give up. Staff Officer He, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Ace. After Ace ran away, a man wearing a helmet and long curly black hair came over. Seeing that the man was going to take care of Ace's affairs as soon as he opened his mouth, he was silent for a while and said seriously. Lieutenant General T. Pension, then I'll trouble you. Yes, Chief of Staff Crane. No need to be so formal, we are not in a superior-subordinate relationship, and I should be the one thanking you for this. Hearing Crane's words, T. Pension's scary face smiled. No, I like this little guy Ace, too. After saying that, T. Pension looked at Ace who had stopped in the distance waiting to be called, his eyes showing a little tenderness. Ace, a child who would not be disturbed by his scary appearance. He still liked him very much. Besides, this is a dangerous event. It is reasonable to give priority to protecting children. What are you doing? Hurry up. Don't wait and you will be late. Accompanied by Ace's urging, Crane and T-Pension looked at each other and started to set off. Soon, Crane led the participating Navy and Ace out of the passage. The audience in the Grand Magic Director's martial arts audience watched the wizards pouring out of the contestant passage. These wizards are well known in various regions. They couldn't help but wave their magic wand like cheering sticks and cheer. Goo ha ha ha. Dear audience. The total number of participants in the 4th Grand Magic Martial Arts is 1,213. So far, 102 people have given up. It seems that some people are still scared by the dragon hunting theme I mentioned. But Morgans held the topic and shouted loudly 0. It doesn't matter. You can see that there are still more than 1,000 wizards who choose to move forward bravely. They are the elites among the elites in the magic world, the geniuses among the geniuses, and the strongest fighting force starting from wizards. These powerful wizards, but many rookies have not had time to make a name for themselves. And the Grand Magic Martial Arts will be the best stage for them to become famous. Everyone, let's cheer loudly for these courageous wizards. Under Morgan's passionate speech, the atmosphere on the scene was like a fire that exploded and boiled. Morgans also smiled with satisfaction as he watched the atmosphere he had created. Then he set his sights on the contestants who were walking towards the huge arena. Every wizard who came on stage looked very difficult to deal with. Compared to the previous session, the quality of wizards has improved a lot. Morgans knew this very well. Since the magic heart, the inexhaustible source of magic power, was created by the god of magic, magicians began to be born in large numbers. In the first year, all kinds of powerful wizards were born from ordinary people in half of the world centered on the magic heart. Then in the second year, ordinary people around the world began to give birth to excellent wizards. Until the third year, those strong people with strong domineering power that could affect the absorption of atmospheric magic power began to give birth to wizards in large numbers. And now, another year has passed. Although it is only 1 year, it is enough for those strong people who have just awakened. Their own strong 3.1 spiritual attributes can easily guide and gather strong magic power, thereby quickly upgrading. In addition, there is also the time virtual realm to cheat. Therefore, the magic world is more and more explosive every year. However, Morgans is not optimistic about those naturally formed geniuses now. He is not even optimistic about those monsters cultivated by big forces. The news of the main god space and the original god space is too hot. He has seen that the recognized reincarnation Kaido has participated in the competition. In the Great Magic War, the power of other systems is not allowed to be used. The monster dares to participate, which means that he is still sure. Next is probably a real fight between dragons and tigers. Morgans kept looking at the magicians on the ring, with great excitement in his eyes and even more emotion in his heart. This kind of suspenseful competition is what he wants to see. He wants to see it. He wants to see it. He just wants to see this. Chapter 1000 Crossing the World, the God's Perspective and Insignificance. Very good, now that the personnel are in place. Then, next, this puzzle about the theme of dragon hunting will also be revealed. Morgans looked back at the eager eyes of the audience, and all the noisy disturbances quickly subsided at this moment. Seeing this, Morgans smiled faintly. He put the microphone on the small round platform beside him. In the eyes of the crowd in awe, he clasped his wings and closed his eyes to make a pious expression. Please come to the great god of magic mystery. Set the rules for the contestants of the Great Magic Director's martial arts. As Morgan's voice fell, the world was silent for a moment. Then, an indescribable grand voice echoed in people's hearts. The overwhelming rosy clouds spread to the whole world. The lives of the entire planet seemed to vaguely see a grand life holding a magic wand and wearing a mysterious magic robe standing in front of them. The huge vortex formed by 12 kinds of rays of light spun and intertwined behind that grand life. It made people feel like they had seen the ultimate secret of the magic way. It made people unable to help but sink into it. 06 is not strong, but the show is quite grand. Somewhere in the void, Ban, who was wearing a white fairy robe, looked at the rays of light covering the entire planet outside and commented expressionlessly. Next to him, wearing Hashirama, who was wearing a white robe with a blue pattern, smiled brightly when he heard Madara's evaluation. Madara, he is the same as us. He is already very strong. As a masterpiece of Zakrane, he controls those 12 powerful magics. If we were at the same level as him, I'm afraid we wouldn't be much stronger than him. As soon as Hashirama said this, Madara immediately raised his mouth in disdain. Humph. The so-called if is just the moon in the mirror. There is no if in reality. Got it. Hashirama smiled helplessly, and then continued to watch the outside world. The scene of the great magician's martial arts. It seemed that the god of magic, who seemed to have eclipsed the planet, cast his eyes on the contestants on the huge arena. Until this time, all the people who watched the god of magic in a trance seemed to be blocked by something and could no longer see any strange scenes. What came into their eyes again was a figure dressed as a magician. He stood in the air, looking ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that his face couldn't be seen clearly, he would be just like an ordinary magician. But people knew. The mysterious figure with a huge contrast before and after was the god of magic. As a god who had been completed by the giant god of magic, his own rank had already reached the terrifying rank of god. People should not have known how powerful God was. But there were comics describing it. This description was approved by the gods. The so-called god was essentially a god with the same rank as the world. But this was too far away from them. Now, they were more concerned about the next dragon hunting theme. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the light overflowing from the sky. Everyone knew the rules of the dragon hunting theme. Hunting dragons in the ancient dragon battlefield, corresponding points were given according to the dragons of different titles. The one with the highest points was superior. Gilu. Some contestants at the scene swallowed their saliva after knowing the rules. This actually means going to the ancient dragon battlefield in another world. Is it too late for him to quit now? Since you know the rules. Next start crossing the world. Accompanied by the strange voice of the god of magic secrets floating and climbing in the void. The audience at the scene of the great demon director Wu began to appreciate the terrifying power of the god of magic secrets. Their perspective level was infinitely raised. The lively and dazzling present world, the dead reflection of the present world, the surging black torrent, the strange interface and mysterious light fog that quickly passed by. Finally, another layer of boundaries was broken through to the extremely ethereal, distorted light and shadow water wave world. There people seemed to see strange worlds one by one. Until the perspective entered a world of stars, and saw across the illusion of the world. There was a scene that people could hardly imagine. A terrifying dragon claw seemed to hold up the world. You only have one source world day. Accompanied by an unspeakable majestic voice, all the pictures became dark. At the same time, the great demon director Wu seen. Boom! A burst of soul-stirring explosions erupted. The audience, who had not yet seen the series of images, saw all the contestants on the huge ring turned into streams of light. They sank directly into a dark passage. You only have one day. After all the contestants disappeared, the dark hole disappeared. The entire ring began to flash with a huge three-dimensional image. And on each partition wall, there were multiple large flat images that appeared and moved slowly around the partition wall. All the audience at the scene also received a permission. They can focus their attention on a certain part of the three-dimensional image. In this way, a picture with a fixed ratio like a computer screen will appear in front of them, which is very convenient for watching the battlefield of each contestant. Such a strange permission would naturally be a novelty for the audience in the past. However, now they have no other thoughts. Their hearts are still immersed in the indescribable great perspective just now. No, incredible. Is that the perspective of the gods? It's so magnificent and grand. The members of the Red Hair Pirates were in a corner of the audience. Hongo opened his mouth and murmured a few words, then fell silent again. Wivu was so small, what's the meaning of our existence? And when he was silent, a man not far from them covered his face and cried softly. Even if there was an inexplicable force in the whole venue to stabilize everyone's emotions. But someone couldn't hold it anymore. Suddenly facing the boundless time and space and the world, people would force themselves to experience their own insignificance and start to think about the meaning of their own lives. Compared to the immortal gods, they are fleeting floating insects. This heavy fact made the sadness of the audience flow back. Isn't that the monster bird judge from Germa 66? Not long ago, he became an SS-class magic pattern user by becoming Minga's lackey. Can such a guy cry? Hongo was a little panicked. But as long as I look back and see Judge's uncle face covering his face and crying, I can't help but laugh. Come to think of it, Minga has also chased us. After the great demon director Wu is over, should we kill his new little brother to cheer him up? Hey. He's right next to you and you're saying that. How can it succeed? It's okay, didn't Snake stop me with the wind? As the red hair pirates talked and laughed among themselves, their atmosphere suddenly returned to normal. After all, they had jumped back and forth on the edge of death many times, and they were already firm enough in their own significance. They would not fluctuate too much because of the outside world. With Judge as a joke, they immediately became heartless.